Welcome, dear friends, to a tranquil escape where the gentle sounds of our stories await to whisk you into a world of calm and wonder. As the soft embrace of spring wraps around us, it's the perfect time to renew our spirits and indulge in peaceful tales that soothe the soul. So snuggle up, get cozy, and let the warmth of our narration carry you away. We are truly grateful to share this serene evening with you, where delightful and calming stories are just about to unfold. Story 1. The old cottage at the edge of Willowbrook village always held secrets in its shadowed corners, but none so curious as the music box young Leo found tucked behind a loose stone in the hearth. Its wooden surface, carved with spiraling vines and crescent moons, felt warm beneath his fingertips even on that chilly autumn evening. When he lifted the lid, a melody drifted out, not the tinkling chimes he expected, but a haunting, wordless song that seemed to echo the sighing wind through the ancient oaks outside. As the last amber light faded from the sky, the notes shimmered like visible threads of silver, twisting through the air and drifting toward the whispering woods, a place villagers never entered after sundown. Leo's grandmother had warned him about the woods. "Trees remember," she'd say, stirring her honeyed tea. "They guard old magics and older sorrows." Yet the music pulsed in Leo's chest, a gentle tug he couldn't resist. Wrapping his scarf tight, he slipped into the moonlit night, the music box cradled close. Crickets fell silent as he crossed the mossy boundary stone. At once the air changed, damp earth and petrichor giving way to the scent of crushed mint and something sweet, like caramelized sunlight. The silver threads glowed brighter, illuminating a path where none existed before, winding between gnarled roots that seemed to shift and make way for him. For 3 nights and days, or so it felt, time blurred like watercolor here, Leo followed the melody deeper into a world where willows wept liquid moonlight into iridescent streams, and ferns unfurled in patterns that told stories if you knew how to look. He drank from springs that tasted of forgotten summers and slept in hollows lined with velvet moss, the music box his only compass. On the 4th dusk, as violet shadows pooled beneath a bridge of woven branches, he heard a whimper. There, trapped beneath a fallen log slick with glowing lichen, was a creature no larger than a hare, with fur like spun starlight and eyes like molten copper. Its wing, delicate and iridescent as a dragonfly's, was pinned. "Hold still," Leo whispered, heaving the log aside. The creature trembled but didn't flee as Leo gently freed its wing, using a strip of his scarf as a bandage. "I'm Leo." "Thistle," came the reply, not in words, but as a vibration in Leo's mind, soft as dandelion fluff. Thistle was a Glimmerkin, a guardian of forest memories. "The song you carry, it's a key, and a cry for help." The music box, Thistle explained, belonged to the heartwood, the oldest tree at the forest's core, where all living memories were woven into its roots. But the heartwood was fading, poisoned by a creeping gloom that silenced its songs. Thistle's kin had scattered, unable to endure the spreading sorrow. "The music box calls you because you listen," Thistle hummed, nuzzling Leo's hand. "Human hearts are loud, but yours is quiet, kind." Their journey became a pilgrimage through wonders and perils. They crossed meadows where flowers chimed when brushed, guided by fireflies who arranged themselves into constellations only Thistle could read. They outwitted a trickster stream that tried to lure them into its depths with reflections of home, and Leo shared his last oat cake with a family of moss-furred voles who gifted him a compass carved from acorn wood. Yet always the gloom followed, a suffocating mist that withered petals and turned cheerful brooks sluggish and gray. Thistle's wing healed slowly, but their bond deepened. Leo learned to hear the forest's whispers, the ache in an elm's bark, the joy in a sun-warmed rock. He realized the music box didn't just play a song, it echoed the forest's heartbeat, growing fainter each day. When they reached the heartwood, Leo's breath caught. The great tree towered like a cathedral, but its leaves hung limp, silver veins dulled to light. The gloom coiled thick around its roots, whispering lies. You are forgotten, your song is dust. Thistle shivered. It feeds on loneliness. Then Leo saw them, dozens of Glimmerkin, huddled in the high branches, their light dimmed by fear. They've forgotten how to hope, Thistle mourned. Leo clutched the music box. Its song was now a threadbare whisper. He knew what he had to do. Climbing onto a root as wide as a wagon, Leo opened the box. Instead of letting the song drift, he did what felt natural. He sang back. Softly at first, then stronger, weaving his own memories into the melody. Grandmother's laughter as she kneaded dough, the voles sharing their berries, Thistle's trust when he'd bandaged the wing. The Glimmerkin stirred. One by one they fluttered down, adding their own light to his song. A memory of spring sap rising, another of a fawn's first steps. Thistle nestled against Leo's neck, humming the memory of their meeting. Together their voices became a tapestry of shared moments, bright and defiant. The gloom recoiled, hissing. No one stays, no one cares. But the tapestry glowed brighter, a net of connection cast over the heartwood. Where light touched the roots, the poison cracked and fell away like dead bark. New leaves unfurled, not silver, but vibrant gold, ringing like tiny bells. The music box's song swelled, no longer lonely, but a chorus. As dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, the heartwood's voice resonated through the forest, rich and clear. You reminded us, it murmured to Leo, not in words, but in the scent of blooming night-blooming jasmine and the warmth that soaked into his bones. Guardianship is not solitary, it is a chorus. The journey back felt shorter. Paths Leo hadn't seen before opened, sun-dappled and welcoming. At the forest's edge, Thistle nuzzled his cheek. The key stays with you, they hummed, nodding at the music box. Play it when the world feels quiet, we'll hear. Leo emerged from the whispering woods as the village stirred. The music box, tucked in his pocket, was silent now, unless he listened with his heart. Back in grandmother's cottage, she studied him over her teacup. You've grown, little sparrow, she said, her eyes crinkling. The woods gave you wisdom. That night, Leo placed the music box on his windowsill. Moonlight kissed the carvings as he lifted the lid. No silver threads floated out, but the melody returned, sweeter, fuller. And if he closed his eyes, he could feel it. Thistle's wings humming in harmony atop the heartwood, the voles pattering through ferns, the ancient oaks swaying in contentment. He understood now what the forest had taught him. That courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to sing into the silence. That friendship could be as unexpected as a starlit creature trusting a human hand. And that the deepest magic wasn't in hidden worlds, but in the quiet act of listening, to the earth, to others, to the hopeful song inside oneself. As sleep tugged at him, Leo smiled. Outside, the wind rustled the leaves of the whispering woods, carrying a new sound to any who might be listening, not a warning, but an invitation, soft as a heartbeat and bright as a Glimmerkin's wings. And far away, beneath a canopy of golden leaves, a tiny guardian hummed back. Story 2. Leo had always been quieter than the rustle of autumn leaves, a boy who found comfort in the shadowed corners of his bustling village. While other children chased each other through the cobblestone streets, Leo would slip away to Whisperwood Forest, where ancient oaks stood like patient giants guarding secrets. It was there, one crisp October afternoon, that he discovered the mossy stone hidden behind a waterfall's shimmering curtain, a stone etched with a spiraling symbol that glowed faintly beneath his fingertips. When he traced it, the waterfall parted like liquid silk, revealing a tunnel veined with bioluminescent roots that pulsed with soft, blue light. The hidden world beyond was called Lumara, a realm where trees grew crystalline leaves that chimed in the breeze, and rivers flowed with liquid starlight. Yet Lumara was fading. The Heartstone, a radiant orb that sustained its magic, had been stolen, leaving the once vibrant flora wilted and the air thick with sorrow. Leo's guide was Pip, a creature no taller than his knee, with fur like dandelion fluff and wings that hummed like sleepy bees. Pip explained that Lumara's fate rested on finding the Heartstone before the next full moon, when the veil between worlds would thin and the forest's magic would vanish forever. Their journey led them through valleys where flowers sang lullabies and over hills where stones whispered forgotten tales. Leo, who had always struggled to speak his thoughts, found his voice calming a river of molten amber by singing a melody his grandmother had taught him. The river stilled, forming stepping stones of cooled gold. In the Mistweaver marshes, where fog twisted into deceptive shapes, Pip's small wings grew tired. Leo carried him, learning that friendship meant sharing burdens without hesitation. The thief, they discovered, was not a villain, but a lonely shadowkin named Nox. Shunned by both humans and Lumerians for his Inkai shifting form, he had taken the Heartstone hoping its warmth would ease his eternal chill. Cornered in a cavern of weeping quartz, Nox cradled the stone, his form flickering like a dying candle. "I just wanted to feel less alone," he murmured, tears like liquid obsidian tracing his cheeks. Instead of demanding the Heartstone, Leo sat beside him, offering half his woolen scarf. "Cold is easier with company," he said softly. As Nox's icy edges softened, the cavern filled with the scent of petrichor and pine, a sign of Lumara's gratitude. Together they returned the Heartstone to its altar in the glade of echoes. Light erupted in a symphony of colors, healing the land. Crystalline leaves unfurled, and starlight rivers blazed anew. Nox, no longer shivering, chose to stay in Lumara as its guardian. Pip gifted Leo an acorn that glowed with captured moonlight, a reminder that courage blooms in quiet hearts. When Leo slipped back through the waterfall, the village seemed unchanged, but he carried Lumara's wisdom inside him. He spoke up in class, his words clear and kind. He befriended the shy girl who sat alone, wrapping her in his spare scarf. Years later, as a man, Leo would bring his own children to Whisperwood. He'd show them the mossy stone, the hidden tunnel, and the acorn that still glimmered on his windowsill. "The greatest magic," he'd whisper, "isn't in glowing stones or singing rivers. It's in the warmth we choose to share." And in the hush of twilight, the forest would sigh in agreement, its leaves chiming a lullaby of homecoming. Story 3. The salt-kissed breeze whispered through the window of Finn's small room, carrying the familiar scent of the sea and the distant cry of gulls. Below, the village of Seabrook slept, a collection of cozy cottages nestled against the cliffs like barnacles on a great gray whale. Finn, however, lay awake. A strange restlessness, like the pull of a hidden tide, had settled in his chest. It wasn't sadness exactly, but a quiet yearning, a feeling that something important was just out of reach. He traced the worn pattern on his quilt, a design of interlocking spirals his grandmother had stitched long ago. "Like the path of the stars, my Finn," she used to say, her voice soft as sea foam. "Always turning, always connected." The next morning the feeling persisted. While helping Old Man Hemlock tidy the village library, a haven of dusty shelves and sun-warmed wooden floors smelling of paper and beeswax, Finn's gaze drifted to a high, shadowed corner. Something gleamed faintly, catching a stray sunbeam. Curious, he carefully retrieved a long, cylindrical object wrapped in faded blue velvet. It was surprisingly heavy, cool to the touch. Unwrapping it revealed a telescope unlike any he'd seen. Its brass body was intricately engraved with constellations Finn recognized, and others he didn't, swirling patterns that seemed to dance beneath his fingertips. At its base, set into the metal, was a smooth, milky white stone, cool and humming with a faint, almost imperceptible warmth. "Ah," sighed Old Man Hemlock, his spectacles perched precariously on his nose. "The stargazer's glass, haven't seen that in many a tide turn." He settled into his creaky armchair, the scent of pipe tobacco clinging to his worn jumper. Belonged to your great-great-grandmother, Elowen. She wasn't just a fisherwoman, young Finn. She was Seabrook's keeper of skies. Finn listened, spellbound, as Hemlock spun a tale. Generations ago, Finn's ancestors weren't just villagers, they were the stargazers. They didn't merely navigate by the stars, they listened to them, understood their rhythms, their whispers carried on the night wind. They tracked the subtle shifts in constellations, the dance of comets, reading the heavens like a vast, celestial map. This knowledge wasn't for power, Hemlock explained gently, his voice as soothing as the crackle of the small library fire, but for harmony. They knew when the tides would shift unusually, when the herring would run thick, when the first frost would kiss the cliffs. They guided the village in rhythm with the universe itself. The glass, Hemlock tapped the telescope lovingly, was her tool. That stone, moonstone, washed ashore in a time beyond memory. It said to hold the light of 1,000 moons, helping the stargazer see not just distant stars, but the threads that connect them and connect us. The yearning in Finn's chest deepened into a profound pull. That night, under a sky thick with diamonds, he carried the stargazer's glass to the highest cliff, Whisper Point. The air was crisp and cool, filled with the rhythmic sigh of waves below and the chirping of crickets hidden in the grass. Setting the telescope on a smooth rock worn by time and wind, Finn peered through the eyepiece. The world shifted. The stars didn't just brighten, they pulsed with soft, internal light. Nebulae swirled like luminous watercolor paintings. And then he saw them faint, shimmering threads of silvery light, stretching from star to star, forming intricate, ever-shifting patterns. They didn't just connect the stars. Finn gasped as he saw delicate threads gently touching the cliffs, the sea, the sleeping village below, and himself. A warm, golden thread seemed to emanate from his own heart, connecting him to the telescope, to the moonstone, and stretching back, faint but unbroken, towards the village he called home. As he watched, mesmerized, a feeling washed over him, warm and deep as the ocean itself. It wasn't just seeing the threads, it was understanding. He understood his grandmother's spirals, the endless connection. He understood his restlessness, it was the call of his blood, the echo of Elowen's watchful gaze. The legacy wasn't about grand magic or controlling the tides. It was about quiet observation, deep respect, and understanding one's place within a vast, beautiful, interconnected whole. The past lesson whispered on the wind. True belonging comes from seeing the connections, not just to people, but to the land, the sea, the sky, and the history that flowed through your veins like starlight. Over the following weeks, Finn returned to Whisper Point. He learned the names of forgotten constellations etched on the glass. He tracked the slow journey of a wandering planet, feeling a kinship with his ancestors who had done the same. He noticed how the silver threads shimmered brighter when the herring boats returned full, or when the first spring flowers bloomed on the cliffs. He began to see patterns, subtle shifts in the celestial tapestry that mirrored the rhythms of Seabrook. He mentioned the unusually thick seaweed washing ashore to the fisherfolk, recalling a similar pattern noted in Elowen's faint, water-stained journal he found tucked away. It helped them prepare their nets differently. One evening, the village gathered for the midsummer bonfire on the beach. Driftwood flames leaped towards the star-strewn sky, casting dancing shadows on smiling faces. The air was filled with the scent of wood smoke, roasting marshmallows and salt. Children laughed, chasing sparks. Music, a fiddle, and a softly beaten drum wove through the night. Finn stood slightly apart, near the water's edge, the stargazer's glass beside him. He didn't need to look through it tonight. He simply gazed upwards. He saw the familiar constellations, brighter than ever. He saw the silvery threads, faintly visible even to his naked eye now that he knew to look, connecting the fire's sparks to the stars above, connecting the laughing children to the generations before them who had danced on this same shore, connecting the rhythm of the drum to the heartbeat of the waves. He felt the warm pulse of the moonstone against his leg, a comforting anchor. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a profound stillness, a deep, resonant peace. He wasn't just Finn of Seabrook anymore. He was Finn, descendant of Aloin, a small but conscious stitch in the vast, shimmering tapestry woven by time, nature, and starlight. He belonged not just to the village, but to the cliffs, the sea, the sky, and the quiet, watchful legacy of the stargazers. The warmth of the fire, the cool sand beneath his feet, the endless murmur of the ocean, the brilliant sweep of the Milky Way above it all flowed into him, a symphony of belonging. He closed his eyes, breathing in the night, feeling the gentle tug of the golden thread within him, connecting him to everything. And in that moment, under the watchful ancient stars, Finn felt perfectly, peacefully home. The past and the present held hands under the infinite sky, and he was cradled gently in their embrace, ready for dreams woven with starlight and the soft sigh of the sea. Story 4. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where twilight lingered a little longer than anywhere else, painting the sky in soft lavender and peach each evening. Cobbled streets wound between cottages with thatched roofs that glowed warmly beneath the light of enchanted firefly lanterns, and the air always smelled faintly of baking bread and sweet moonflowers. Young Ben, with eyes like curious stars and a head full of questions, loved Willowbrook, especially the nightly dance of the fireflies. They weren't ordinary insects, their light pulsed with a gentle, warm magic, weaving patterns in the dusk that told old stories and kept the night peaceful. But lately a quiet unease had settled over the village. Each night as the fireflies began their luminous ballet, a strange thing happened. Not all of them took flight. Whole clusters of the lanterns, particularly those hanging near the old stone bridge and the whispering willow tree, simply winked out. Not extinguished like a candle, but vanished entirely, leaving patches of unnerving darkness. The remaining fireflies flickered nervously, their patterns jumbled and anxious. The cozy warmth of the Willowbrook evenings felt thinner, touched by an unexpected chill. Ben noticed it first. He'd been watching the fireflies near the bridge, sketching their intricate light paths in his notebook, when a whole group simply disappeared. One moment they were there, swirling like golden dust motes, the next gone. Only a faint, cool spot remained in the air where they'd been. "That's peculiar," Ben murmured, rubbing his arms against a sudden shiver that had nothing to do with the temperature. The next evening, Ben sat on a mossy stump near Old Man Hemlock's cottage. Hemlock wasn't truly old, but his wisdom felt ancient, earned from years tending his magical garden, where herbs whispered secrets and sunflowers turned their faces to the moon. Ben described the vanishing fireflies, the sudden disappearance, the patches of cold air, the anxious flickering of the others. Hemlock rumbled, stroking his silver-streaked beard. He offered Ben a steaming mug of moonflower tea that smelled like comfort. "Vanishing lights and pockets of chill, that's not mischief. Fireflies are creatures of warmth and gentle magic. Something is troubling them deeply." He gazed thoughtfully towards the bridge. "The cold spots tell me, young Ben, did you notice anything else? Anything at all, however small?" Ben closed his eyes, picturing the moments before the vanishings. Just before they went, the air shimmered, like heat haze on a summer road, but cold, and he frowned, concentrating. There was a sound, very soft, like tiny crystals tinkling together. Hemlock's eyes lit up. Crystals tinkling, cold shimmering air. Ben, that's the key. That's not just an absence of light, that's the signature of something else entirely. Something that thrives on cold and stillness. He tapped his mug thoughtfully. "I suspect we have visitors, not unwelcome, but perhaps lost and causing unintended trouble." Ben felt a thrill of curiosity, not fear. "Visitors, what kind?" "Patience, young observer," Hemlock smiled. "The best way to understand a mystery is to observe it closely. Tonight we watch, but we watch quietly with open hearts and keen eyes. Bring your notebook, Ben, and wear your warmest socks. As dusk painted Willowbrook in deepening blues, Ben and Hemlock positioned themselves near the whispering willow, its long, silvery leaves brushing the ground like curtains. They sat on a thick, soft blanket Hemlock had brought, sipping more moonflower tea. The air grew still. The usual comforting chirp of night crickets seemed hushed. The fireflies began to emerge, their lights hesitant at first, then slowly gaining confidence, weaving their familiar patterns. Ben watched, his senses heightened. He felt the soft moss beneath him, smelled the damp earth and the faint sweetness of Hemlock's pipe smoke, a blend of calming lavender and dreaming thyme. He listened intently beyond the soft rustle of the willow leaves. Then, near the base of the great tree, the air began to shimmer. It wasn't a heat haze, it was a cold shimmer, like frost forming on a window pane. The temperature dipped sharply. Ben shivered and saw his breath mist in the suddenly frigid air. A cluster of fireflies hovered nearby, their lights pulsing rapidly. The cold shimmer intensified, and Ben heard it the faintest, most delicate tinkle-tinkle, like minuscule wind chimes made of ice. And then, as the shimmer enveloped them, the fireflies vanished. Not a trace remained, only a lingering pocket of profound cold. They didn't fly away, Ben whispered, awed. They were pulled in, like stepping behind a curtain. Exactly, Hemlock murmured, his voice barely a breath. Now look closer, at the ground, right where the shimmer was strongest. Ben peered through the gloom. At first, he saw nothing. Then, as his eyes adjusted, he saw it. Tiny, almost invisible specks glistening on the moss like minuscule dewdrops, but they didn't reflect light. They seemed to absorb it, holding a cold, internal gleam. He carefully picked one up on the tip of his finger. It was intensely cold, like a pinprick of winter. Frost, he breathed. Frost seeds, Hemlock corrected softly. Left behind by our visitors, they are frost sprites, tiny, shy creatures of the high, cold mountains. They travel on the night winds, drawn to places of deep peace and gentle magic, like Willowbrook. But why are they taking the fireflies? Ben asked, bewildered. Are they eating them? Hemlock chuckled, a low, warm sound. Oh no, nothing so grim. Frost sprites are delicate. They thrive in cold, but too much cold even for them can be dangerous. They need warmth to survive their long journeys, especially when they venture far from their icy homes. But they cannot generate it themselves. They seek out sources of gentle, pure warmth to borrow. Ben's eyes widened. The fireflies, their light is warm. Precisely, Hemlock nodded. The firefly's magic isn't just light, it's comforting, sustaining warmth. The sprites aren't stealing them to harm them. They're enveloping them, like wrapping themselves in a warm, glowing blanket to survive the night. The fireflies are unharmed, merely temporarily relocated into the sprite's pocket of cold air. They reappear when the sprite moves on, often confused but unhurt. Ben thought of the anxious flickering, the jumbled patterns. But the fireflies are scared, and their light is missing from the village. Indeed, Hemlock agreed. The sprites mean no harm, but they are causing distress. They don't understand the fireflies are part of Willowbrook's heart. They only know they need warmth. We need to find a solution that helps both. Ben looked down at the frost seed melting on his fingertip, leaving only a cool dampness. An idea sparked. What if we gave them warmth? Warmth that isn't the fireflies. Hemlock raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Go on. Your garden, Master Hemlock, the sunstone pebbles. They glow with stored sunlight, and they're always warm to the touch. Hemlock's face broke into a wide smile. Ben, that is inspired, simple, kind, and perfectly fitting. The sunstone pebbles were smooth stones he kept nestled among his sun-loving herbs, absorbing sunlight all day to release a gentle, soothing warmth all night. We can create welcoming spots, offering warmth freely. That night, instead of hiding, Ben and Hemlock worked under the soft moonlight. They gathered smooth, palm-sized sunstone pebbles from the garden, each radiating a comforting, golden heat. Near the old stone bridge, beneath the whispering willow, and in other spots where the vanishings occurred, they carefully arranged the pebbles in small circles on beds of soft moss. They left little offerings, 2 drops of honeydew on petals, tiny crumbs of sweet oatcake, hoping to attract the shy sprites. The next evening, Willowbrook held its breath. The fireflies emerged, their lights still flickering nervously. Ben and Hemlock watched from Hemlock's cottage window, sipping their moonflower tea. Dusk deepened. The air near the willow shimmered coldly again. The tinkle-tinkle sounded. Ben held his breath. The shimmer hovered near the willow's roots, but then it drifted sideways, away from the hovering fireflies. It settled over one of the circles of sunstone pebbles Ben had arranged. The pebbles glowed brighter as the cold air touched them, their stored warmth radiating outwards. The shimmer pulsed, the tinkling sound changing, becoming softer, almost contented. The shimmer lingered there, bathing in the offered warmth, but no fireflies vanished. The cluster nearby calmed, their lights pulsing steadily once more, weaving their beautiful, peaceful patterns in the velvet night. A soft sigh of relief seemed to pass through the village. More cold shimmers appeared near the bridge, by the baker's cottage chimney, each one drawn to the welcoming glow of the sunstone pebbles. The fireflies, reassured, filled the night with their full, luminous dance. The cozy warmth returned, deeper and sweeter than before, now holding a new, subtle layer of frost-kissed magic. Ben watched, a warm feeling spreading through his chest that had nothing to do with the tea. He saw, as his eyes adjusted to the interplay of light and cold, the faintest outlines within the shimmering patches, tiny, graceful figures no bigger than his thumb, glittering like intricate ice sculptures, curled contentedly around the warm stones. They were beautiful, fragile, and utterly peaceful. The mystery was solved. Not with fear or force, but with observation, understanding, and a simple act of kindness. The frost sprites found the warmth they needed without causing distress. The fireflies kept their place in Willowbrook's heart. And Ben learned a gentle lesson. Sometimes the things that seem like trouble are just lost souls needing a little help to find their way, and a solution can be as warm and simple as a sun-warmed stone offered freely. That night, as Ben lay in his cozy bed, listening to the comforting chirp of crickets restored and watching the steady, golden dance of fireflies outside his window, he felt a deep sense of peace. He drifted off to sleep, dreaming of shimmering cold and warm, glowing stones, knowing that in Willowbrook, even the quietest mysteries were solved with friendship and a caring heart. And somewhere high above the thatched roofs, tiny sprites, wrapped in borrowed warmth, continued their silent journey under the starlit sky, carrying a little piece of Willowbrook's kindness with them. The village slept, wrapped in its restored magic, cozy and complete once more. Story 5. Leo had always been a quiet boy, content to wander the mossy paths of Willowbrook Hollow, where the air smelled of damp earth and pine needles. His pockets perpetually bulged with treasures, a speckled stone, a fallen acorn cap, a curl of birch bark. But one misty morning, beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, he found something different. It was a compass, its brass surface tarnished green with age, nestled in a cradle of velvety moss. When Leo brushed away the dirt, the needle didn't point north. Instead, it quivered and spun, finally settling in the direction of Whisperwood Forest, a place villagers avoided, saying it was too full of echoes. Curiosity prickled like static in Leo's fingertips. As he stepped into Whisperwood, the compass grew warm in his palm. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dusty gold shafts, illuminating motes that danced like tiny fairies. The needle tugged him deeper, past ferns that unfurled like green trumpets and over brooks that giggled over smooth stones. That's when he met Thistle, a badger with fur like smoked silver and eyes that held the patience of centuries. Thistle spoke in low, rumbling tones, his words measured and wise. "Lost things call to lost things, little wanderer," he said, nosing a mushroom. "Your compass seeks what the forest has forgotten." Further along, a flash of sapphire darted overhead, a bluebird named Pip, whose wings hummed with restless energy. "Ooh, a seeker," she chirruped, landing on Leo's shoulder. "I know every treetop and cloud from here to the stony mountains, but mind the sighing river, it's awfully grumpy lately." Pip's chatter was a bright counterpoint to Thistle's calm, her feathers brushing Leo's cheek like soft velvet. The compass led them to the sighing river, wide and sluggish, its waters choked with sludgy reeds and a film of iridescent scum. On its bank sat the river nymph, her hair woven from weeping willows, her eyes reflecting the murky water. "No one crosses," she murmured, her voice like stones rubbing together. "My heart is bound to this river, and it grows sicker each day. Until it flows clear, the bridge remains hidden." She gestured to a tangle of thorns, where only the faintest shimmer hinted at stones beneath. Leo's first thought was to pull the reeds free by force, but Thistle nudged his hand gently. "Rushing scatters wisdom like startled birds," the badger advised. Pip fluttered anxiously. "I saw a glittery fish downstream. They nibble gunk, but they're trapped behind fallen rocks." Leo knelt, the compass pulsing warmly against his skin. It wasn't pointing at the river, it was pointing at the nymph's sorrow. "What if," he said slowly, "we help the fish reach the sickness? And Thistle, you know which roots purify water, don't you?" The nymph's eyes widened like moonlit pools. With a flick of her wrist, thorny vines retreated, revealing moss-slick stepping stones, the bridge's bones. Pip zipped downstream, guiding Leo to where boulders pinned a school of tiny, diamond-scaled fish. Thistle showed Leo how to wedge sturdy branches as levers. "Slowly, little wanderer," he rumbled. "Strength lies in balance, not in heaving." Together, they shifted the rocks just enough. The fish darted upstream, their bodies glowing as they devoured the sludge. Meanwhile, Thistle unearthed pungent ginger roots and tangy watercress, which Leo planted along the banks. "These will drink the poison," Thistle explained. Days passed. Leo slept on beds of clover, woke to Pip's dawn songs, and shared stories with Thistle under star-speckled skies. Slowly, the river brightened from murky brown to clear amber. One morning, the nymph's laughter bubbled like a fresh spring. "The bridge is yours," she cried, and the stones rose fully, carpeted in emerald moss. The compass needle spun wildly now, pulling Leo across to a hidden grove where sunlight pooled like liquid honey. There, on a pedestal of intertwined roots, lay a single seed, no larger than a pea, but pulsing with soft, golden light. As Leo cradled it, understanding bloomed within him. This seed was Whisperwood's forgotten heart, buried when fear made villagers turn away. "Plant it where the shadows linger longest," Thistle advised. Leo chose a blighted patch near Willowbrook's edge, where flowers withered and trees hunched like old men. He dug a small hole, the earth cool and yielding. The moment the seed touched soil, roots shot downward and a sapling spiraled upward, its bark silver-white, its leaves shimmering like captured starlight. Where its shadow fell, grass greened, violets unfurled, and bent trees straightened with sighs of relief. Returning home, Leo found the compass cool and still in his pocket, its needle pointing firmly north. But the magic hadn't faded. It had settled inside him, a quiet knowing that true discovery wasn't in seeking wonders, but in mending what was broken with gentle hands and open hearts. Pip nested in the new tree's branches, her songs sweeter than ever, while Thistle visited often, his wisdom now woven into Willowbrook's whispers. And on still nights, when Leo pressed his ear to the silver tree's trunk, He heard it, the soft, steady heartbeat of a forest remembered, a lullaby of roots and starlight, assuring him that even the smallest kindness could grow a world of wonder. Story 6. The rain tapped its gentle fingers against the attic window pane, a soft rhythm that always made young Oliver feel the house was humming a lullaby. Up here, amidst dust motes dancing in the slanted afternoon light and forgotten trunks smelling of cedar and thyme, he felt most at peace. Today, however, the air held a different charge, a whisper of something waiting. Nestled beneath a moth-eaten quilt patterned with faded stars, Oliver's fingers brushed against something cold and smooth. Not the usual rough wood or brittle paper, but metal. He carefully pulled it free. It was a pocket watch, larger than his palm, surprisingly heavy. Its brass casing was tarnished, etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift when he tilted it, like vines growing in moonlight. The glass face was cloudy, the hands still. Yet as Oliver held it, a faint warmth seeped into his skin, and a low, resonant hum filled the quiet attic, harmonizing with the rain's song. Intrigued, he traced the intricate engravings with his thumb. Suddenly, the cloudy glass cleared. Instead of numbers or hands, it swirled with colors not paint, but light, deep blues and vibrant greens, shifting like liquid jewels. And within the colors, faint, shimmering images flickered, a flash of sunlight on water, a blur of red hair that looked familiar, the comforting shape of Mrs. Thimblebee's cottage down the lane. Oliver gasped. The image shifted again, showing a path winding into the whispering woods beyond the village, a path he'd never noticed before, dappled with golden light. A feeling, warm and insistent, bloomed in his chest. Follow the light. It wasn't a voice, more like an understanding settling into his bones. This watch, this ordinary-seeming object, held extraordinary secrets. It showed memories, but not just his own. It showed possibilities. A path. Holding the watch carefully, Oliver crept downstairs. He found his neighbor, Mrs. Thimbleby, rocking in her favorite armchair by her hearth, knitting needles clicking softly. She was the village's unofficial keeper of stories and remedies, her eyes as kind as they were observant. Her cottage always smelled of lavender and baking bread. Mrs. Thimbleby, Oliver whispered, holding out the watch. Look what I found. She peered over her spectacles, her needles pausing. Her gaze lingered on the swirling colors within the glass. Ah, she breathed, a knowing smile touching her lips. The weaver's watch, I'd heard whispers of it, tucked away for someone who listens more than they shout. A rare thing that, it shows threads, Oliver. Threads of memory, threads of feeling, threads of paths not yet taken. It showed me a path in the whispering woods, Oliver said, pointing to the image shimmering within the glass. It feels important. Mrs. Thimbleby nodded slowly. Important things often feel that way, and the woods have their own whispers, but journeys like this, she tapped the watch gently, seldom go best alone. They require companions who see differently. She glanced towards the door where her ancient, shaggy sheepdog, Rusty, lay snoring softly on a worn rug. Rusty's nose knows the woods better than any map, and his heart knows kindness. As if summoned, Rusty lifted his head, his tail thumping the floor. He ambled over, his warm, whiskery snout nudging Oliver's hand, his brown eyes full of gentle curiosity. He sniffed the watch and gave a soft, rumbling woof that sounded like agreement. Feeling braver with Rusty's warm bulk beside him and the watch humming softly in his pocket, Oliver stepped out into the damp afternoon. The rain had eased to a mist, veiling the village in soft gray. The watch grew warmer against his leg as they approached the edge of the whispering woods. True to its vision, a narrow, moss-covered path appeared, winding between ancient oaks whose bark felt like cool, rough velvet beneath Oliver's fingertips. The air smelled of damp earth, crushed ferns, and something sweet, like wild cinnamon. Rusty took the lead, his nose twitching, tail held high like a furry banner. The deeper they went, the more the woods seemed to breathe. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in shifting golden pools, illuminating carpets of emerald moss and delicate ferns unfurling like green lace. The watch hummed steadily, its glass now showing glimpses of the path ahead, guiding them around gnarled roots and over chuckling brooks. Oliver felt a sense of wonder unfurling inside him, quiet but strong, like a seedling pushing towards the light. Suddenly Rusty stopped, a low growl rumbling in his chest. The path ended abruptly at the edge of a wide, still pool. The water was ink-black and unnaturally calm, reflecting the darkening sky. Spanning the pool was a bridge, or rather, the ruins of one. Only crumbling stone pillars remained at either end, the middle section having long since vanished beneath the dark water. The watch vibrated intensely in Oliver's pocket. Its glass swirled violently, showing only the dark pool and the broken bridge. The warm feeling was replaced by a chill. This was the challenge. "How do we cross, Rusty?" Oliver murmured, his voice small in the vast quiet. Rusty whined softly, nosing the crumbling stone at the edge. A soft rustling came from the bushes nearby. Oliver tensed, but instead of something frightening, a small creature emerged. It looked like a squirrel, but its fur shimmered with hints of emerald and gold, and its large, intelligent eyes held the deep green of ancient forests. It chittered softly, tilting its head at Oliver and the watch. "Hello," Oliver whispered, kneeling slowly. The creature didn't flee. It scampered closer, its tiny paws pattering on the moss. It pointed a delicate claw towards the dark pool, then back to the watch Oliver now held in his open palm. The watch's swirling colors calmed, focusing into an image, not of the broken bridge, but of the pool itself, reflecting not the sky, but memories. He saw a joyful splash, children laughing, sunlight dancing on ripples, a memory of the bridge hole, and the pool bright and welcoming. The shimmering squirrel chittered again, a sound like dry leaves skittering. It pointed insistently at the water's surface. Show it, Oliver realized. The watch didn't just show memories, it could share them. The challenge wasn't about building a new bridge or finding a way around. It was about reminding the pool of what it once held. Wisdom, not force. Taking a deep breath of the cool, pine-scented air, Oliver knelt by the water's edge. Rusty sat beside him, a comforting warmth. The little forest spirit watched intently. Oliver focused on the watch, letting the joyful memory of the splashing children, the sunlight on water, fill his mind. He poured his own feeling of wonder at the woods, the kindness of Mrs. Thimbleby, the loyalty of Rusty, into the image. The watch grew warm, almost hot, and the swirling colors within pulsed brightly. Slowly, carefully, Oliver dipped the watch face towards the black water, not touching it, but letting its light spill onto the surface. Like ink dispersing in milk, the darkness began to recede where the light touched. The joyful image from the watch shimmered on the water's surface, the laughing children, the sparkling ripples. The memory wasn't just seen, it was felt. The air around the pool warmed slightly. The unnatural stillness broke as a gentle ripple spread outwards from the light. Where the memory light touched the dark water, something incredible happened. Instead of water, a path of solid, shimmering light began to form, stretching from their side of the pool to the crumbled pillar on the other side. It was like walking on solidified sunshine, warm and firm beneath their feet. The bridge of memory. Rusty gave a happy bark. The little forest spirit chittered excitedly. Heart pounding with awe, Oliver stepped onto the light bridge. It felt warm and resilient, humming softly like the watch itself. Rusty padded confidently beside him, his tail wagging. Halfway across, Oliver paused and looked back. The little creature was still there, watching. Oliver bowed his head in thanks. The creature dipped its head in return, then vanished into the ferns with a final flash of emerald fur. They reached the other side safely. As Oliver stepped onto the mossy bank, the light bridge dissolved back into the water, which now reflected the twilight sky with a serene, deep blue clarity, no longer black and forbidding. The challenge was overcome not by might, but by sharing the light of shared joy and forgotten beauty. The watch hummed contentedly. Its glass now showed the path continuing deeper into the woods, leading towards a soft, silver glow. They followed, the scent of night-blooming flowers filling the air. The path opened into a small clearing where moonlight streamed down, illuminating a single ancient oak. Nestled within its vast roots, glowing with its own soft, internal light, was a large, perfectly formed acorn. It pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. The watch grew warm again, its glass showing the acorn, then an image of the village, looking tired and gray. Oliver understood. This was the source of the wood's fading whispers, its waning magic. It needed to be returned, shared. He approached the oak tree, its bark cool and deeply furrowed under his hand. He carefully lifted the glowing acorn. It felt warm and alive, vibrating softly. As he held it, a wave of profound peace washed over him, a connection to the rustling leaves, the sighing wind, the very earth beneath his feet. He felt changed, filled with a quiet understanding of hidden connections and the gentle power of memory and kindness. The journey back felt lighter. The whispering woods seemed to sigh contentedly around them, the rustling leaves sounding like soft applause. Rusty trotted happily, occasionally stopping to sniff a particularly interesting patch of moss. The watch guided them unerringly back to the village path. Mrs. Thimbleby was waiting on her porch, her knitting forgotten in her lap, a lantern casting a warm circle of light in the gathering dusk. She smiled as they approached. Oliver held out the glowing acorn. Without a word, she took it, her eyes bright. She carried it to the small, tired-looking oak sapling struggling in her front garden. Kneeling, she gently buried the glowing acorn at its roots. As the earth settled, a soft, silver light pulsed from the spot, washing over the sapling. Its leaves unfurled a richer green, its branches seemed to straighten with new vigor. A wave of that same peaceful energy, sweet as honeysuckle and cool as a mountain stream, rippled outwards through the village. Lights in windows seemed brighter, the evening air felt cleaner, filled with the chirping of crickets that sounded more melodious than before. The watch in Oliver's pocket gave one final, soft hum and fell silent. The swirling colors faded, leaving behind a clear glass face with ordinary, unmoving hands. The magic had done its work. Back in Mrs. Thimbleby's cozy cottage, the fire crackling merrily, Oliver sat on the rug with Rusty's head resting warmly in his lap. He held the now ordinary pocket watch, its brass cool again. "It showed me things, Mrs. Thimbleby," Oliver said softly, stroking Rusty's soft ears. "Memories, paths, feelings, and it helped the woods." "Ah, the best magic often does," she replied, pouring warm milk into mugs. "It helps us see what's already there, what connects us. The memories we share, the kindness we show, the paths we walk together, that's the real wonder, Oliver. The watch was just a key, helping you listen." She handed him a mug. The scent of vanilla and cinnamon filled the air. "You listened well, and you shared the light." Oliver looked at the watch. Though its extraordinary magic had faded, it felt precious. It held the memory of the journey, of Rusty's steady presence, the little forest spirit's guidance, Mrs. Thimbleby's wisdom, and the feeling of walking on light. It was a reminder that the most extraordinary secrets are often held by the quietest things, and the greatest journeys change us not through force, but through the gentle courage of listening, understanding, and sharing kindness. As the fire crackled and Rusty sighed contentedly, Oliver felt a deep sense of comfort settle over him, warm as the mug in his hands. The ordinary world outside, now touched by the wood's renewed whisper, held a quiet, extraordinary magic he knew he would always carry within him. The watch ticked softly once, a gentle echo of the heartbeats of friendship and the enduring pulse of wonder, lulling him towards peaceful dreams. Story 7. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where morning mist clung to the river like silver lace. Chimneys puffed wood smoke into crisp autumn air, and golden leaves carpeted the lanes between cottages with thatched roofs. It was a place where teacups never grew cold and garden gates squeaked friendly greetings. But lately a curious unease had settled over the villagers. Small, precious things were vanishing overnight. Young Finn noticed it first when her grandmother's favorite thimble disappeared from the knitting basket. "It was right here by the window last night," Gran murmured, her fingers tracing the empty spot on the mantelpiece. Then old Mr. Burrow's spectacles vanished from his workshop bench. Miss Alara's prize-winning rose quartz crystal, kept on her windowsill to catch the dawn light, simply wasn't there one morning. Each loss was small, a smooth river stone, a copper button, a carved wooden bird, but their absence left little holes in the village's warmth. Finn, with her patchwork satchel and observant gray eyes, decided to investigate. Her companion was a hedgehog named Pippin, whose quills shimmered with dewdrop magic when moonlight touched them. "We need clues, Pip," Finn whispered as they walked the cobbled path to the village square. "Things don't just disappear." Pippin snuffled in agreement, his nose twitching toward the mossy stone well. Their first clue came unexpectedly. Near Miss Alara's garden gate, Finn spotted a tiny, iridescent scale no larger than a ladybug's wing, clinging to a lavender stem. It glimmered like a ballon shell when Finn held it to the light. "Not from any bird or butterfly I know," she mused. Pippin nudged her ankle, directing her gaze to the old oak at the meadow's edge. There high in the branches lived Arion, a barn owl whose feathers held starlight and whose wisdom was as deep as the forest roots. That evening Finn climbed the rope ladder to Arion's hollow. Moonlight spilled through the knothole entrance, illuminating scrolls of dried herbs and maps of constellations pinned to the wood. Arion tilted his head, eyes like liquid amber. "Lost things, young seeker," he hooted softly. "Seek where shadows dance without footsteps." When Finn showed him the iridescent scale, Arion's feathers ruffled in recognition. "Ah, moon moth wings shed when they weep, rare indeed." Pippin, sniffing near the oak's roots, unearthed a second clue, a crumb of honeycomb that smelled of wild blueberries. Blueberry honey only comes from the Sundew glade, Finn realized. The glade lay beyond the whispering reeds, where fireflies painted the dusk and the air hummed with enchantment. As they journeyed there the next dawn, Finn noticed something peculiar. Along the path every spiderweb glistened with perfect dewdrops, except one. Near a cluster of foxgloves, a web hung torn and empty. "Something small flew through here," Finn whispered. "In a hurry." In Sundew glade they found the third clue. Beneath a weeping willow, its branches trailing in a crystal-clear pond, lay a scattering of acorn caps filled with rainwater. Floating in one was a speck of gold thread, identical to the embroidery on Gran's missing thimble. Finn's breath caught. Whatever took these things comes here to drink. That night Finn and Pippin hid among the willow roots, wrapped in a cloak woven from lamb's wool in silence. As the moon rose, the glade began to shimmer. Dozens of tiny creatures, no taller than Finn's thumb, fluttered down from the treetops. Their wings were the color of moth dust and midnight, shedding iridescent scales like the one Finn had found. Moon moths. They dipped their acorn cup ladles into the pond, chattering in voices like wind chimes. One moth, smaller than the others, struggled to lift a thimble-sized cauldron. Finn gasped. Inside it lay Gran's thimble, Mr. Burrow's spectacles, Miss Alara's rose quartz, and all the other missing treasures, gleaming like captured starlight. The little moth fumbled, spilling blueberry honey crumbs near the torn spiderweb. "They're not thieves," Finn breathed. "They are collectors." Just then the smallest moth tripped, sending the spectacles tumbling toward the pond. Without thinking, Finn darted out, catching them before they sank. The moon moths froze, wings quivering in alarm. Finn knelt, placing the spectacles gently on a leaf. "We mean no harm," she said softly. "Why do you need our things?" The moths hovered their leader, an elder with wings like frosted violets, fluttered forward. In a chime-like whisper, she explained. Every century, moon moths crafted crowns for their sky dance festival, weaving them from objects touched by human kindness. A thimble that mended torn coats, spectacles that read stories to children, a crystal that cheered lonely mornings. But this year, unseasonal frost had wilted their usual moon vines. Desperate, they'd borrowed treasures, intending to return them after the dance. "Forgive us," the elder chimed. "We left thank-you gifts, but they were too small to notice." Indeed, in place of each missing item, the moths had left miniature wonders. A pearl of solidified dew where the thimble lay, a pressed forget-me-not petal where the spectacles rested. The villagers had simply overlooked them in their worry. Finn smiled. "What if we help?" At her signal, Pippin rolled into a shimmering ball, his quills glowing like lanterns. Finn guided the moths back to Willowbrook, where she woke Gran, Mr. Burrow, and Miss Alara. Under the owl's knowing gaze, the villagers listened to the moth elder's chiming tale. Instead of anger, warmth kindled in their eyes. Gran offered her thimble for the Moth Queen's crown. Miss Alara gifted her rose quartz to be its centerpiece. Mr. Burrow polished his spectacles until they shone. "Better they light up your sky dance than my workshop," he chuckled. On the night of the sky dance, the entire village gathered in Sundew Glade. The moon moths wove their crowns, glittering with human treasures, while children left offerings of honey-dipped acorns and embroidered clover leaves. As the moth spiraled into the sky, trailing ribbons of light, Finn felt Pippin nestle against her neck. Arion watched from his oak, a soft hoot of approval in his throat. After that, tiny gifts often appeared in Willowbrook, a perfectly round dewdrop on a windowsill, a garland of glowing mushrooms by a doorstep. And whenever something seemed lost, the villagers would smile and whisper, "Check for moon moth magic." For they'd learned that even the strangest mysteries could bloom into friendship when met with kindness and a curious heart. As fireflies blinked like earthbound stars and the river sang its night song, Willowbrook settled back into its cozy rhythm, warmer and brighter for the gentle wonder it now held. Story 8. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the river sang softly and the trees whispered ancient secrets. It was a place of warm hearths, cobbled streets that glistened after rain, and the comforting smell of wood smoke and baking bread. At the heart of it all stood Thistle's bakery, famous for its honey almond crescents and cinnamon-spiced pear tarts. Thistle, a baker with flour perpetually dusting his apron like snow, was known for his kind heart and the magical warmth that seemed to seep into every loaf he made. But one crisp autumn morning, Thistle discovered something peculiar. The beautiful glazed apple turnovers he'd prepared the night before, ready for the Harvest Moon Festival, were gone. Not a crumb remained. Only a faint, shimmering trail of iridescent dust, like ground starlight, led from the cooling rack to a tiny crack in the wall near the fireplace. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed. This wasn't the work of hungry mice or mischievous children. It felt different. The next night, it happened again. This time, it was a batch of perfectly golden buttermilk biscuits, still warm. Thistle stayed late, hiding behind sacks of flour, a single lantern casting long shadows. He saw nothing but heard a faint, musical tinkling, like tiny bells, and saw the shimmering dust appear near the cooling rack before vanishing with the biscuits. A strange, sweet scent, like crushed violets and ozone, lingered in the air. Puzzled and worried about his festival preparations, Thistle sought help from old Marigold, the village apothecary. Her shop was a cozy cave of wonder shelves crammed with jars of glowing moss, preserved moonbeams, dried whisperberries, and roots that hummed softly. Marigold, her silver hair braided with dried lavender, listened intently as Thistle described the disappearing pastries and the strange dust. Marigold murmured, stirring a pot of steaming, fragrant tea that smelled of chamomile and distant forests. Shimmerdust, you say, tinkling bells, a sweet, floral scent. That sounds remarkably like dust sprites. Dust sprites, Thistle echoed, picturing mischievous imps. Oh, don't look so alarmed, dear, Marigold chuckled, her voice like rustling leaves. They're tiny, shy creatures, no bigger than your thumb. They live in the spaces between things, cracks in walls, beneath floorboards, the gaps in old books. They're drawn to warmth, gentle magic, and sweetness, especially the kind born of pure joy and hard work, like your baking. But why steal my pastries? Thistle asked, bewildered. I leave crumbs out for the mice and birds. They never took whole loaves. Perhaps they aren't stealing, Marigold mused, her eyes twinkling like distant stars. Dust sprites are collectors. They hoard things they find beautiful or precious. Maybe they see your pastries as perfect little treasures. That shimmerdust is the trail they leave when they move things with their tiny magics. She poured Thistle a cup of tea. The key is observation. Watch not just what disappears, but where the dust leads. And listen, truly listen. Their language is the sound of wind chimes and falling snowflakes. Armed with Marigold's wisdom, Thistle devised a plan. That evening, instead of hiding, he baked a small batch of his simplest oat cookies. He placed them deliberately on the cooling rack near the familiar crack in the wall. Then he sat quietly in his favorite rocking chair by the dying embers of the hearth, a warm blanket over his knees, a mug of spiced cider beside him. He closed his eyes and focused, not on seeing, but on hearing and feeling the quiet magic of his own kitchen. The night deepened. The only sounds were the gentle crackle of embers and the sighing wind outside. Then, faintly, came the tinkling, like tiny crystal bells being shaken very softly. Thistle kept his eyes closed, breathing slowly. He heard a soft, collective gasp, a sound like dandelion seeds taking flight. Then came the rustling, like silk brushing against silk. He felt a slight warmth near the rack, and the sweet scent of crushed violets and ozone filled the air again. He resisted the urge to look. The tinkling grew slightly louder, almost excited. Then, to his astonishment, Thistle heard another sound. A tiny, melodic sigh of disappointment. It was followed by a chorus of soft, questioning chimes. He cracked one eye open, just a sliver. In the soft moonlight filtering through the window, he saw them. Dozens of tiny figures, no taller than his thumb, shimmering with soft, internal light. Their bodies seemed woven from starlight and cobwebs, with wings like spun sugar. They hovered around the oat cookies, their tiny faces thoughtful. One brave sprite darted forward, touched a cookie, and made a sound like a deflating bellows. Another chimed sadly. They seemed underwhelmed. Thistle understood. These weren't greedy thieves, they were tiny connoisseurs. They weren't taking his pastries to eat, but to admire. They collected the most beautiful, the most magically infused creations, his finest, most lovingly crafted festival treats. The simple oat cookies didn't meet their exacting standards of pastry perfection. A wave of warmth, not from the hearth but from his own heart, washed over Thistle. He had an idea. Moving slowly so as not to startle the shimmering congregation, he stood up. The sprites instantly vanished with a collective poof of shimmerdust, leaving the oat cookies untouched. Thistle walked to his pantry and carefully retrieved a single, perfect honey almond crescent left from that afternoon. It glowed golden in the moonlight. He placed it gently on a small, delicate saucer one, painted with tiny blue forget-me-nots, right beside the crack in the wall. Then he returned to his chair, closed his eyes, and waited. The tinkling returned, hesitant at first, then growing bolder. He heard the collective gasp again, louder this time. Sweet floral ozone filled the air. He peeked once more. The sprites were back, circling the honey almond crescent like tiny, awestruck moons. They chimed with pure delight, a sound like raindrops on crystal. One tiny sprite, glowing slightly brighter than the others, flew down and gently touched the pastry. A shower of shimmer dust sparkled around it. Then, with a concerted effort that made their tiny lights flare, they lifted the saucer and the crescent. Moving with surprising grace, they floated towards the crack in the wall. Just before disappearing, the brightest sprite turned, gave a tiny, musical bow in Thistle's direction, and then they were gone, taking their glittering treasure into the hidden spaces of the bakery. Thistle smiled, a deep, contented smile. The mystery was solved. The next morning, he visited Marigold. "Thus sprites," he announced, his eyes sparkling. "Collectors of beauty, they weren't stealing, they were curating." Marigold chuckled, stirring her pot. "I thought as much, so what will you do, Master Baker?" Thistle's plan was simple and kind. Every evening, as he closed the bakery, he began placing one small, perfect, beautiful pastry, a jewel-like jam tart, a flaky cheese twist, a miniature iced cake on the little forget-me-not saucer beside the crack in the wall. It became his nightly ritual, a quiet offering to the shy collectors. And every morning the saucer would be empty, save for a faint dusting of shimmer dust and perhaps a single, impossibly small, perfect wildflower petal left in thanks. The strange disappearances stopped entirely. His festival pastries remained untouched, ready for the villagers. But Thistle noticed other things. Flour sacks seemed lighter to lift. His oven always held its perfect temperature. A persistent draft near the back door vanished. It felt like the bakery itself was helping him, filled with a gentle, grateful magic. On the night of the Harvest Moon Festival, the village square was alight with lanterns and laughter. Thistle had baked mountains of treats. As the festivities wound down and villagers headed home with full bellies and happy hearts, Thistle placed his nightly offering on the saucer, a tiny, exquisite marzipan moon dusted with edible silver. He whispered, "For your collection, little friends, thank you." Later, as he banked the fire for the night, he saw not just the shimmer dust, but something new. On the saucer, beside the faint sparkles, lay a perfect miniature replica of one of his own honey almond crescents, crafted from pure, solidified moonlight. It radiated a soft, comforting glow. Thistle carefully picked it up. It felt warm, filled with the quiet joy of unexpected friendship and understanding. He placed the tiny moon crescent on his mantelpiece. It glowed softly, a gentle nightlight in the cozy bakery, a reminder that sometimes the sweetest resolutions come not from confrontation, but from kindness, careful listening, and sharing a little beauty with the hidden worlds around us. The mystery of the disappearing pastries had led to a secret friendship, warming the walls of Thistle's bakery with invisible threads of starlight and gratitude, making Willowbrook just a little bit more magical, one perfect pastry at a time. And as Thistle drifted to sleep that night, the faintest sound of contented tinkling bells echoed softly in the walls, a lullaby of harmony and hidden wonders. Story 9. The village of Bramblebrook nestled in a valley where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight sky. It was a place of quiet routines and familiar comforts where everyone knew Mrs. Higglebottom's prize-winning marmalade recipe and old Mr. Thistlewit could predict rain by the ache in his left knee. Yet beneath the surface of cobblestone streets and blooming window boxes, whispered tales lingered of objects holding secrets: a grandfather clock that chimed forgotten tunes, a garden spade that unearthed shimmering stones. Few truly believed, except perhaps Oliver. Oliver was the quiet assistant to the village librarian, Mrs. Pennyworth. He preferred the dusty silence of the stacks to boisterous games, finding companionship in the whispers of pages turning and the scent of old paper. His most treasured possession wasn't a book, however, but a simple, chipped teacup. It had belonged to his grandmother, its porcelain painted with faded forget-me-nots. It felt warm somehow, even when the room was cold. One drizzly Tuesday, while reshelving a heavy volume on cloud formations, Oliver fumbled. The book tumbled, knocking the teacup from its usual perch on his desk. It didn't shatter, but landed with a soft thump on the worn rug. As Oliver knelt to retrieve it, a gasp escaped him. Where the cup had struck the floor, a tiny pool of shimmering, lavender-colored light pulsed gently, like liquid starlight. It wasn't water, and it smelled faintly of rain-kissed violets. Hesitantly, Oliver touched the rim of the cup. It hummed softly, and a voice, thin and wispy as a cobweb, drifted into his mind. "Oh dear, that was quite a tumble. My secrets are spilling." Oliver froze. "Secrets," he whispered aloud, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Why, yes," the teacup's voice chimed, clearer now. "I am a keeper cup. I hold the gentle secrets whispered into me, secrets of kindness, of hidden worries, of tiny joys. But when I'm knocked, well, sometimes they leak." The lavender puddle shimmered, showing a fleeting image, Mrs. Higglebottom, looking unusually sad, staring at an empty jar where her marmalade label should have been. Oliver understood. The marmalade recipe was missing. That was the secret worry spilling out. He carefully righted the cup. "How do I help?" "Secrets long to be heard, truly heard with kindness," the cup murmured. "But some secrets are lost, carried away on sighs or tears. Those need finding. There's a great sorrow brewing near the whispering peaks. It dims all the gentle secrets. Perhaps you could help mend it." And so Oliver's journey began. He packed a small satchel, a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, his warmest scarf, and the keeper cup, carefully wrapped in soft cloth. He left a note for Mrs. Pennyworth, gone to find a lost whisper, back soon. The path beyond Bramblebrook wound upwards into the whispering peaks, where ancient pines sighed secrets to the wind. The air grew crisper, smelling of pine resin and damp earth. Oliver felt small beneath the towering trees. Doubt crept in. Who was he, a quiet librarian's assistant, to mend a great sorrow? He hadn't walked far when a rustle came from the ferns. A small, bright-eyed field mouse with a tiny acorn cap perched jauntily on its head scampered out. "Lost whispers, you say?" It squeaked, whiskers twitching. "Name's Pip, saw the lavender light spill earlier. Keeper cup business, tricky, but I know the paths. The wind tells me things." Pip, pragmatic and quick, became Oliver's first guide, darting ahead, pointing out treacherous routes and hidden springs. Higher up, the path became shrouded in mist. Oliver shivered. A soft sigh echoed around him, and the mist seemed to coalesce into a shape, a small, wispy cloud with eyes like dewdrops. Heavy thoughts weighed down the air, the cloud murmured, its voice like distant wind chimes. "I am Cirrus. I drift where sighs go. A great sadness gathers near the high tor. It tastes like salt and loneliness." Cirrus, dreamy and observant, floated beside them, its misty form occasionally revealing glimpses of the path ahead or a hidden cluster of berries. Finally, as the trees thinned near the rocky summit known as the High Tor, they found Badger. Not just any badger, but Bartholomew, a large, solid creature with fur like silvered moss and eyes that held the depth of weathered stones. He was digging patiently near a cluster of bluebells. "Trouble brewing," he rumbled, his voice a comforting bass. The mountain weeps, springs run slow, flowers droop, sorrow has taken root. Bartholomew, wise and grounded, joined them, his steady presence a rock against the growing sense of melancholy. They reached the high tor, a vast, wind-scoured plateau. In its center lay a deep, still pool, usually the source of the freshest mountain streams. Now it was dark and silent, choked with gray, slimy weeds. A low, mournful sound vibrated through the stone beneath their feet, the weeping mountain Bartholomew had spoken of. Standing by the pool, radiating waves of palpable sadness, was a figure made of shifting, gray stones, the mountain spirit. "Who disturbs my sorrow?" The spirit's voice grated like boulders grinding together. Tears, like liquid granite, rolled down its stony cheeks and dripped into the pool, feeding the choking weeds. Oliver's instinct was to flee, but the keeper cup hummed warmly against his chest. Pip nudged his ankle. Cyrus sighed softly. Bartholomew placed a steadying paw near him. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped forward, carefully unwrapping the cup. He held it out, not as a weapon, but as an offering. We came because we felt your sadness. We want to listen." The spirit's grinding voice faltered. "Listen, no one listens. They take the water, the stone, the beauty. They forget the mountain has a heart. My dearest friend is gone." More stony tears fell. "Ask about the friend," the keeper cup whispered gently in Oliver's mind. "Your friend." Oliver asked softly, "What happened?" A tremor shook the spirit. "The silver brook, it sang to me for centuries, sparkled in my crags, then silence, gone dry, stolen away or forgotten. Without its song, I am only stone." Oliver looked at his companions. Pip scampered to the pool's edge, sniffing. Dry, underground maybe, pipelines. Bartholomew studied the rock formations. The source shifted, see the crack, earth groaned, changed the path. Cyrus drifted over the desolate pool. "I taste old metal and dust far below, not natural. Wisdom, not force." The problem wasn't malice, but neglect and change. The silver brook hadn't been stolen. Its path had been blocked, perhaps by an old, forgotten mine tunnel that collapsed during a tremor. The village below, unknowingly, had diverted its source years ago for a new well, silencing the mountain's song. Oliver spoke gently to the spirit, explaining what they'd pieced together. "The brook isn't gone, it's lost, trapped underground. Its silence isn't forgetting you, it's imprisoned." The spirit's stony features shifted, the grinding sorrow easing into confusion, then a flicker of fragile hope. "Imprisoned, not forgotten." "No," Oliver said firmly. "We can't help find its voice again." Bartholomew knew the old mine entrances. Pip, small and quick, could scout the collapsed tunnels. Cyrus could drift through crevices, sensing moisture and the faintest echo of flowing water. Oliver, guided by the keeper cup's gentle hum, which grew stronger near the hidden water, listened for the brook's trapped song, a faint, desperate trickle beneath the rock. It took days. Pip squeezed through impossibly small gaps. Bartholomew used his powerful claws to carefully shift debris where safe. Cyrus flowed through fissures, reporting back. Oliver, his hands scraped but his spirit alight, pressed his ear to cold stone, the keeper cup amplifying the brook's faint, silvery murmur. Finally they found it, a strong flow of pure water, trapped behind a thick wall of fallen rock and an old, rusted sluice gate jammed shut. The challenge wasn't breaking the rock that might cause a flood or another collapse. It was the gate. Rusted solid. Bartholomew couldn't budge it. Pip was too small. Force wouldn't work. Oliver sat by the jammed mechanism, despair creeping in. Then the keeper cup hummed. "Secrets of metal, long sleep, needs waking," Oliver remembered Mrs. Pennyworth's old book on mountain springs. There was a page about iron sickness, needing oil and patience. He had a small flask of lamp oil in his satchel. Patiently, drop by drop, he applied it to the rusted hinges and the stiff lever of the sluice gate. He talked to it absurdly as he worked. "Come on now, old fellow, time to wake up. The brook misses its mountain. The spirit misses its song." He poured kindness into the task, as if coaxing a shy creature. Pip brought tiny pebbles to wedge under the lever for better purchase. Bartholomew applied slow, steady pressure where Oliver directed. Cirrus whispered cool encouragement. With a groan that echoed through the tunnel, then a triumphant screech, the ancient lever moved. The sluice gate creaked open, inch by stubborn inch. A gush of clear, cold, singing water burst forth, smelling of snowmelt and deep earth. It rushed past them, finding its old course, trickling, then babbling, then roaring joyfully towards the surface. Back on the high tor, the transformation was magical. The dark pool shimmered and cleared as the fresh, singing water surged into it, dissolving the choking weeds. The mountain spirit stood transfixed. The grating sorrow vanished from its voice, replaced by a deep, resonant chime like struck crystal. Color seeped into its stones, mossy green, sky blue, warm ochre. The song, my brook's song, you heard, you listened, you helped. The spirit touched the pool with a stony finger. The water glowed with a soft, golden light. A single perfect dewdrop, shimmering with all the colors of dawn, rose from the surface and floated gently towards Oliver. It landed softly in the keeper cup with a tiny plink. A secret of pure joy, the cup sighed contentedly. The journey back to Bramblebrook was filled with light. Springs flowed freely. Flowers lifted their faces to the sun. Pip chattered excitedly about the adventure. Cirrus drifted happily, reflecting rainbows. Bartholomew walked with a satisfied rumble. Oliver carried the keeper cup, now holding the dewdrop of joy, feeling a quiet confidence bloom within him, warmer than any hearth fire. He returned the lost marmalade recipe to Mrs. Higglebottom, found tucked inside a book on preserving techniques, her smile brighter than her golden jars. He told Mrs. Pennyworth a softened version of his adventure, emphasizing listening and kindness. The keeper cup sat back on his desk, looking perfectly ordinary. But sometimes, when the fire crackled low in the library hearth and moonlight streamed through the window, Oliver would see a faint, lavender glow emanating from it. And he knew the world was full of gentle secrets waiting to be heard, problems waiting for wisdom and friendship to mend them, and extraordinary magic hidden within the most ordinary things, especially a quiet heart willing to listen. He sipped his tea, the warmth spreading through him, a comforting echo of the mountain's restored song, a lullaby of kindness that promised sweet dreams. Story 10. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than winter quilts and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as a dragonfly's wing, shimmering with quiet magic tied to the very breath of the seasons. Old Man Oak, whose roots plunged deep into the earth's dreaming heart, stood as the forest's eldest guardian. His bark, gnarled and etched with centuries, held the warmth of countless suns. Beside him, nestled in a cradle of velvet moss and soft ferns, lived a young, curious creature named Fern. Fern, with leaves as bright as new spring growth and eyes that reflected the shifting forest light, was learning the ways of the Whisperwood. Their world hummed with hidden life. Tiny moss folk, no taller than acorns, wove intricate patterns of dewdrop necklaces on spider silk looms beneath mushroom caps. Shy stone weasels, their fur the exact gray of river pebbles, slid silently along the banks of the singing stream, whose clear waters bubbled melodies that changed with the weather, lively trills under spring rain, deep hums in summer heat, melancholic sighs as autumn leaves fell. High in the canopy, the sky painters, luminous beetles with wings like stained glass, danced at dusk, their flight paths leaving trails of soft, colored light that faded with the dawn. The magic of the Whisperwood flowed in harmony with the turning year. Spring arrived on the breath of the zephyr sprites, tiny beings made of wind and pollen, who coaxed buds to unfurl and painted the first wildflowers. Summer was nurtured by the sunbeam dryads, wisps of golden light who warmed the soil and guided the ripening berries. Autumn belonged to the russellkin, small, russet-furred creatures, whose gentle sweeping with tails like fallen leaves gathered seeds and whispered the trees into letting go. Winter was watched over by the frost whisperers, silent, shimmering spirits who spun intricate ice crystals on branches and tucked the earth under a blanket of snow, preserving life beneath. Fern learned these rhythms from Old Man Oak. "Feel the pulse, little sprout," the ancient tree would rumble, his voice like stones shifting deep underground. The stream's song quickens, rain approaches. The moss folk work faster than fireflies. A warm spell is coming. When the russellkin sigh instead of sweep, prepare for an early frost. Balance, fern, all things in their time, all creatures playing their part. One unusually warm autumn, the harmony faltered. The singing stream's melody grew thin and raspy, its waters receding. The leaves, instead of turning vibrant gold and crimson, shriveled prematurely, dropping like brown tears. The sky painters' evening dances grew dim, their light barely a flicker. A strange, restless silence fell over the Whisperwood, broken only by the worried chirps of birds and the anxious scuttling of the moss folk. Fern felt it too, a dryness in the air, a brittleness underfoot. "Old Man Oak," she whispered, touching his warm bark, "the stream is sick, the air tastes wrong, the russellkin look lost." A deep groan vibrated through the oak. "The heartspring," he murmured. "Deep within the roots where the purest water gathers, something blocks its flow. The seasons are tangled, Fern. Autumn cannot turn to winter while the earth thirsts." Fern knew she had to help. Guided by the oak's wisdom, she set off towards the heart of the forest, where the oldest roots intertwined. She moved quietly, her senses sharp. She smelled the dusty scent of parched earth instead of the rich loam. She heard the faint, distressed sighing of thirsty roots. She saw the stone weasels clustered near damp patches of mud, their usual sleek fur dull. Her journey led her deep into a mossy ravine, cool and shadowed even in the weak autumn sun. Here the air felt heavy and stale. Before her lay the heartspring, usually a clear, bubbling pool fed by unseen depths. Now it was choked. A massive ancient boulder, dislodged by unseen forces, perhaps a tremor deep in the earth, perhaps the shifting weight of the thirsty forest itself, had rolled directly over the spring's main source. Only a trickle seeped past its edge. Fern understood. This blockage wasn't malice, but misfortune. Yet its effect was profound. The lifeblood of the Whisperwood was stifled. She pushed against the boulder with all her might, but it was immovable, cold, and unyielding against her soft leaves. Panic fluttered in her chest. How could one small creature move such a mountain? Then she remembered Old Man Oak's lessons, all things in their time, all creatures playing their part. She wasn't alone. Closing her eyes, Fern sent out a plea not with sound, but with feeling a wave of quiet distress. The image of the choked spring, the taste of the dry air, carried on the threads of magic that bound the forest together. The response was gentle, then gathering. First the moss folk arrived, a shimmering green carpet flowing down the ravine walls. They didn't push the stone, they began weaving. With astonishing speed, they spun thick, resilient cords from the strongest vines and toughest mosses, their tiny hands a blur. Next came the stone weasels. They didn't push, they dug. With sharp claws and surprising strength, they excavated the earth around the boulder's base, loosening its grip on the dry soil. High above, the sky painters gathered, their collective dim light intensifying, bathing the ravine in a soft, warm glow that lifted spirits. Finally, a deep, resonant hum filled the air. The Russellkin arrived, not sweeping, but humming. They placed their small paws against the boulder and hummed a deep, vibrational song, the song of shifting earth, the song of roots finding purchase, a sound that resonated deep within the stone itself. Fern joined her small strength to the collective effort. She wove her own delicate roots into the moss folk's cables, adding her connection to the forest's life force. She hummed alongside the Russellkin, her voice a small but clear note in the harmony. She felt the warmth of the sky painter's light on her leaves. It wasn't brute force, but a symphony of cooperation. The moss folk's cables grew taut. The stone weasels dug deeper. The Russellkin's hum deepened, vibrating through the rock. The sky painter's light pulsed with encouragement. Fern poured her hope and connection into the weave. With a sound like a deep sigh of relief, the boulder shifted. Not with a crash, but with a slow, grinding slide, urged by the combined will and work of the Whisperwood's hidden folk. It rolled just enough, clearing the dark, glistening mouth of the spring. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then a pure, cold gush of water burst forth, sparkling like liquid crystal in the sky painter's light. It flowed over the parched stones, filling the pool, singing a clear, triumphant note that echoed through the ravine. The scent of fresh, clean water and damp earth rose like a blessing. The effect was immediate and profound. Outside the ravine, the singing stream's voice strengthened, its melody flowing clear and strong once more. The brittle leaves stilled their anxious rustling. A cool, moist breeze, smelling of rain and renewal, swept through the Whisperwood. The sky painter's light brightened, painting joyful patterns on the canopy. Fern stood by the restored heartspring, feeling the cool spray on her leaves, listening to the water's joyous song. The stone weasels dipped their heads to drink. The moss folk danced on the mossy banks. The Russellkin resumed their gentle sweeping, their hum now a contented purr. High above, Old Man Oak's leaves rustled in a deep, satisfied sigh that Fern felt in her own roots. Back at the oak's base, Fern nestled into her mossy cradle. The forest breathed deeply again, the air cool and sweet with the promise of the true autumn to come. Fireflies began to wink like tiny stars in the gathering dusk. "You listened, little sprout," Old Man Oak rumbled softly, his voice a comforting vibration. "You felt the imbalance, you remembered the strength of the whole forest, each thread in the great tapestry. The heartspring flows and the seasons remember their dance. Balance is restored, not by one, but by all." Fern gazed up at the first true autumn stars piercing the indigo sky. She felt the deep, slow heartbeat of the earth through the oak's roots, steady and strong. She heard the singing stream's lullaby, the Russellkin's soft sweeping, the distant hum of sky painters. The Whisperwood was whole, a symphony of hidden lives and gentle magic, held in perfect, peaceful harmony. The cool night air wrapped around her like a soft blanket, and the rhythmic pulse of the forest, the gentle sigh of the trees, and the distant melody of the stream wove a cocoon of profound comfort. Here, deep in the ancient woods, all was well, and sleep came as softly and naturally as falling leaves. Story 11. The old wooden box smelled of cedar and forgotten summers. Finn traced its carved lid with fingers still grubby from helping his grandfather in the garden. Inside, nestled in velvet worn thin by time, lay an object that caught the late afternoon sun slanting through the attic window, a magnifying glass. Its brass rim was cool, etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift if you stared long enough. The lens itself was thick, clear as a mountain stream, and surprisingly heavy in Finn's small hand. Grandfather had called it the whispering lens, saying it revealed more than just enlarged ants. Finn, a boy whose quiet nature often saw him observing the world from the edges, felt an immediate pull. That evening, instead of reading his usual book by the fire, he slipped the lens into his pocket and ventured into the sprawling, twilight-draped garden. Fireflies blinked like scattered stars amongst the hollyhocks and lavender. Kneeling by the base of the ancient oak tree, its roots knotted like sleeping dragons, Finn lifted the lens to his eye, expecting only bigger blades of grass. The world dissolved, then reformed. Through the lens, the ordinary moss at the oak's base became a forest of towering emerald pillars. Tiny, luminous mushrooms glowed like street lamps along a path Finn hadn't noticed before, a path winding down into the earth between the roots. It pulsed with a soft, green light. His breath caught. This wasn't just magnification, it was a doorway, a flicker of movement. A ladybug, its shell gleaming like polished garnet, landed delicately on a mossy outcrop directly in his view. But this was no ordinary ladybug. It wore a minuscule helmet crafted from a thistle burr, polished to a shine, and carried a sliver of sharpened hawthorn thorn like a lance. It looked up directly at Finn's enormous eye peering through the lens, and didn't flinch. Instead, it placed a tiny, gloved hand — Finn hadn't even known ladybugs had hands — on its thorax and bowed. "Greetings, sky-gazer," a voice chimed in Finn's mind, clear as a silver bell, though the ladybug's mandibles barely moved. "I am Lyra of the Dew Point Guard. You hold the whispering lens. Few from your realm discover its true sight." Finn lowered the lens, stunned. The moss was just moss again. He lifted it once more, and Lyra stood patiently waiting. I'm Finn," he stammered, the sound booming in his own ears, though Lyra merely tilted her head. "Well met, Finn Skygazer," Lyra chimed. "Your timing is fortuitous, or perhaps," she added, her antennae drooping slightly, "it is fate. Mosklin needs aid, and the lens led you here." "Mosklin," Finn whispered, the name tasting of damp earth and secrets. "Our home," Lyra gestured towards the glowing path. "A kingdom beneath your roots. Come, but tread softly, Skygazer. Your step could shake mountains here." With a heart pounding like a trapped bird against his ribs, Finn carefully lowered himself, pressing his eye closer to the lens. The world tilted, and suddenly he wasn't just seeing Mosklin. He felt as if his consciousness was shrinking, drawn down the luminous path. The scent of rich loam and sweet decay filled his senses. The air hummed with the chirps of unseen crickets and the distant drip of water. He was standing, impossibly, beside Lyra on a path of velvety green moss wide enough for 10 of her, but feeling precariously narrow to Finn. Mosklin unfolded before him like a dream, woven from nature's finest threads. Houses burrowed into giant puffball mushrooms, their windows glowing warmly. Bridges spun from spider silk, stronger than steel, arched over streams that chuckled over polished pebbles. Tiny folk beetles in woven leaf tunics, ants carrying parcels, a nervous-looking moth with spectacles perched on its antennae moved purposefully. But beneath the bustling surface, Finn sensed a current of unease. Faces were pinched with worry, and the usual vibrant hum seemed muted. Lyra led him along the mossy boulevard towards a structure built around the gnarled base of an enormous, ancient root, the royal acorn. Polished beetle shells formed shimmering walls, and guards in acorn cap helmets stood stiffly, though their antennae twitched nervously. Inside, the air was cool and smelled faintly of ozone and old parchment. Seated on a throne woven from willow twigs and cushioned with dandelion fluff was a figure Finn recognized, yet rendered majestic, a large, iridescent green beetle, his carapace gleaming like armor. King Carabas. Lyra, the king's voice resonated in Finn's mind, deep and weary. "You bring the sky-gazer." "Indeed, your majesty," Lyra bowed. "Finn of the above." King Carabas's multifaceted eyes seemed to take Finn in entirely. "Welcome, Finn Skygazer. We do not receive many visitors from your realm, especially not since the great dryness began." "The great dryness?" Finn asked, his voice echoing slightly in the chamber. "Our lifeblood," Lyra explained, her voice tight. The morning dew, it gathers in the cup of leaves atop the highest moss spire. She gestured vaguely upwards. Every dawn the dewkeepers channel it through crystal dewdrop relays. It waters our crops in sunken meadow, powers the glow moss lamps, keeps the air spinners turning for fresh breezes. It is everything. And for 7 dawns, King Caribou sighed, the sound like dry leaves rustling. The cup has been found empty. Bone dry, the relays are silent, our reserves dwindle. Sunken meadow wilts, the air grows stale without the dew. He didn't need to finish. The despair in the chamber was palpable. A mystery. A hidden world in peril. Finn felt utterly insignificant. But how can I help? I'm just Finn. I get scared of spiders in the bath. A gentle chime, almost a laugh, came from Lyra. You hold the whispering lens, Finn Skygazer, it chose you, and you see us. That is more than most. Besides, her voice softened, courage isn't the absence of fear. It's feeling the fear and choosing to act anyway. Will you help us find where the dew has gone? Looking at the worried faces of the tiny king and his brave knight, Finn felt a spark ignite within him, small but bright against his usual timidity. He nodded. I'll try. Their journey began at first light, though in the perpetual twilight under the roots, dawn was marked only by a subtle brightening of the luminous fungi. Lyra rode perched on Finn's shoulder, a surprisingly reassuring weight. The whispering lens hung on a cord around his neck, allowing him to see Mosklin's true scale while navigating carefully. They headed upwards, following the intricate network of roots towards the surface, aiming for the legendary cup of leaves. The path was treacherous on Finn's small scale. A patch of slick lichen became an icy glacier. A fallen twig was a formidable barrier. Finn learned to move with painstaking slowness, placing each foot with deliberate care, Lyra whispering warnings and encouragement. Left a bit, Skygazer, mind the Dropwort ravine, that patch of moss is unstable. They navigated the Whispering Falls, where water droplets fell with the roar of thunder, drenching them in a fine mist that smelled of minerals and secrets. Finn's heart hammered as he edged across a bridge made from a single curved blade of grass, spanning a chasm that seemed bottomless. You're doing wonderfully, Finn, Lyra chimed softly after a particularly harrowing crossing. Few from above possess such care. I don't want to hurt anything, Finn murmured, carefully avoiding a cluster of tiny, glowing blue flowers. That care, Lyra said, is a strength Mosklin rarely sees from giants. After what felt like hours of careful climbing, they reached the base of the moss spire. It wasn't a single plant, but a towering column formed from centuries of intertwined mosses, ferns, and tiny, tenacious flowers. Far above, barely visible, Finn could make out a structure, a large, cupped leaf cradled by ancient vines, shimmering faintly. The cup of leaves. It looked parched gray. The climb was arduous. Finn used thick moss strands like ropes, finding handholds in the rough bark of underlying roots. Lyra flew ahead, scouting the best paths. Halfway up, exhaustion threatened to overwhelm Finn. His arms trembled, and a wave of dizziness washed over him as he looked down at the dizzying drop. Panic, cold and familiar, started to claw at his throat. Too high. Too small. I can't. Finn, Lyra's voice cut through the rising fear, calm and steady. Breathe, look at me. He focused on her tiny, armored form hovering before his face. You are not falling, you are holding on. Feel the moss beneath your fingers. It's strong, you are strong. One hand at a time, Skygazer, just the next handhold. He focused on the rough texture of the moss, the solidity of the root beneath his feet. He took a shuddering breath, then another. Slowly, deliberately, he reached for the next hold. The panic receded, not gone, but manageable. Step by step, breath by breath, they ascended. Reaching the cup was an anticlimax. It was vast, easily large enough for Finn to sit inside, formed from a single, enormous, leathery leaf. but it was utterly, devastatingly dry. Not a single drop of moisture glistened on its surface. The intricate network of crystal filaments leading down into the moss spire, the dew relays, were dull and silent. Empty, Lyra confirmed, her voice heavy. She flew around the rim, inspecting the supporting vines. No cracks, no signs of forced entry. It's as if the dew simply refused to gather. Finn sat down heavily on the dry leaf, disappointment a bitter taste. He'd climbed so high, faced his fear for nothing. He picked up a small, smooth pebble, rolling it absently in his fingers. As he did, he noticed something through the whispering lens. Near the base of the cup, where the leaf met the moss, the color was slightly different. Not gray and dry, but a faded, sickly yellow. He leaned closer. "Lyra, look here." She zoomed down. "Frost blight," she whispered, horror in her chime. But frost in high summer and at the source. Frost blight. The words sparked a memory. Grandfather complaining just yesterday, strange weather, Finn. Patchy ground, frost near the oak last night, burned the tips off my moonflowers. Never seen the like in July. Finn hadn't paid much attention then. Grandfather mentioned frost, Finn said slowly. By the oak, last night. Lyra's antennae shot up. Frost here, but that would explain the dew vanishing. It freezes before it can gather, but why here? Frost doesn't form selectively. A new mystery. They scanned the area around the cup. Finn noticed something else odd. Tiny, almost imperceptible tracks in the dust on the leaf, not insect tracks, but delicate, crystalline patterns, like frost ferns etched in miniature. They led away from the cup, down the spire, towards the darkest, deepest tangle of roots opposite the way they'd come. Where do these light? Finn asked, pointing. Lyra peered. Towards the deep roots, the Whisperwood. It's not forbidden, but few go there. It's said to be the domain of the cloud spinners. Cloud spinners. Ancient weavers, Lyra explained, her voice hushed. Older than Mosklin, they spin the threads of mist and frost, but they are shy, solitary. They keep to the deepest, coldest places. Why would they come up here, and why freeze the cup? The path into the Whisperwood felt different. The air grew colder, damper. The luminous fungi gave way to strange, pale growths that emitted a faint, blue light. The sounds of Mosklin faded, replaced by the drip of cold water and a deep, almost subsonic hum that vibrated in Finn's bones. The tracks became clearer, intricate, beautiful patterns of frost that crumbled at the slightest touch. Finn shivered, pulling his thin jacket tighter. Lyra nestled closer on his shoulder. They followed the trail through caverns hung with icicle-like mineral formations, past pools of water so still and black they seemed like voids. The hum grew louder, resolving into a complex, rhythmic sound like countless tiny looms clacking and shuttles flying. Turning a corner formed by two massive, ice-encrusted roots, they found the source. The cavern was breathtaking. Stalactites and stalagmites glittered like diamonds. In the center, draped over icy rock formations, were vast, shimmering webs unlike any spider's silk. They looked spun from moonbeams and frost, complex and ever-shifting. Moving amongst them, their multiple limbs a blur, were creatures of breathtaking beauty and strangeness. They resembled delicate, six-legged spiders, but their bodies were crystalline, refracting the cavern's blue light into rainbows. Their many eyes glowed with a soft, internal light. These were the cloud spinners. One slightly larger than the others, its crystalline body etched with intricate, frost-white patterns, noticed them. It stopped its spinning and turned its many eyes towards Finn and Lyra. The rhythmic clacking ceased. An intense, silent scrutiny filled the cavern. Finn felt frozen, not by the cold, but by the sheer alien presence. Lyra, however, fluttered off his shoulder, landing gracefully on a frost-covered rock. She bowed deeply. Honored spinners, her chime echoed softly in the vast space. I am Lyra of the Dew Point Guard. This is Finn Skygazer. We come seeking wisdom, not with anger, but with desperate need. The lead spinner tilted its head, its movements producing a faint, crystalline tinkling. A series of complex images flooded Finn's mind through the whispering lens, not words, but pure sensory impressions. Cold. Deepening cold. Strange vibrations. Wrongness. Fear. Seeking warmth. Seeking silence. Protection. The frost, Lyra interpreted aloud for Finn. It's spreading upwards from below. The spinner pulsed with light, projecting an image. The familiar roots of the oak tree, but deep, deep below Mossglen, deeper than Finn had imagined. There the image showed a dark, metallic object, unnatural, vibrating with a harsh, grating energy that pulsed outwards in visible waves. Where the waves touched the earth and stone, ice formed rapidly. Something from above. Lyra gasped, looking at Finn. Deep below. Finn stared at the image. The object was man-made. He recognized it as subsoil vibrator, a tool sometimes used in construction or landscaping to compact earth. Grandfather had mentioned the neighbors were putting in a new garden shed foundation last week. They must have left it running, or it malfunctioned, sinking deeper than intended, its vibrations disrupting the deep earth and terrifying the sensitive cloud spinners. The lead spinner projected another wave of images, vibrations. Pain. Chaos. Webs tremble. Cold deepens. Upwards. Safety. Silence. Understanding dawned. You came up, Finn whispered, the pieces clicking. The vibrations, they hurt you, made it impossible to spin, made the deep cold worse. You came closer to the surface, to the cup, seeking somewhere quieter, and your presence, it brings the frost. The spinner pulsed again, an image of the cup forming, then freezing over. Unintended. Seeking refuge. The cold follows us. The vibrations chase the cold. A sense of profound sorrow and apology washed over them. They didn't steal the dew, Lyra breathed, relief and dismay warring in her voice. They were fleeing the disturbance. Their nature brings the frost. They sought refuge near the only large, open space they knew, the cup, but their presence froze it. The problem was vast. A machine deep below, vibrating, causing geological cold spots, driving the frost-sensitive cloud spinners upwards, whose very presence then froze the vital dew. Mossglen was caught in the middle. We need to stop the vibrations, Finn stated, the solution suddenly clear. Then the deep cold should settle. Then can you return below, where it's naturally cold for you, but the frost won't reach the cup. The lead spinner projected an image of the vibrating machine stopping. Then an image of the deep caverns, peaceful and quiet. Then an image of the cup, glistening with dew. Yes. Return. Peace. Dew flows. Hope, fragile but real, bloomed in Finn's chest. But how could he, a small boy, stop a buried machine? I know where it is, Finn said. Or near enough. I need to get back to the above. Grandfather will know what to do. The journey back through the Whisperwood and down the moss spire felt faster, fueled by purpose. Lyra flew beside him, her wings a blur. Reaching the spot where he'd first entered Mossglen, Finn hesitated. I'll be back, Lyra, I promise, with help. Lyra landed on his hand, looking up at him with her multifaceted eyes. We trust you, Finn Skygazer. The lens chose well. Go swiftly. Pulling his consciousness back through the lens felt like surfacing from a deep dive. He blinked, finding himself kneeling in the cool evening air beside the oak tree, the whispering lens heavy in his hand. The garden seemed vast and quiet after the intricate world below. He scrambled to his feet and ran towards the warm light spilling from the kitchen window. "Grandfather, grandfather." Finn burst into the kitchen, breathless. The old man looked up from his newspaper, startled. "Finn, what's the matter, lad? You look like you've seen a ghost." "Not a ghost." Finn gasped, pouring out the story: the lens, Mosklin, Lyra, the frozen cup, the cloud spinners fleeing the deep vibrations, the buried machine. He showed his grandfather the direction, pointing towards the neighbor's new shed foundation. Grandfather listened, his bushy eyebrows rising higher and higher. He didn't dismiss it as a child's fantasy. He knew the strange frost, and he knew about the neighbor's machine. "Old Mr. Burrows mentioned his compactor acting funny," he muttered. "Said it seemed to sink overnight, thought he'd turned it off." He grabbed his coat. "Come on, lad, let's go have a word." Mr. Burrows was initially skeptical, amused by Finn's tale of frozen kingdoms and crystalline spinners. But grandfather was persistent, citing the inexplicable frost damage and the missing machine. Grumbling, Mr. Burrows fetched a shovel and a powerful torch. They dug near the shed foundation, Finn directing them to the spot that felt right, guided by his memory of the spinner's image. After several minutes of digging, the shovel struck metal. They unearthed the subsoil vibrator, still faintly humming, buried much deeper than intended. Mr. Burrows pulled its power cord, and the grating hum ceased abruptly. "Well, I'll be," Mr. Burrows muttered, scratching his head. "Must have shorted and sunk itself. Nuisance. Sorry about the frost, Arthur. Ruined some of your moonflowers, didn't it?" "Aye," grandfather said, putting a hand on Finn's shoulder. "But Finn here might have saved something far more precious." Finn barely slept that night. At the first hint of dawn, he was back at the oak tree, the whispering lens clutched tightly. He pressed his eye to it, his heart pounding with hope and fear. The path glowed green. He descended, finding Lyra waiting right where he'd left her. The air in Mosklin felt different, lighter, fresher. A faint, sweet scent of damp earth and growing things replaced the stale despair. "Finn," Lyra chimed, zipping around him in joyful loops. "You did it." The vibrations stopped. The deep cold settled almost immediately. They hurried towards the royal acorn. A crowd had gathered, buzzing with excitement. King Carabas emerged, his carapace seeming to shine brighter. "Skygazer, Lyra, come see." They climbed the moss spire again, this time with lighter hearts. Reaching the cup of leaves, Finn gasped. It glistened. Fat, perfect dewdrops like liquid diamonds filled the vast leaf to the brim. Sunlight piercing through the canopy above caught the droplets, scattering rainbows across the mossy walls. Below, Finn saw the crystal relays glowing with a soft, blue-white light as the precious dew began its journey down into the heart of Mosklin. A cheer, tiny but thunderous to Finn's ears, rose from the watching citizens below. Fireflies performed celebratory loops in the air. Later, standing near the entrance to the Whisperwood, Finn and Lyra felt a shift in the air. A gentle, crystalline chiming echoed from the depths. The lead cloud spinner emerged, flanked by two others. It paused before Finn, its many eyes reflecting the dawn light filtering down. It didn't project words, but a profound feeling washed over Finn. Gratitude. Peace. Harmony restored. It raised one crystalline limb in a gesture of farewell, then turned and led its kin back into the cool, quiet depths where they belonged. Finn spent several more days visiting Mosklin through the lens. He saw sunken meadow turn lush and green again. He watched the glow moss lamps burn brighter. He even attended a feast held in his honor in the royal acorn, where he was presented with a tiny, perfectly woven cloak made from shimmering spider silk and edged with frost ferns, a gift from the spinners, delivered by Lyra. He kept it safe in a matchbox lined with velvet. The time came to leave. Standing at the threshold, Finn felt a pang. Mossglen wasn't just a hidden world, it was a part of him now. "Will I see you again?" he asked Lyra, who perched on a mossy stone beside him. "Whenever you look, sky-gazer," she chimed softly. "The lens is your bridge. Mossglen will always be here beneath your feet. Remember us. Remember your courage." "I will," Finn promised. "Thank you, Lyra, for everything." He lifted the lens away. The towering moss pillars shrank back to ordinary green fuzz. The intricate paths vanished. But the warmth of friendship, the memory of the glistening cup, the feel of the silk cloak in his pocket, these remained, solid and real. Finn returned to his own world, changed. He still felt fear, but now he knew it wasn't a cage. He tended grandfather's garden with renewed wonder, noticing the intricate lives buzzing beneath every leaf and stone. He learned the names of plants and insects. He spoke up more in class, his voice still quiet but steady. Sometimes, when the light was just right, he'd take out the whispering lens and peer into the moss at the base of the oak. More often than not, a tiny figure in a polished thistle helmet would wave up at him. Years later, Finn, now grown but still possessing a quiet spark of wonder, would sit beneath the old oak with his own children. He'd show them the whispering lens, its brass warm from his touch, and tell them the story of Mossglen, of the brave ladybug knight, of the shy cloud spinners, and of the dew that returned. He'd tell them how courage is found in caring, how friendship can bridge any size, and how the greatest adventures often begin just outside your door, if you only know how to look. And as the fireflies blinked in the gathering dusk, and the scent of lavender hung heavy in the air, his children would lean close, their eyes wide with belief, knowing that somewhere deep beneath the roots, a tiny kingdom thrived, forever grateful to the boy who was once afraid of spiders, but learned to be brave for the sake of friends he could hold in the palm of his hand. The story always ended with a sense of deep peace, a reminder that kindness echoes in hidden places, and that even the smallest light can banish the deepest cold. The garden slept, the oak stood sentinel, and the world, both seen and unseen, rested in perfect, quiet harmony. Story 12. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, a gentle rain whispered against the window pane, a soothing lullaby for the quiet village nestled in the Whisperwood valley. Inside her cozy cottage, young Anya traced the intricate patterns on a faded tapestry hanging near the fire. She often felt a strange pull towards it, a sense of something half-remembered, like a dream upon waking. Anya was known for her quiet nature and keen eyes. She felt different, somehow, from the other children. While they raced through the cobbled streets, she preferred sitting by the old stone well, listening to the wind sigh through the ancient oaks, or watching her grandmother, Alara, weave baskets with swift, practiced fingers. There was a depth in Grandmother Alara's eyes, a stillness that mirrored the deep forest pools, and Anya felt a wordless understanding pass between them. One crisp autumn afternoon, Grandmother Alara called Anya to her weaving corner. Sunlight, thick with golden dust motes, streamed through the window, illuminating the strands of willow and reed in her lap. "Come, little sparrow," she said, her voice like dry leaves rustling. "The season turns, and with it, the time has come for you to see what your eyes have always sought." Anya knelt beside her. Grandmother Alara didn't reach for the half-finished basket. Instead, her gnarled fingers dipped into a small, beautifully carved wooden box Anya had never seen before. It was made of dark, polished wood, inlaid with swirling patterns of mother-of-pearl that seemed to shift and shimmer like moonlight on water. From within the box, she drew out something wrapped in soft, undyed linen. "Long ago," Grandmother Alara began, her voice dropping to a low murmur that blended with the crackle of the fire, "before our village was built, before even the oldest oak took root, people lived in harmony with the Whisperwood. They weren't warriors or kings, but weavers. Weavers not just of cloth or baskets, but of the very essence of the valley, the mists, the whispers of the trees, the flow of the silver thread river. They were called the Lionthari, the thread singers. Anya's breath caught. The word resonated deep within her, like the chime of a distant bell. Grandmother Alara carefully unfolded the linen. Nestled within were 3 objects that seemed to hum with a quiet energy. The first was a spindle, impossibly delicate, carved from pale, luminous wood that felt warm to the touch. The second was a small, smooth river stone, striated with bands of silver and deep green. The third was a fragment of woven fabric, no larger than Anya's palm. It shimmered with impossible colors, the deep green of pine needles, the silver of morning mist, the rich brown of fertile earth, and a thread of pure, clear light that seemed to dance within the weave. These, Grandmother Alara said, her fingers brushing each object with reverence, are echoes of our legacy. The Lionthari spindle, spun with threads gathered from dawn dew and starlight, the heartstone found only where the silver thread kisses the roots of the elder tree, and the cloak fragment woven from the very breath of the valley. They were passed down through generations of daughters, hidden when times grew fearful, when louder voices drowned out the gentle songs of the weavers. Anya touched the cloak fragment. It felt like cool silk and warm sunlight simultaneously. A faint melody, like wind chimes made of crystal, seemed to vibrate against her fingertips. But why was it hidden, Grandmother? Why did they stop? Grandmother Alara sighed, a sound like wind through reeds. The world outside grew louder, demanding. People forgot the quiet strength of connection, the power in stillness. They sought dominion, not harmony. The Lionthari ways seemed small, unimportant, so the knowledge was tucked away, the artifacts safeguarded, waiting for a time when the whispers of the valley would be heard again. She looked deeply into Anya's eyes. Your heart, little sparrow, hears those whispers. You feel the rhythm of the Mistuad in your blood. It is your heritage. A sense of profound belonging washed over Anya, warm as the firelight. The restlessness she'd always felt wasn't loneliness, it was a calling. What do I do? The legacy isn't about grand magic or power, Anya, Grandmother Alara explained gently, placing the spindle in her granddaughter's hand. It's about listening. It's about understanding that everything is connected, the tallest tree to the smallest pebble, the rushing river to the drifting mist, the oldest story to the youngest heart. The spindle teaches patience, each thread must be drawn with care. The heartstone teaches grounding, feel the earth's steady pulse. The cloak fragment, she touched the shimmering weave, reminds us that we are part of a vast, beautiful tapestry, woven by time and nature itself. Your task is not to reclaim a forgotten glory, but to weave the quiet wisdom of the Lionthari into your own life, and perhaps gently, into the life of our village. The following days were filled with a new kind of learning. Grandmother Alara didn't teach Anya spells, but rather how to truly see. They walked through the autumn woods, not hurrying. Grandmother showed her how to listen to the different songs of the trees, the sigh of the pines, the rustle of the birches, the deep murmur of the oaks. She taught her to feel the subtle shift in the wind that spoke of changing weather, to read the stories written in the moss on stones, to understand the language of bird calls echoing through the mist-shrouded glens. Anya learned to spin with the Lionthari spindle, not ordinary wool, but strands of dried river grass and soft willow bark. As she spun, focusing on the rhythm, the gentle pull, the warmth of the spindle in her hand, she felt a deep calm settle over her. The constant chatter of her mind quieted, replaced by the simple, profound awareness of the moment. She kept the heartstone in her pocket, its cool weight a constant reminder of the earth beneath her feet. When she felt overwhelmed or uncertain, she would hold it, feeling its steady energy, picturing the deep roots of the forest anchoring her. She began to notice things she never had before. She saw how the baker's gruffness softened when he spoke of his prize roses. She saw the worry in the blacksmith's eyes when his son was ill, and later, the quiet relief. She saw how the village children squabbled, but also how quickly they shared laughter and helped each other climb trees. She saw the intricate web of connections. The baker bought grain from the miller, the miller's wheel turned by the silver thread, the blacksmith shod the horses that pulled the farmer's cart. Like threads in the cloak fragment. One evening, a bitter argument erupted near the well. Farmer Boren accused Tanner Garth of letting his goats stray into his prized vegetable patch. Voices rose, sharp and angry, drawing a small crowd. Anya, sitting nearby, felt the discord like a physical jolt. She clutched the heartstone in her pocket, seeking its grounding calm. Remembering the cloak fragment, the way each thread relied on the others, she took a deep breath. Instead of shrinking away, Anya quietly approached the well. She didn't shout or try to mediate directly. Instead, she knelt by the stone edge and began to spin her river-grass thread with the lionthari spindle. The rhythmic work-lick was soft but distinct, a counterpoint to the harsh voices. She focused on the feel of the grass, the warmth of the spindle, the steady pulse of the stone in her hand, and the deeper rhythm of the valley she now felt attuned to. Slowly, the sharp edges of the argument began to soften. Farmer Boren paused mid-rant, glancing at the small girl spinning peacefully by the well. Tanner Garth's defensive posture eased slightly. The rhythmic sound, the sight of Anya's focused calm, seemed to weave a thread of stillness into the charged air. The onlookers, too, grew quieter. Anya looked up, meeting Farmer Boren's eyes, then Tanner Garth's. She didn't speak, but her gaze held the quiet wisdom she'd been learning and understanding that went beyond blame. She saw Farmer Boren's pride in his hard work, Tanner Garth's frustration with a fence he couldn't afford to fix properly. She saw two threads tangled, not broken. Tanner Garth sighed, the anger draining from his face. "Aye, Boren, the fence is weak near the lower pasture. The old post rotted clean through last week. Been meaning to see to it, just haven't found the time or the timber." Farmer Boren's shoulders slumped. He looked from Garth to his trampled cabbages, then to Anya, still spinning her quiet thread. "HMPH, well, rotten post, you say. I've got some seasoned oak logs stacked behind the barn. Too knotty for furniture, but they'd make a sturdy post or two. Could bring one round tomorrow." A murmur of surprise rippled through the small crowd. Tanner Garth blinked. That's neighborly of you, Boren. I'd be much obliged, and I'll keep the goats penned tight till it's fixed. My boy can help me patch it proper." Just like that, the storm passed. The villagers drifted away, talking now in softer tones. Farmer Boren and Tanner Garth stood awkwardly for a moment, then nodded at each other before heading their separate ways. Anya smiled softly to herself, the spindle still humming in her hands. She hadn't solved the problem, she had simply woven a moment of stillness, allowing the threads of understanding to find their own connection again. It was a small echo of the lionthari way. That night, Grandmother Alara sat with Anya by the fire. The ancient artifacts lay on the low table between them, glowing softly in the firelight. "You see, little sparrow," Grandmother said, her voice thick with pride and tenderness. "The legacy was never truly lost. It sleeps within the land, within the quiet hearts that remember how to listen. It lives in the patience of the spinner, the grounding of the stone, and the understanding that we are all threads in the same cloak. You uncovered it not by digging up forgotten cities, but by listening to the whispers within yourself and the world around you." Anya held the shimmering cloak fragment. She saw not just the colors, but the story it told of resilience, of quiet strength, of deep connection. She saw the threads of her grandmother's love, the wisdom of the lionthari, the vibrant life of the Mistuad Valley, and her own place within it all. The sense of being different had transformed into a profound sense of belonging. She belonged to this lineage of listeners, weavers of understanding, guardians of quiet harmony. "Will I teach others?" Anya asked softly, watching the firelight dance on the mother-of-pearl patterns of the wooden box. "In time, perhaps," Grandmother Alara replied, stroking Anya's hair. "Not by proclaiming, but by living, by spinning your thread with patience, grounding yourself with the earth's strength, and seeing the connections that bind us all. The legacy isn't shouted, it's woven, one quiet moment, one act of understanding at a time. Like the mist that nourishes the valley unseen, like the roots that hold the mighty oak steady. Outside, the gentle rain continued to fall, a soothing rhythm on the roof. The fire crackled peacefully. Anya felt the comforting weight of the hearthstone in her hand, the smooth warmth of the spindle nearby, and the ethereal shimmer of the cloak fragment resting against her heart. She knew her journey of understanding was just beginning, but the path felt clear, lit by the gentle glow of her heritage. She wasn't just Anya of the village anymore. She was Anya, a thread singer of the Mistuad, a weaver of quiet connection. And as the embers glowed softly and the rain whispered its lullaby, she drifted towards sleep, wrapped in the deep, abiding comfort of belonging, her dreams filled with the silver threads of mist and the ancient, peaceful song of the whispering trees. The legacy lived not in grand gestures, but in the quiet, steady beat of a heart attuned to the world's gentle hum. Story 13. The first time Luna noticed the shimmering crack in the old oak tree at the edge of her garden, it was barely wider than a dandelion stem. But it pulsed with a soft, golden light, humming like a contented bee. Curiosity, a warm little spark in her chest, flared brighter than her hesitation. With a deep breath that smelled of damp earth and honeysuckle, Luna gently pressed her hand against the rough bark. The world tilted, then softened, and she tumbled through into a place of impossible wonder. She landed softly on moss as thick and velvety as an emerald carpet. Above her the sky wasn't blue, but a swirling canvas of twilight purples and soft apricots, where miniature stars blinked like fireflies trapped in amber. Trees unlike any she knew stretched towards this sky. Some had leaves like spun silver, chiming softly in a breeze that smelled of cinnamon and rain. Others bore glowing fruits that shifted color from sapphire to ruby as she watched. This was the Glimmerwood, a place whispered on the edges of dreams. Her first encounter wasn't with a creature, but a phenomenon. A patch of forest floor ahead shimmered, and suddenly autumn erupted. Crisp brown leaves swirled in a miniature vortex, smelling of wood smoke and apples, before dissolving into a shower of tiny, sparkling motes that settled like warm snow. Luna laughed, the sound swallowed by the gentle chime of the silver leaves. As she stepped forward, she startled a group of creatures no larger than her palm. They had bodies like plump, fuzzy bumblebees, but wings like shimmering butterflies, and they hummed a harmonious tune as they flitted between glowing flowers. Flutterbees, Luna whispered and chanted. One landed briefly on her finger, its tiny feet tickling, leaving behind a dusting of warm gold light before buzzing away with its friends. Following a path paved with smooth, cool stones that glowed faintly blue, Luna felt a thrill of pure discovery. The air grew slightly cooler, and the light dimmed. Ahead, the path forked. One way wound through cheerful groves of the chiming silverleaf trees, bathed in warm, golden light. The other descended into a shadowy ravine filled with twisted, dark-barked trees and strange, bioluminescent fungi that cast eerie, shifting glows. A tremor of unease touched Luna's heart. The cheerful path was clearly safer, more inviting. But the ravine, it held a deep mystery, a quiet hum that resonated differently from the flutterbee's song. It felt like a question waiting to be answered. The subtle life lesson whispered within her, true courage isn't the absence of fear, but the choice to explore despite it. Taking a steadying breath, Luna chose the ravine path. The air grew damp and earthy. Strange, glowing mushrooms pulsed like tiny hearts on the forest floor. Shadows seemed to move at the corner of her vision, but when she looked directly, they were just oddly shaped roots or clusters of deep violet moss. Her gentle challenge appeared as a natural bridge made of intertwined roots, spanning a narrow, dark stream that whispered secrets below. Guarding the bridge was a creature. It wasn't menacing, but undeniably strange, a being woven from shadows and moss, with eyes like smooth, wet river stones. It didn't speak, but a feeling washed over Luna. "You may pass if you see me truly." Luna paused. Fear prickled, urging her to rush past. But the creature's silent request echoed. She remembered her grandmother's words. Sometimes the bravest thing is to be still and really look. So Luna stood quietly. She noticed how the moss on its form shifted subtly with its breath, how the shadowy parts weren't empty, but held flecks of deep indigo light like distant stars. She saw the way its stone eyes reflected the gentle glow of the mushrooms, not with hostility, but with a quiet watchfulness. It wasn't a guard, but a guardian, part of this strange, beautiful place. As Luna truly saw it, a soft warmth emanated from the moss being. It inclined its head slightly and stepped aside, its form seeming less shadowy, more like living forest. The bridge felt solid and welcoming beneath her feet as she crossed. On the other side, the ravine opened into a hidden grove. In its center stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was the color of moonlit snow, and its branches held not leaves, but cascades of pure, liquid light in every color imaginable, flowing like silent waterfalls. The air hummed with peaceful energy. This was the Heartwood, the source of the Glimmerwood's magic. Standing before it, Luna felt no fear, only awe and a profound sense of belonging. The gentle challenge of the ravine hadn't been about danger, but about overcoming the fear of the unknown to find deeper beauty. As she watched, a single droplet of the liquid light detached itself. It floated gently towards her, solidifying into a smooth, warm stone that pulsed softly in her palm, radiating comfort. It was a piece of the Heartwood's peace. The journey back felt lighter. The moss being nodded as she passed. The flutterbees swirled around her in a friendly dance. The patch of autumn swirled again, this time showering her with warm, sparkling motes that smelled like contentment. The shimmering crack in the old oak appeared before her, the golden light welcoming her return. Luna stepped back into her familiar garden, the scent of honeysuckle strong. The stone in her hand glowed softly, a warm, reassuring pulse against her skin. The sun was setting, painting the sky in ordinary, beautiful oranges and pinks. She looked back at the old oak. The crack was gone, leaving only familiar bark. That night, as Luna lay in bed, the Heartwood stone rested on her bedside table, casting a soft, comforting radiance that filled the room with a sense of peaceful wonder. She thought of the shifting sky, the chiming leaves, the gentle flutterbees, the watchful moss guardian, and the breathtaking Heartwood. She hadn't fought dragons or solved impossible riddles. Her courage had been quieter, the courage to step through the unknown, to choose the shadowed path, and to truly see what was different. She had explored, and the Glimmerwood had gifted her not just a stone, but a deep understanding. The world is full of hidden wonders, waiting just beyond the familiar, for those brave enough to seek them with an open heart. And as the stone's gentle light lulled her to sleep, Luna knew that courage, like the Glimmerwood itself, was a light that could always be found within, ready to guide her through any unknown path. Her dreams were filled with chiming leaves and the soft, comforting glow of coming home. Story 14. The village of Mosswood Hollow nestled in a valley where mist curled like sleepy cats around cottage chimneys. Every home boasted gardens bursting with luminescent moon petals and whisper vines that hummed at dusk. Young Milo, with moss-green eyes and perpetually muddy knees, tended his grandmother's prized starlit zinnias. But lately, odd things stirred in the night. First, the cobblestone path to the village well rearranged itself overnight, forming spirals instead of straight lines. Then butter churns in every kitchen began producing lavender-scented butter. Finally, the sundials started ticking backward during tea time. Mild panic fluttered through Mosswood like a misplaced moth. "It's the Grumble Grumps," cried old Farmer Bramble, blaming mythical troublemakers. But Milo's grandmother, silver-haired and sharp as a dragonfly's wing, simply stirred her chamomile tea. Nonsense, mysteries are puzzles waiting for patient eyes. That night Milo set a trap, a basket of honey-glazed cloudberries beneath the ancient sentinel oak. Hidden in the hollow trunk he watched. Moonlight painted the garden silver. Just as drowsiness tugged his eyelids, tiny giggles erupted. 3 thumb-sized creatures tumbled from the oak's branches, shimmering like dewdrops. They had wings of spun sugar and bellies full of starlight. "Careful, Pip," chirped one, nudging the cloudberries. "Remember the great jam spill of Tuesday." Milo gasped. The creatures froze. Pip, the boldest, fluttered up. "You're not angry," he squeaked, wringing his little hands. "We only wanted to help." They explained they were Lumina sprites, guardians of joy. Hearing villagers fret about crooked paths and boring butter, they'd tried to fix things. The cobblestones. Spirals are happier than straight lines. The backward sundial. Tea time should last longer. Their magic, fueled by good intentions, had fizzed out of control. Milo pondered. But why the butter? Pip blushed. Lavender smells like nap time. Everyone seemed tense. A wise earth tortoise named Atlas, who napped by the well, rumbled advice. Kindness needs direction, little ones, like rivers needing banks. Together they devised a plan. At dawn, Milo gathered the villagers. The sprites hid in his pockets, trembling. "The gremlins aren't grumpy," Milo announced. "They're gardeners of joy who got carried away." He revealed the sprites. Gasps turned to awed murmurs as Pip demonstrated, gently straightening one cobblestone with a tap of his glowing finger. The solution. A wish-bloom garden. Villagers planted seeds expressing desires, a sunflower for straight paths, a thyme patch for savory butter. The sprites, channeling magic through the plants, granted wishes gently. Paths stayed orderly but gained cheerful mosaics at crossroads. Butter turned golden again, but with occasional surprise hints of cinnamon, just for fun. The backward sundial. It became a cherished quirk. At tea time, villagers would laugh, "There's our extra-long clock," and sip slower, sharing stories as shadows stretched lazily. Years later, Milo, now Mosswood's head gardener, would point to the wish-blooms, whispering to wide-eyed children, "See, even mistakes can grow sweetness when tended with kindness." And every night Lumina sprites danced in the moon petals, weaving dreams where cobblestones spiraled just for joy, and lavender butter melted on warm scones under a backward-ticking sky. All was cozy. All was well. The end. Story 15. Lily lived where the cobblestone streets of Willowbrook met the whispering embrace of the elder-green forest. Shy as a moth and quiet as falling dusk, she often felt invisible amidst the boisterous village children. Her solace came in wandering the forest's edge, collecting acorn caps and tracing the velvet moss on ancient oaks. One crisp autumn afternoon, while skirting a brook that giggled over polished stones, she noticed an unusual glint beneath a fern. Brushing aside damp leaves, she uncovered a key unlike any she'd seen, forged from iridescent moon silver, warm to the touch, and etched with constellations that seemed to swirl if stared at too long. It hummed softly against her palm, a vibration like a contented cat's purr. That evening, as amber twilight painted the sky, the key pulsed brighter on her windowsill. Compelled, Lily slipped into her thickest woolen cloak and followed its gentle thrum into the forest. Moonbeams guided her to a granite wall draped in ivy, where a hidden lock shimmered faintly. The key slid in smoothly. With a sigh like 1,000 petals unfurling, the stone dissolved into mist, revealing a path carpeted in luminous blue moss. Heart pounding, Lily stepped through. Moonhaven Glade unfolded before her, a valley cradled by weeping willows with leaves of liquid silver, where fireflies waltzed to the melody of crystal streams. Air hung thick with the scent of night-blooming jasmine and damp earth. Yet beneath the enchantment lurked unease. Patches of moss had dulled to gray, willow leaves drooped listlessly, and the stream's song held a sorrowful quaver. It was then a russet fox with eyes like polished amber emerged from behind a tree stump. "Took you long enough," he huffed, though his voice was warm as honeyed tea. "Name's Rusty, guardian of Moonhaven, and we've got a problem." Rusty explained that Moonhaven's magic flowed from the Heartstone, a crystalline geode deep within the Whispering Caves. But its light had dimmed over weeks, poisoning the glade. "Only a bond between human and guardian can renew it," he said gravely. "Tried telling a badger, but he just lectured me on burrow insulation." Lily hesitated, twisting her cloak. "I'm nobody special." Rusty nudged her hand with his wet nose. "The key chose you, saw kindness in you when others just saw quiet." His trust was a fragile flame in the gathering gloom, one Lily vowed to protect. Their journey began at dawn's first blush, guided by the key's constellations now glowing on Lily's palm. They traversed meadows where flowers chimed like tiny bells, crossed bridges woven from living vines, and navigated the murmuring marsh, a place where deceptive fog whispered insecurities. "They don't see you," the mist hissed. "Too small, too silent." Lily faltered until Rusty nipped her sleeve. "Quiet isn't empty, it's full of listening." His fierce loyalty scattered the fog. Next, the crystal grotto demanded ingenuity. Pathways shifted like kaleidoscopes. When Rusty's paw slipped on a treacherous ledge, Lily lunged, grabbing his scruff. "Friends don't let friends plummet," she panted, hauling him up. He licked her cheek. "Knew you had grit under that quiet." Deeper they ventured, finding the Heartstone in a cavern aglow with dying rainbows. It lay cracked, its light choked by creeping tendrils of shadowvine, a parasitic plant feeding on doubt. "It festers where hearts feel unworthy," Rusty murmured. Lily traced the stone's fracture, remembering village taunts, Lily the mouse. Shadowvine thorns pricked her fingers, whispering, "You're too small to matter." But Rusty pressed against her leg, warm and solid. "You matter to Moonhaven, to me." His faith ignited hers. She tore at the vines, ignoring stinging thorns, while Rusty dug at roots with relentless paws. "Sing," he yelped. "Joy starves shadows." Lily's voice, thin at first, rose in a lullaby her grandmother taught her, a tune of hearth fires and steadfast love. The vines recoiled, shriveling to ash as her song swelled, clear and brave. Light erupted from the Heartstone, pure and gold as dawn. It flooded the cavern, sealing the crack, then surged through tunnels into Moonhaven. Outside, silver leaves shimmered anew, moss-blazed sapphire, and the stream laughed in sparkling cadence. Fireflies spiraled in jubilant constellations above Lily and Rusty, who lay breathless and grinning in a pool of light. "Told you were special," Rusty wheezed, tail thumping. Lily hugged him, burying her face in his sun-warmed fur. "We did it together." Weeks later, back in Willowbrook, Lily still wandered the forest, but now with a confident stride and sometimes a flicker of russet fur in the undergrowth. She spoke more, her words thoughtful and steady. When bullies jeered, she remembered shadowvines crumbling beneath song and friendship. She planted moonflower seeds by her window, their petals glowing faintly silver on dark nights. One evening she found a single amber-tipped fox feather on her pillow. Curling under her quilt, she smiled. Some bonds, like Moonhaven's magic, thrived in quiet places, unseen but unbreakable, humming with the warmth of a key that had unlocked not just a hidden world, but her own brave heart. Outside, the eldergreen sighed contentedly, its leaves rustling a lullaby of courage and belonging that carried her into dreams as deep and peaceful as the glade itself. Story 16. The attic above young Finn's bedroom was a realm of dust motes dancing in slanted sunlight and forgotten whispers. Finn often felt a little like one of those dust motes adrift, unsure where he truly belonged. His family had lived in the sleepy, willow-lined village of Havenbrook for generations, yet Finn sometimes felt like an outsider looking in, disconnected from the deep roots everyone else seemed to possess. One rain-sprinkled afternoon, seeking shelter from the drizzle, he climbed the creaky ladder, drawn by a faint, sweet scent like old parchment and cedarwood he couldn't place. Pushing aside cobweb-draped trunks and bundles of yellowed letters, Finn's hand brushed against something cool and smooth tucked beneath a worn patchwork quilt. It was a long, slender box, crafted from wood so dark it seemed to drink the dim light, yet it glowed faintly with intricate, swirling patterns carved across its surface, patterns that felt strangely familiar, like half-remembered dreams. At its center was a simple, sun-shaped lock made of tarnished silver. Curiosity, warm and insistent, bloomed in Finn's chest. He traced the carving spirals like unfurling ferns, interlocking circles like clasped hands, stars woven into the grain. They whispered of deep forests and ancient skies. He remembered his grandmother, Nana Alara, whose hands were always busy knitting or tending her moonlit garden, mentioning a family story about a keeper's box, but she'd always trailed off, her eyes distant. He'd thought it just another old tale. As his fingers lingered on the cool silver sunlock, a tingle ran up his arm. He pressed gently, not expecting anything, but with a soft click, like a sigh of relief, the lock released. The lid lifted silently, revealing a lining of faded blue velvet. Nestled inside were two things: a small, perfectly smooth river stone, cool to the touch and etched with the same spiral pattern as the box, and a simple, folded piece of thick, cream-colored parchment, brittle with age. Finn carefully unfolded the parchment. It wasn't a letter, but a map. Drawn in faded brown ink, it depicted Havenbrook with astonishing detail: the winding river silver thread, the humpbacked stone bridge, the village green, but it extended far beyond the current village boundaries into the Whispering Woods, a dense forest most villagers avoided, murmuring about old magic. A single path marked by tiny, delicately drawn willow leaves led deep into the woods. At its end was a symbol, a circle embracing a single, radiant star, identical to the carvings on the box. Below it, in elegant, flowing script, were the words, "Where roots remember." The river stone felt alive in Finn's palm, humming with a gentle warmth. It seemed to pulse in time with his own heartbeat. He knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that this was his journey. This was the connection he'd been seeking. The rain softened to a mist as he carefully tucked the stone into his pocket, refolded the map, and closed the beautiful box, its lock clicking softly shut. The next morning dawned clear and bright, the air washed clean and smelling of damp earth and new leaves. Holding the map in the warm stone, Finn slipped out before the village fully awoke. He followed the map's path, the stone growing warmer as he neared the edge of the Whispering Woods. The forest wasn't dark and forbidding as the tales suggested. It was cathedral-like. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in dappled gold and green, illuminating moss-covered boulders like sleeping giants and carpets of emerald ferns. The air hummed softly, a chorus of rustling leaves, distant birdsong, and the gurgle of unseen streams. It felt peaceful, welcoming. The map guided him unerringly along a narrow, almost invisible trail carpeted with soft moss. He passed ancient oaks whose bark seemed etched with wise faces, and stands of slender silver birches that shimmered like moonlight. The river stone pulsed more insistently now, a comforting beacon. After walking for what felt like hours, yet no time at all, Finn emerged into a small, hidden grove bathed in ethereal light. At its heart stood the most magnificent willow tree he had ever seen. Its trunk was vast and gnarled, radiating immense age and serenity. Its long, graceful branches swept down to touch the ground like a curtain of shimmering green silk, enclosing a quiet space beneath. At the base of the trunk, exactly where the map indicated the star-encircle symbol, was a small, natural hollow. Finn approached slowly, the stone in his hand now glowing with a soft, golden light. He knelt before the hollow. Inside, nestled amongst velvety moss, lay a simple object, a key. Not of metal, but carved from the same dark, swirling patterned wood as the box, warm to the touch. As Finn's fingers closed around it, a profound sense of calm washed over him. Images flickered in his mind, not his own memories, but echoes. People tending gardens under the moon, hands weaving baskets from willow branches, villagers gathering beneath a great tree to share stories and laughter, faces kind and familiar, eyes holding the same quiet contemplation he sometimes saw in his own reflection. A gentle rustling sound made him look up. The great willow's branches stirred, though there was no breeze. From within the curtain of leaves, a soft, resonant voice seemed to emanate, like the deep hum of the earth itself. "Welcome, keeper's kin." Finn gasped, not with fear, but with awe. Who are you?" "I am the Heartwood," the voice resonated, warm and deep. "The first willow of Havenbrook, planted by the hands of your many times great-grandmother, Anya, when she sought peace beside the silver thread. She was the first keeper." "The keeper," Finn whispered, clutching the wooden key. "The keeper," the Heartwood affirmed, its leaves shimmering gently. "Not of objects, child, but of spirit, of the old ways, the ways of quiet connection. Connection to the earth that feeds us, to the water that sings, to the stars that guide, and most importantly, to the hearts around us. Your ancestors understood that true belonging isn't just in bloodlines, but in shared breath, shared care, shared stories beneath the sheltering branches. They were the weavers of community, the tenders of peace." Finn thought of the box, the map, the stone, and now the key symbols not of power, but of purpose. Symbols of tending. "But I don't feel like I belong sometimes. In the village, I feel different." The Heartwood sighed, a sound like wind through 1,000 leaves. "Difference is the sap that feeds the tree, young one. Anya felt different too. She came seeking solitude, yet she planted me as a symbol of gathering. She knew solitude can nourish the spirit, but connection nourishes the soul. Your feeling of being apart, it is the whisper of the deep roots within you, remembering the keeper's path. It is not a call to loneliness, but a reminder to seek the connection that matters, the quiet acts of kindness, the listening ear. The tending hand, the key you hold is not for luck, but for understanding. It unlocks the legacy within your own heart." The images returned, stronger now. Anya planting the sapling with gentle hands, villagers sharing harvests beneath the growing willow's shade, someone leaving baskets of herbs on a neighbor's doorstep, his own Nana Alara patiently teaching him the names of the stars. It wasn't a grand history of kings and battles, but a tender tapestry woven with threads of empathy, stewardship, and quiet presence. The ancient legacy wasn't gold or glory, it was a way of being. Tears welled in Finn's eyes, warm and cleansing. The feeling of being adrift melted away, replaced by a profound sense of grounding, like roots sinking deep into rich, welcoming soil. He belonged here not just to Havenbrook, but to this lineage of gentle awareness, to this understanding passed down through whispers and willow branches. He belonged to the earth, the water, the sky, and the quiet pulse of connection between all living things. "I understand," Finn breathed, the wooden key radiating warmth against his skin. "The legacy, it's about tending. Tending the garden, tending friendships, tending the peace inside." The Heartwood's branches swayed gently in approval. "Yes, child, it is the quiet strength found in stillness, the wisdom in listening, the courage in kindness. Carry the key, remember the grove, let the roots remember through you." Finn spent a long, peaceful while sitting beneath the Heartwood, the mist rising from the damp moss, the birdsong a gentle lullaby. He felt the presence of his ancestors not as ghosts, but as a comforting warmth in the sunlight, a whisper in the leaves, a steady beat in his own heart. He traced the carvings on the wooden key, the spirals, the circles, the star now understanding their meaning, growth, unity, guidance. As the afternoon light slanted golden through the trees, Finn knew it was time to return. He carefully placed the river stone back into the hollow beside the heartwood, a silent promise to return. Holding the wooden key and the folded map, he felt lighter, filled with a quiet joy. He followed the mossy path back through the whispering woods, now seeing the forest not as separate, but as part of the tapestry he belonged to. The rustling leaves seemed to murmur blessings. Back in his room, as the first stars pricked the twilight sky, Finn placed the wooden key back inside the dark box and closed the sun-shaped lock. It clicked softly. He didn't need to open it every day. The understanding was inside him now, a warm ember glowing steadily. He looked out his window at the familiar lines of the village roofs, the silhouette of the distant woods. He didn't feel like a drifting dust mote anymore. He felt like a young willow sapling, connected by deep, unseen roots to the heartwood, to Anya, to Nana Alara, to all the quiet keepers who had come before him. He belonged to the earth, to the stars, to the flowing silver thread, and to the gentle, enduring heartbeat of Havenbrook. The ancient legacy wasn't lost, it was alive within him, a peaceful rhythm guiding his steps, a comforting warmth promising he would never truly be alone. And as the moon rose, casting a silver path on his floor, Finn drifted into a sleep deeper and more peaceful than he'd ever known, cradled by the roots that remembered. Story 17. In the quiet village of Thistledown Hollow, where chimney smoke curled like silver ribbons into the twilight, a gentle mystery began. Each morning, as dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, the villagers discovered something peculiar. Freshly baked pies cooling on windowsills, jars of honey left by garden gates, and baskets of plump blueberries would vanish overnight. Not a crumb remained. No muddy footprints, no scattered leaves, just empty plates where treats had been. Young Finn, with eyes as bright as dew-kissed spiderwebs, noticed the pattern first. "It's always the sweet things that disappear," he murmured to his grandmother while kneading cinnamon dough. Like someone very shy is tasting autumn's kindness. His grandmother smiled, dusting flour from her apron. Perhaps they're lonely, dear, or lost. That evening, Finn tucked a warm maple tart wrapped in cloth beneath the old hawthorn tree, the heart of Thistledown Hollow. He hid behind a pile of russet leaves, waiting. The moon rose, casting long shadows that danced like silent friends. Just as Finn's eyelids grew heavy, a soft chime echoed through the air like tiny bells. The tart vanished. Not snatched but dissolved, as if swallowed by moonlight itself. Finn gasped. A flicker of movement caught his eye, a shimmer no bigger than a dandelion seed darting toward the mossy stones near Willow Creek. He followed, boots crunching softly on frosted grass. There, beneath a curtain of weeping willows, sat Thistlewick. The ancient hedgehog tinkerer mended pots by lantern light, his spectacles perched on his snout. Around him fluttered dozens of glowing orbs, lumini, creatures woven from starlight and curiosity, who whispered secrets to those who listened. "Ah, young observer," Thistlewick rasped kindly. "Chasing moon thieves." Finn described what he'd seen. The lumini pulsed excitedly, swirling around Finn's head like living constellations. "They say the sweetness leaves no trail," Thistlewick mused. "But everything leaves a trace, even magic." He handed Finn a magnifying glass fashioned from ice and quartz. "Look closer, child. Magic often forgets to hide its footprints." Finn returned to the hawthorn tree at dawn. Kneeling, he peered through the glass. There on the bark were faint smudges, glowing like crushed fireflies. They led to the creek's edge, where water bubbled over pebbles. Finn waded in, the cold biting his ankles. Half submerged in the reeds lay a smooth, opalescent scale, no larger than a teardrop. It hummed with warmth. Thistlewick's eyes widened when he saw it. A Glimmerling scale, gentle water spirits who turn invisible when frightened. They adore sweetness, but haven't been seen in years. He stroked his quills thoughtfully. Something must have disturbed their home. Finn remembered the Lumines' whispers, strange rumblings upstream. He followed the creek past meadows where sheep dozed under amber sunbeams, past the mill's sleepy wheel, until he reached Mossrock Gorge. There, a landslide had blocked the stream with boulders, turning the Glimmerling's crystal pool into a murky puddle. Starved of their usual meals of water lilies and sunbeam nectar, they'd ventured into the village for comfort. Finn scrambled up the gorge, Thistle huffing behind him. Clever lad, the hedgehog wheezed. But moving rocks, that's work for stronger magic. He pulled a flute carved from a cedar root and played a low, rumbling tune. From the forest emerged Bramblehide, a moss-covered stone giant who napped in fern beds. With gentle grunts he shifted the boulders, freeing the stream. Water gushed joyously into the restored pool, revealing dozens of trembling, translucent Glimmerlings. Their bodies shimmered like wet pearls, eyes wide as dewdrops. That night, Finn left a honey cake by the gorge. One Glimmerling grew visible, a creature with fins like spun glass and a shy smile. It patted Finn's hand, leaving a cool tingle. From then on, villagers left treats by Mossrock Gorge every full moon. The Glimmerlings in return wove rainbows in morning mist over Thistledown Hollow, a silent thank you. Finn learned that mysteries bloom where kindness meets attention, and that even the quietest voices, whether chiming like bells or humming in water, deserve to be heard. As fireflies blinked lullabies in the velvet dark, he'd whisper to his grandmother, "The sweetest things aren't just tasted, they're shared." And in the gorge under the patient stars, the Glimmerlings danced, visible at last, their laughter like raindrops on quiet ponds. Story 18. Deep in the Buttercup Vale, where the breeze smelled perpetually of warm marmalade and clouds drifted like spun sugar, lived a gnome named Barnaby with a most peculiar problem. He couldn't remember where he put things. Not ordinary things like misplaced spectacles or a single sock. Oh no. Barnaby misplaced memories. Particularly happy ones. One moment he'd be chuckling about the time he'd accidentally glued his hat to a sleeping badger, and poof. The memory would vanish, leaving only a faint, fizzy failing and a bewildered no. His constant companion was Pip, a hedgehog whose spines didn't just prick, they shimmered and changed color depending on his mood. When Pip was excited, he glowed like a sunset. When worried, he faded to a soft, anxious gray. He was currently a deep shade of concerned lavender, watching Barnaby pat his pockets frantically. "The picnic, Pip," Barnaby wailed. "We had that lovely picnic by the sparkle stream with, oh dear, who was it again, and what did we eat? I remember it was delicious, and blue." "Blueberry tarts, Barnaby," Pip sighed, his spines flickering a sympathetic lilac. "With Whimsy Willow the baker, and it was delicious. Until a rogue breeze blew your napkin, the one embroidered with dancing turnips, right into the stream, remember?" Pip paused hopefully. Barnaby's face scrunched in concentration, then fell. Dancing turnips stream, blew something, gone, utterly vanished, like my memory of how to whistle the tune of tiny toadstools. He slumped onto a giant, velvety mushroom seat. This memory misplacing wasn't just inconvenient. It was causing ripples in the vale. The forget-me-not flowers near Barnaby's burrow had started blooming upside down. The usually chatty brooklet babbler only gurgled backwards. Even the sunbeams seemed a bit dimmer over Gnome Hollow. Something needed to be done. Pip, determined to help his friend and restore the sunbeams, devised a plan. "We need to catch the memories before they float away," he declared, spines blazing orange with resolve. "Like butterflies, we need a net of nostalgia." Their quest began at the workshop of Wobbly Wonders, run by Thimblewick, a tinkerer elf whose inventions were brilliant, but tended to wobble alarmingly. Thimblewick, whose long ears twitched with excitement at the challenge, rummaged through piles of cog-shaped cookies and springs made of licorice. A memory net tricky needs something sticky but not too sticky, something bright to attract happy thoughts, and perhaps a dash of echo. He presented them with a net woven from spun moonbeams, dandelion fluff, and spider silk infused with the faint echo of laughter. It shimmered faintly. Armed with the net of nostalgia, Barnaby and Pip ventured to the Whispering Woods, where memories were rumored to linger like fireflies. Pip's spines pulsed a hopeful yellow. Think of something happy, Barnaby, really focus. Barnaby closed his eyes, picturing the blueberry tarts. He concentrated hard. Suddenly a tiny, shimmering blue orb, smelling faintly of pastry, popped into existence near his ear. There. Pip squeaked, lunging with the net. Swoosh. He caught it. But the moment the net touched it, the memory orb fizzed brightly and vanished again. Oh, pickled parsnips. Pip groaned, his spines dimming to disappointed beige. It didn't stick. Just then Barnaby sighed. I do miss Whimsy Willow's singing. She sang the color of lemons, you know. As he spoke, a faint lemon-yellow shimmer flickered near his shoulder. Pip froze. He hadn't used the net. The memory had just appeared when Barnaby spoke fondly of it. And as Barnaby mentioned the color, Pip's own spines, reacting to the mention of yellow, flickered a bright sunshine hue. The lemon-colored memory orb seemed to pulse in response to Pip's spines. A light bulb made of actual tiny glowing dandelion seeds went off in Pip's mind. Barnaby, it's not about catching them, it's about anchoring them with feeling and maybe color. The twist was delightfully unexpected. Pip, with his color-changing spines, was the key. He wasn't just Barnaby's friend, he was a living, breathing memory anchor. They rushed back to Barnaby's cozy burrow, decorated with slightly lopsided paintings Barnaby couldn't quite remember painting. Pip scurried onto Barnaby's shoulder. All right, Barnaby, tell me a happy memory, anyone, and describe how it felt and what it looked like. Barnaby took a deep breath. Well, there was the day I found my first four-leaf clover. It felt fizzy, like ginger pop bubbles in my tummy, and it looked bright spring green like new moss after rain. As Barnaby spoke, a vibrant green orb appeared. Instantly Pip focused, his spines glowing the exact same shade of spring green. He didn't move. He didn't try to catch it. He just was the color and the feeling. The green orb hovered, then slowly, gently, drifted down and nestled itself into a little clay pot Pip held out. It sat there, glowing contentedly. It worked. Barnaby gasped, a genuine, unforgotten smile spreading across his face. They spent the afternoon like this. Barnaby recalled the great marmalade overflow, sticky, orange as a sunset. Pip glowed sunset orange. He remembered learning to juggle glowworms, wobbly, soft blue light. Pip pulsed soft blue. He even remembered the dancing turnip napkin disaster, soggy and silly, purple with green spots. Pip valiantly managed a polka-dotted purple and green. Each memory, anchored by Pip's empathetic color matching and Barnaby's vivid description, settled happily into the clay pot, glowing like a collection of cheerful fireflies. The more memories they anchored, the brighter Barnaby's eyes sparkled, and the more the forget-me-nots righted themselves outside. The brooklet babbler burbled forwards again, and the sunbeams over Gnome Hollow warmed to a perfect golden honey hue. Word spread through Buttercup Vale. Soon Whimsy Willow arrived, bearing a fresh batch of purple plum tarts this time, for variety, my dear forgetful friend. As they sat down for tea, Barnaby looked at the plate. Purple plums, like the time Pip got stuck in a berry bush. He chuckled. Pip, mid-munch on a tart, puffed his spines proudly into a vibrant plum purple. The memory of the berry bush rescue glowed safely in the clay pot. No vanishing act this time. The solution was simple, creative, and wonderfully silly. A forgetful gnome and his color-changing hedgehog best friend, anchoring joy with shared feelings and hues. The workshop of wobbly wonders repurposed the net of nostalgia into a delightful hammock that changed color with your mood. And Barnaby's clay pot. It became the Vale's most cheerful nightlight, glowing with all the anchored happy memories, a constant, cozy reminder that even misplaced moments could be found again with a little friendship and a lot of color. As Barnaby snuggled into his armchair that evening, watching the memory lights twinkle, and Pip snoozed on his lap, spines softly pulsing the peaceful lavender of contented sleep, the scent of plum tarts and warm earth filled the burrow. Outside, the vale hummed with rioted flowers and forward burbling brooks, bathed in honey-gold sunlight saved by a gnome's recollections and a hedgehog's hues. All was safe, silly, and sweetly remembered, the perfect lullaby for drifting into dreams painted in every happy color imaginable. Story 19. The fire crackled softly, its golden light painting dancing shadows on the walls. Outside, the wind whispered secrets to the ancient oak tree, and the scent of rain-kissed earth drifted through the slightly open window. It was a night made for stories, for journeys taken from the comfort of a warm blanket. So settle in, little one, and let me tell you the tale of Finn and the whispering moonflower. Finn wasn't known for being loud or bold. He lived with his grandmother in a cottage nestled on the edge of Willowbrook woods, a place where moss grew thick and green, and sunlight filtered through the leaves like scattered gold coins. Finn preferred the quiet company of plants and the patient observation of slow-moving beetles to the boisterous games of the village children. His grandmother often said he had roots deep as the oldest tree, meaning he felt things deeply and moved through the world with a thoughtful stillness. Yet sometimes a quiet longing stirred within him, a wish to understand the deeper murmurings of the world, the secrets the wind carried but never quite explained. One crisp autumn evening, as the harvest moon hung heavy and luminous in the indigo sky, casting long, silvery shadows, Finn felt an unusual pull. He slipped out the back door, the cool air kissing his cheeks, and followed a path he'd walked 100 times before, towards the heart of the woods. But tonight, the path felt different. The moonlight seemed to pool in unexpected places, illuminating hidden hollows and glinting off dewdrops like tiny diamonds scattered on spiderwebs. Deep within a grove of ancient, gnarled oaks, where the air hummed with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, Finn saw it. Nestled at the base of the largest oak, almost hidden by ferns, bloomed a flower unlike any he had ever seen. Its petals were the purest silver, shimmering with an inner light that seemed to pulse gently, like a captured star. They curved upwards like delicate cups, and in their center glowed a soft, blue-white light. It was a moonflower. His grandmother had told tales of them, rare blossoms that bloomed only under a full harvest moon and were said to possess magic. Legend whispered they could reveal hidden things to those with gentle hearts and listening ears. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Finn knelt before the radiant bloom. He didn't pluck it, that felt wrong. Instead, he leaned closer, his breath misting in the cool air. As he did, a soft, musical sigh seemed to emanate from the flower, not a sound heard with ears, but felt deep within his bones. It was a whisper, a sigh of ancient woods and forgotten paths. "Look closer, quiet one," the sigh seemed to say. "Look beyond the veil." Finn blinked. The shimmering light from the moonflower seemed to expand, washing over the gnarled bark of the ancient oak. And then, impossibly, the bark softened, shimmered, and seemed to flow. Where solid wood had been, an archway formed, woven from living vines and shimmering moonlight. It pulsed with a soft invitation. Beyond the arch, Finn glimpsed not the familiar woods, but a world bathed in perpetual twilight. Giant, luminous mushrooms glowed with soft blues and purples, casting gentle light on paths of crushed moonstone. Strange, graceful trees with leaves like spun silver swayed in a breeze that carried the scent of night-blooming jasmine and starlight. This was Silverbough Glade, a hidden world within the woods, revealed only by the moonflower's magic. Hesitation warred with wonder in Finn's heart. This was vast and unknown. But the gentle sigh of the moonflower echoed again, a sound like trust. Taking a deep breath, feeling the cool, strangely sweet air of the glade brush his face, Finn stepped through the shimmering archway. The moment his foot touched the moonstone path, the archway behind him dissolved back into solid bark. He was truly here. The air thrummed with a quiet energy, a hum of life both familiar and utterly alien. Fireflies larger than any he'd seen and glowing with a steady, warm gold light instead of flickering green, drifted lazily among the giant mushrooms. A small stream chuckled over smooth, obsidian-black stones, its water clear as glass and sparkling with captured starlight. Finn walked slowly, his senses overwhelmed. He saw delicate, winged creatures no bigger than his thumb flitting between silver-leafed flowers, leaving trails of faintly sparkling dust. He heard the soft chime of crystal bells carried on the breeze, though he saw no source. It was peaceful, breathtakingly beautiful, yet undeniably real. His quiet exploration was interrupted by a frantic, high-pitched chittering. From behind a cluster of glowing blue mushrooms tumbled a small creature. It was about the size of a rabbit but resembled a sleek, furry squirrel with oversized, velvety ears and large, luminous eyes the color of amber. Its fur was a soft, smoky gray, and it clutched something small and glowing protectively to its chest. Right behind it, buzzing angrily, were 3 spiky, iridescent beetles the size of Finn's fist, their wings whirring like tiny saws. They seemed intent on stealing the glowing object. Without thinking, driven by the instinct to protect the smaller creature, Finn stepped forward, placing himself between the frantic squirrel-like being and the beetles. He waved his arms, not threateningly, but firmly. "Shoo, go away," he called, his voice sounding surprisingly loud in the hushed glade. The beetles halted, hovering menacingly. They seemed confused by this large, unfamiliar presence. One darted forward, but Finn stood his ground, meeting its multifaceted gaze. A strange sensation washed over him, not fear, but a deep sense of connection to the living earth beneath his feet, a feeling of calm rootedness. He focused on that feeling, projecting it outward, a silent plea for peace. To his astonishment, the lead beetle's buzzing slowed. It tilted its head, then, with a final irritated buzz, it and its companions zipped away into the glowing foliage. The small creature trembled, its large amber eyes wide with fear and gratitude. It cautiously uncurled its paws, revealing the object it protected, a smooth, oval stone that pulsed with a soft, warm, golden light like a tiny captured sun. It chittered softly, a sound like rustling leaves and tinkling water. Finn slowly knelt, holding out his hand palm up, a gesture of peace he used with shy birds back home. "It's all right," he murmured softly. "They're gone." The creature blinked, then, with lightning speed, darted forward and deposited the warm, pulsing stone into Finn's hand. It felt comforting, like holding sunlight. Then the creature scampered up his arm, settling comfortably on his shoulder, its soft fur brushing his neck. It nuzzled his ear and made a soft, purring sound. A name popped into Finn's mind, Pip. Pip, it seemed, had decided they were friends. And Pip knew things. With gentle nudges from his velvety nose and soft chitters, Pip guided Finn deeper into Silverbough Glade. They passed groves where trees sang soft, harmonic melodies when the wind stirred their silver leaves. They skirted pools of water so still they reflected not the glowing mushrooms above, but entire constellations unknown to Finn. They saw gentle, deer-like creatures with coats that shimmered like moonlit water grazing on luminous moss. Pip led Finn towards the heart of the glade, where the light grew brighter, emanating from a magnificent tree unlike any other. It wasn't silver, but a deep, warm bronze. Its leaves were shaped like teardrops and glowed with a soft, internal golden light. This was the heartwood tree, Pip conveyed through urgent gestures and soft sounds. And it was dying. The golden light within its leaves was flickering erratically, like a guttering candle. Many leaves had turned a dull, ashen gray and fallen, littering the ground around its massive roots, which pulsed with a faint, sickly rhythm. A profound sense of sadness permeated the air here, a silent weeping that resonated in Finn's quiet heart. Pip chittered mournfully, pointing with a tiny paw towards the base of the great tree. Nestled among the roots was a cluster of stones similar to the one Pip had given Finn, but these were dark, cold, and lifeless. They were sunstones. Pip conveyed the source of the heartwood's vitality, drawing warmth and light from the hidden world's core. But they had been stolen, all but the one Pip had rescued from the greedy glint beetles, as Finn now understood the spiky thieves to be. Without their light, the heartwood was fading, and with it, the delicate balance of Silverbough glade. The glint beetles, normally harmless scavengers, had been driven by a strange greed, hoarding the sunstones in their nest deep within the whispering caves, drawn by their warmth but unaware of the vital light they siphoned away. Pip had tried to retrieve them, but was too small to face the swarm. Finn looked from the dying heartwood to the warm, pulsing sunstone in his hand, then to the small, trusting creature on his shoulder. The vastness of the glade, the strangeness of its inhabitants, the enormity of the task, it all threatened to overwhelm his quiet nature. He wasn't a hero, he was just Finn, who liked beetles and quiet walks. But then he looked into Pip's large, amber eyes, filled with such desperate hope. He felt the gentle sigh of the moonflower echo within him, the trust it had placed in his quiet observation. He felt the deep roots his grandmother spoke of, not just stillness, but connection, strength drawn from the earth and the living world. This hidden place, this gentle friend, this ancient tree, they needed him. Not a loud hero, but a quiet listener, a gentle presence. "I understand, Pip," Finn said softly, his voice gaining a new steadiness. "We have to get the sunstones back." Their journey to the Whispering Caves was fraught with subtle challenges. Pip guided Finn along paths only a small creature would know, through tunnels formed by glowing crystal formations that hummed when touched, and across bridges woven from luminous spider silk strong as steel. They avoided the pool of silent reflections, where gazing too long could lure one into a waking dream, and skirted the grove of whispering shadows, where playful but mischievous shadow sprites tried to lead them astray with echoing giggles and false paths. Finn's quiet focus, his ability to listen to Pip's subtle cues and feel the subtle shifts in the glade's energy, proved invaluable. He moved not with force, but with mindful awareness, a calm center in the magical twilight. Finally, they reached the entrance to the Whispering Caves. A jagged mar in a cliffside veined with glowing purple crystal, it emitted a low, ominous hum. Inside, the air grew warmer, thicker, buzzing with the sound of countless glint beetle wings. The caves twisted and turned, lit only by the beetles' iridescent shells and the faint glow of the crystals. Deeper they ventured, the humming growing louder, the air vibrating. They found the nest in a vast cavern. Hundreds, maybe thousands, of glint beetles crawled over a large mound at the center. And embedded within that mound, pulsing weakly, were the stolen sunstones, perhaps a dozen of them, their golden light dimmed, their warmth being greedily absorbed by the beetles clustering over them. The sight was daunting. How could one quiet boy and one small Pip retrieve the stones from such a swarm? Charging in was impossible. Finn remembered the feeling he'd projected earlier, the calm rootedness, the plea for peace. Could he do that on a larger scale? He thought of the heartwood's fading light, of Pip's trust, of the moonflower's sigh. He thought of the deep, quiet strength within himself, the connection to life that he'd always felt but never truly tested. He closed his eyes, blocking out the buzzing hum, the menacing glint of countless beetle shells. He focused inward, finding that core of stillness, that deep root connecting him to the earth, even here in this cave. He thought of the gentle rustle of leaves in Willowbrook, the scent of his grandmother's baking, the cool touch of dew on morning grass, the comforting pulse of the sunstone still warm in his hand. He gathered all the calm, the quiet reassurance, the inherent goodness of growth and life, and imagined it flowing out from him like gentle golden light washing over the cavern. He opened his eyes. He wasn't projecting anger or fear, but an overwhelming sense of peace and belonging. A gentle reminder of balance. The effect was slow but profound. The frantic buzzing began to lessen. Beetles paused in their crawling. The aggressive hum softened into a confused murmur. They turned their multifaceted eyes towards Finn, not with hostility, but with a dawning awareness. They sensed the echo of the sunstone's true purpose in the calm he projected, the warmth that wasn't meant for hoarding, but for sustaining life. Seizing the moment, Pip, quick as a thought, darted forward. His small size and speed made him a blur of smoky gray. He weaved through the now-still beetles, his tiny paws expertly plucking the dull sunstones from the mound. 1, 2, 3, he gathered them swiftly, dropping them at Finn's feet. The beetles watched, their buzzing now a low, contemplative thrum, making no move to stop him. Soon all the stolen sunstones lay before Finn, their light already seeming to brighten slightly, freed from the suffocating swarm. Pip chittered triumphantly, scampering back to Finn's shoulder. Finn bowed slightly towards the beetles, a gesture of thanks and respect. Then carefully gathering the warm stones into his satchel, their combined light glowing softly through the fabric, he and Pip retraced their steps out of the whispering caves, leaving the glint beetles in a state of quiet, thoughtful stillness. Back at the heartwood tree, the glade seemed to hold its breath. Finn carefully placed the recovered sunstones, along with the one Pip had originally saved, back into their sacred cradle among the roots. As each stone touched the earth, its golden light flared brightly, then settled into a strong, steady pulse. The light traveled upwards, flowing like liquid gold through the massive roots, surging up the bronze trunk, and finally reaching the branches. One by one, the ashen gray leaves began to shimmer. The dullness melted away, replaced by the warm, golden glow. Leaves that had hung limp straightened, reaching towards the perpetual twilight sky. The flickering steadied, growing stronger and brighter. A wave of pure, vibrant energy pulsed outwards from the tree, washing over Finn and Pip, making the glowing mushrooms flare, the silver leaves shimmer more brilliantly, and the very air hum with renewed life and harmony. The silent weeping ceased, replaced by a profound sense of peace and joyous vitality that resonated through every root and leaf in Silverbow Glade. Creatures emerged from the glowing foliage, the deer-like shimmerbacks, the tiny winged spritlings, others Finn hadn't seen before, all drawn to the revitalized heartwood. They didn't crowd Finn, but regarded him with gentle curiosity and unmistakable gratitude. A spritling alighted on his outstretched finger for a moment, its wings dusting his skin with faint sparkles that felt like pure joy. A shimmerback bowed its great head towards him. Finn felt a warmth that had nothing to do with the sunstones spread through him. He hadn't fought a monster, he hadn't used loud magic. He had used his quiet nature, his deep connection, his empathy, and his newfound courage to act. He had listened, he had understood, and he had helped restore balance through kindness and inner strength. Pip chittered happily, nuzzling Finn's cheek. It was time to go. The moonflower's magic wouldn't last forever. As they walked back towards the edge of the glade where the ancient oak stood, the world seemed even more beautiful, imbued with the heartwood's restored light. The path felt familiar now, no longer alien but welcoming. They reached the ancient oak. The shimmering archway of vines and moonlight reappeared as Finn approached, guided by the memory of the moonflower's sigh. He turned for one last look at Silverbough Glade, bathed in its renewed golden twilight, the heartwood tree standing tall and vibrant at its center. He raised a hand in silent farewell. Pip, perched on his shoulder, chittered a soft goodbye to his home. Finn stepped through the archway. The shimmering light faded, solidifying back into the familiar, rough bark of the ancient oak. He was back in Willowbrook woods under the harvest moon. The air felt crisper, the scents of autumn leaves and damp earth sharper. In his satchel, the sunstones were gone. Only one thing remained, the original sunstone Pip had given him, still pulsing with a soft, warm, golden light in his hand. He looked at Pip. The small creature blinked its amber eyes, then, with a final, affectionate nuzzle against Finn's neck, scampered down his arm and vanished into the moonlit undergrowth with a rustle of leaves. Their friendship, forged in a hidden world, was real, but Pip belonged here, in the edges of the known woods, a guardian of the threshold. Finn stood for a moment, holding the warm sunstone, feeling its gentle pulse sync with his own heartbeat. He felt different. The quiet was still there, the deep roots, but now there was a quiet confidence woven through it, a warmth like the stone in his palm. He had journeyed to a hidden world, faced a challenge not with force, but with the strength of his gentle heart and his connection to life. He had made a friend in an unexpected place, and understood that courage could be quiet, and kindness could heal. He walked back to the cottage, the moonlight silvering his path. His grandmother was waiting by the door, a shawl around her shoulders, her eyes kind and knowing. She didn't ask where he'd been, but she looked at him, really looked, and a soft smile touched her lips. "The moon is bright tonight, Finn," she said softly. "It lights the path for those who know how to see." Finn smiled back, a genuine, quiet smile that reached his eyes. He slipped the warm sunstone into his pocket, a secret warmth against his leg, a reminder. He helped his grandmother inside, the cozy firelight welcoming them. The scent of wood smoke and baking bread filled the air. He told her about his walk, about the beauty of the moonlit woods, about the feeling of peace he'd found. He didn't speak of Silverbough or Pip or the glint beetles, not yet. Some stories needed time to settle, like seeds in good earth. But he knew deep in his quietly transformed heart that he would share it one day, when the time was right. He sat by the fire, the gentle pulse of the sunstone a comforting rhythm against his skin. He looked out the window at the moon-drenched woods, knowing now the hidden wonders they held, the delicate balance that existed just beyond sight. He wasn't just Finn who liked quiet walks anymore. He was Finn who had listened to a moonflower's sigh, befriended a creature of twilight, and helped heal a hidden heartwood with the quiet courage of his own. And as the fire crackled its soothing song and the wind whispered its ancient secrets outside, Finn felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet belonging to a world far wider and more wondrous than he had ever imagined, and the comforting certainty that true strength blooms in the gentlest of hearts. He closed his eyes, the warm light of the fire, and the memory of golden twilight blending into perfect contentment. The adventure was over, but the warmth, the light, and the quiet courage remained, a treasure carried always within. Sleep now, little one, and dream of silver lives and golden light. Story 20. The dusty attic of Bramble Cottage smelled of cinnamon and forgotten things, precisely why Ben loved it. 10 years old, with eyes wide as saucers and a heart that listened more than it spoke, Ben found treasures where others saw clutter. That rainy Tuesday, while searching for a missing chess piece, his fingers brushed against cold metal beneath a moth-eaten quilt. He pulled free a small, tarnished music box, shaped like a sleeping owl. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift in the dim light. Ben blew off a cloud of dust. No keyhole, no winding mechanism. Just a smooth, cool surface. On a whim, he traced one of the swirling lines with his fingertip. A soft, resonant chime filled the attic, deep and clear like a bell rung underwater. It wasn't a sound you heard with your ears alone. Ben felt it vibrate in his chest, warm and comforting. Suddenly, the swirling patterns on the owl's body glowed with a soft, silvery light. And then Ben heard it. A whisper, faint but distinct, drifting on the chime's fading note. "Help, the heartwood weeps." The voice was ancient, sad, and seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Ben gasped, clutching the owl. The chime had unlocked something extraordinary. This wasn't just a music box, it was a whisper box, attuned to the hidden sorrows of the world. That night, the whisper box chimed again in Ben's dreams. He saw a vast, ancient forest choked by unnatural silence. Trees stood like gray ghosts, their leaves dull and brittle. At the center, a colossal oak, its bark split and weeping dark sapped the heartwood oak. The voice returned, frail as spider silk, "Find the keepers, before the silence takes root forever." Ben knew, deep in his bones, this was his journey. He packed a small knapsack, a flask of water, his grandmother's oat biscuits, a woolly scarf, and the whisper box, wrapped carefully in his softest jumper. At dawn he slipped out, following a strange pull in his chest, guided by the faint silvery glow emanating from the owl's patterns. It led him past the familiar fields and into the Whisperwood, a place usually vibrant with birdsong and rustling leaves. Now it was eerily still. The air tasted flat and the colors seemed muted, as if covered in gray gauze. His first helper appeared as Ben tripped over a gnarled root. A large, gruff-looking badger with a patch of silver fur over one eye shuffled out from behind a mossy rock. He wore tiny spectacles perched precariously on his snout. "Harumph, watch where you're stomping, young sprout," the badger grumbled, his voice surprisingly deep. Name's Thorn, and what, pray tell, brings a human sapling into the Whisperwood when the silence thickens? Ben, nervous but trusting the pull in his chest, showed him the glowing whisper box. He explained the weeping heartwood and the desperate plea. Thorn adjusted his spectacles, peering closely. "A whisper box, haven't seen one of those since my great-grandfather's time. Holds the true songs of the world, it does, the silence. It's a sickness, lad, steals the music, the life. The heartwood oak is the forest's anchor, if its song dies." Thorn shuddered. "Well, we're all doomed to gray nothingness. I know the way to the heartwood glade, been avoiding it lately, too painful." As they journeyed deeper, the oppressive silence grew heavier. Ben felt a dull ache in his own chest. Then a tiny flicker of light darted near his ear. A firefly, but her glow was weak and sputtering, like a dying candle flame. She landed shakily on Ben's outstretched finger. "Too quiet," she buzzed, her voice a fragile chime. "My light fades without the forest song. I am Lumi. I remember the old melodies before the silence." Her tiny antennae drooped. The whisper box, it feels warm like a promise. Ben gently offered her a place to rest near the warm glow of the owl. Lumi nestled close, her light pulsing slightly stronger. With Thorn's knowledge of the hidden paths and Lumi's flickering memories of the forest's natural rhythms, they made steady, if somber, progress. Ben learned to truly listen not just with his ears, but with his heart and the whisper box. He heard the faint, frightened rustle of a squirrel high above, the stifled sob of a brook choked by gray silt, the confused murmur of roots seeking nourishment in barren soil. The whisper box amplified these hidden sorrows, translating them into soft chimes and resonant hums that vibrated in his palm. After days of walking, guided by the increasingly urgent pull of the whisper box and the fading light of Lumi, they reached the heartwood glade. It was worse than Ben's dream. The great oak stood like a monument to despair. Its bark was deeply fissured, weeping thick, dark tears that stained the earth below. The air crackled with a terrible absence. No birds sang. No wind sighed through branches. Only the awful, muffled quiet. Thorn whimpered, burying his snout in his paws. It's worse than I feared. The silence has its roots deep in the heartwood. Lumi's light dimmed almost to nothing. The song, it's gone. Ben approached the massive trunk, the whisper box glowing fiercely in his hands. He placed his palm against the cold, weeping bark. A wave of profound grief washed over him, the sorrow of the forest made manifest. The whisper box chimed, a sound of pure empathy that echoed through the glade. Images flooded Ben's mind, not of destruction, but of misunderstanding. He saw the keepers ancient, gentle spirits of earth, water, air, and sunlight, who normally tended the heartwood's song. They were huddled together not far from the glade, shimmering with confusion and hurt. They weren't ignoring the weeping oak, they were afraid. The keepers, Ben breathed, understanding blooming. They think the heartwood is rejecting them, the weeping, it looks like anger to them. They've withdrawn, thinking they caused the pain. The whisperbox confirmed it with a soft, sorrowful hum. The silence wasn't an attack, it was the consequence of fractured friendship, a terrible misunderstanding. Force wouldn't heal this rift. Wisdom and a reminder were needed. Ben turned to his friends. Thorn, Lumi, we need to show the keepers they are loved and needed. We need to sing the heartwood's true song, the song of connection. But the silence stifles all sound. Thorn protested. The whisper box doesn't need ears, Ben said, holding it up. Its light pulsed. It speaks to the heart, and Lumi, you remember the melodies, the feeling of them. Lumi fluttered weakly. I remember the warmth of sunlight on leaves, the cool rush of the stream, the soft sigh of the wind, the deep hum of the earth. Exactly, Ben said. Think of those feelings, Lumi, pour them into your light. Thorn, think of the forest's strength, its resilience, its deep roots. Pour that feeling into the ground through your paws. Ben closed his eyes, pressing the whisper box against the heartwood's trunk. He thought of the forest's hidden joys, the busy chatter of ants, the unfurling of a fern, the silent growth of moss. He poured his own quiet hope, his newfound courage, and his deep compassion into the whisper box. Lumi, perched on Ben's shoulder, closed her tiny eyes. Her frail body began to glow not just light, but pure, warm sunlight. It streamed from her, bathing the gray bark in gold. Thorn placed his sturdy paws firmly on the earth. He took a deep breath, thinking of deep roots and enduring stone. A low, comforting vibration, like the earth's own heartbeat, thrummed from him into the ground, traveling towards the oak's roots. Ben focused, channeling all the remembered feelings, Lumi's sunlight, Thorn's earth song, his own hope through the whisper box and into the weeping wood. The whisper box began to sing. Not a melody you could whistle, but a symphony of pure feeling, warmth, strength, growth, connection, and profound, unconditional love. It resonated silently, powerfully, a wave of pure empathy that pulsed outwards from the heartwood oak, visible as ripples of soft, silver light flowing through the gray air. From the edge of the glade, 4 shimmering forms emerged, the keepers. They drifted closer, drawn by the familiar, loving resonance they thought lost. They saw Lumi's sunlight glow, felt Thorn's grounding strength, sensed Ben's pure intention, and heard the whisper box's silent song of the forest's enduring heart. They saw the dark sap not as rejection, but as the heartwood's tears of loneliness and pain. Shimmering tears of their own fell, like liquid starlight, onto the roots. As the starlight tears touched the dark sap, a miracle unfolded. The dark sap shimmered, transforming into liquid silver that soaked into the earth. The deep fissures in the heartwood's bark began to knit together with threads of living light. A single clear note, pure and sweet as a raindrop, rang out from the oak itself. Then another, and another. The silence shattered like thin ice. The Whisperwood awoke. Birdsong erupted, tentative at first, then joyous and cascading. Leaves rustled, vibrant green returning, as if painted by an unseen hand. The brook gurgled happily, freed from its gray prison. Sunlight, real and warm, streamed through the newly green canopy, dappling the forest floor. The oppressive gray lifted, replaced by the vibrant hum of life restored. The keepers, now glowing with gentle light, drifted around the heartwood oak, their hands weaving patterns of water, air, sunlight, and rich earth into its bark. They bowed deeply to Ben, Thorn, and Lumi. The oldest keeper, made of swirling leaves and dappled light, spoke, its voice like wind through reeds. Little listener, you heard the true song when fear made us deaf. You reminded us that friendship endures even in silence. The Whisperwood sings again because you understood. The journey back felt like walking through a different world. Color pulsed everywhere. Birds flitted alongside them, singing melodies Lumi now recognized and hummed along to, her light a steady, cheerful beacon. Thorn walked with a proud swagger, occasionally stopping to point out a newly sprouted mushroom or a family of rabbits with a gruff, told you the old roots were strong. The whisper box in Ben's pocket was warm and silent now, its silvery patterns calm. It had done its work. Back in Bramble Cottage's attic, Ben placed the whisper box owl on his windowsill. Moonlight streamed in, catching its etched patterns. It no longer glowed with urgent light, but it held a deep, quiet warmth. Ben understood now. The magic wasn't just in the box. It was in the listening, the empathy, the courage to understand a hidden sorrow. He had changed. The quiet boy who listened had learned to hear the world's heart song. That night, as Ben drifted to sleep, the whisper box chimed softly. Not a plea, but a gentle, contented sigh. Outside his window, the ordinary world held its extraordinary secret close to the enduring magic of connection, sung silently in the rustling leaves, the chirping crickets, and the steady, comforting beat of a kind heart. And Ben slept, wrapped in the warm, peaceful silence of a world understood, knowing that sometimes the greatest adventures begin with listening to a whisper in the dust. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the boundaries between the solid earth and the shimmering veil of magic were thin as a dragonfly's wing. The air itself hummed with a quiet energy, smelling of damp earth, sun-warmed pine needles, and the faint, sweet perfume of hidden night-blooming flowers. At the heart of this realm stood Sylvan, an elder stag whose antlers resembled the bare, intricate branches of winter trees, yet were perpetually adorned with tiny, glowing mosses that shifted color with his mood. His eyes, deep pools of amber, held the wisdom of countless seasons. He was the keeper of whispers, the one who listened to the forest's heartbeat, the gurgle of streams, the rustle of leaves, the sigh of the wind through the ferns. One crisp autumn morning, as mist curled like sleepy cats around the tree trunks and the air tasted of cinnamon and wood smoke, a small hedgehog named Bramble trundled anxiously towards Sylvan. Bramble's normally bright eyes were clouded with worry, and his spines seemed to droop. "Keeper Sylvan," Bramble squeaked, his voice trembling slightly. "The silver thread, it's fading. The water barely trickles past the moonstone glade. The watercress is wilting, and the fireflies say their nursery pool is shrinking. Sylvan lowered his great head, his warm breath creating small clouds in the cool air. He closed his eyes, his ears twitching, listening not just with them, but with the very core of his being. He felt the subtle tremor in the earth, a faint discord beneath the usual harmonious thrum of the Whisperwood. "I feel it too, little bramble," he rumbled, his voice as soft as falling leaves. The silver thread is the forest's lifeblood, fed by the tears of the Sky Mother and the deep sighs of the earth. Its weakening speaks of an imbalance. Nearby, Pip, a young squirrel with fur the color of toasted acorns and boundless energy, chattered down from an oak branch. "An imbalance, what can we do? We need the water. My winter stash of hickory nuts is near the drying bank." Sylvan raised his head, his mossy antlers glowing a soft, reassuring green. "Patience, young Pip. Fear dries the spirit faster than sun bakes mud. We must understand before we act. The wisdom of the forest flows through generations, like the silver thread itself. Remember the tales told under the hunter's moon." He began to walk, his hooves making soft thuds on the thick carpet of fallen leaves that released a rich, earthy scent. Bramble scurried beside him, and Pip bounded from branch to branch overhead. Sylvan led them towards the source of the silver thread, high in the moss-draped hills where the air grew colder and carried the sharp tang of granite. As they climbed, Sylvan spoke of the delicate dance that sustained the Whisperwood. "See how the ferns unfurl only after the spring rains whisper their promise, how the glowworms light the paths only when the dusk deepens to velvet. The forest breathes in cycles, Pip Bramble. The Sky Mother weeps not just rain, but starlight and frost. The earth sighs not just water, but warmth and strength. The silver thread carries it all." They reached the source, a cleft in moss-covered rock where water should have bubbled forth with vigor. Now only a thin, hesitant trickle emerged, barely enough to moisten the dark stone. The air here felt strangely still and thin, lacking the usual vibrant energy. "Look," Bramble pointed a tiny claw. Deep within the cleft, tangled amongst the roots of a venerable yew tree that clung precariously to the rock face, was a dense knot of gnarled, dark vines. They pulsed with an unnatural, dull purple light, choking the spring. "Shadow vine," Bramble gasped. "I thought it only grew in the sunless ravines." Sylvan nodded gravely. "Aye, shadow vine. It feeds on discord and neglect. It must have crept here unseen, perhaps when the summer storms were fierce and distracted the wood sprites. It strangles the earth's sigh, blocking the deep waters from rising." He touched the vines with his muzzle, and they recoiled slightly, emitting a faint, acrid smell like burnt sugar. Force will only make it grip tighter. It thrives on struggle. Pip scampered down, landing beside the feeble trickle. "But we have to get rid of it. Can't I just gnaw through it?" He nibbled experimentally at a tendril and instantly spat, shaking his head. "Bleck, it tastes like bitter ashes." "The old ways teach us," Sylvan murmured, his gaze softening as he looked towards the canopy where the autumn sun was beginning its descent, painting the sky in hues of apricot and lavender. "Balance is restored not by opposition, but by harmony. Shadowvine fears not teeth or claws, but the pure essence of the seasons it disrupts." He turned to Bramble. "Little tunneler, your nose is keen. Deep beneath the roots, where the earth is warm and dark, grows the moonpetal bulb. Its roots hold the memory of winter's quiet strength. Can you find one?" Bramble puffed out his chest. "For the silver thread, of course, keeper." He vanished into a small crevice near the yew roots with surprising speed. Sylvan then looked up at Pip, now perched nervously on a rock. "Swift climber, the highest branches of the sun-kissed aspen hold the last dewdrops touched by the dawn's first light. They shimmer with the promise of spring's renewal. Can you gather some in a leaf cup?" Pip's eyes widened. "The very top, but the wind." "The wind respects courage and purpose, Pip," Sylvan said gently. trust your agility as the forest trusts you. While Bramble burrowed deep into the comforting, loamy darkness, smelling of rich decay and hidden life, Pip embarked on his dizzying climb. The aspen swayed gently, its leaves whispering secrets. High up, the world seemed made of light and air. Pip focused, his heart pounding, carefully collecting the precious, cold dewdrops that sparkled like liquid diamonds in a folded beech leaf. Meanwhile, Sylvan stood sentinel by the choked spring. He lowered his head, his glowing antlers dimming to a deep, peaceful blue. He began to hum, a sound so low it was felt more than heard, a vibration that resonated through the rock and into the earth. It was the song of deep roots, a melody passed down from stag to stag since the forest was young, speaking of patience, endurance, and the slow, sure turning of the seasons. The harsh purple pulse of the shadow vine flickered uncertainly. Bramble emerged, dusty but triumphant, clutching a smooth, ivory-white bulb that glowed with a soft, internal light and smelled faintly of frost and clean snow. Pip landed beside him, breathless but holding the leaf cup brimming with luminous dew that smelled impossibly fresh, like the very first breath of spring. "Now," Sylvan instructed, his voice blending with his hum. "Place the moon-petal bulb deep within the knot of shadow vine bramble. Let the memory of winter's stillness touch its core. Pip, pour the sundew over the vines, a blessing of the light to come." With delicate care, Bramble pushed the cool, glowing bulb deep into the tangled mass. Pip carefully tipped the sparkling dew. Where the dew touched the shadow vine, the harsh purple light sputtered and dimmed. Where the bulb rested, a soft, white radiance began to seep into the dark tendrils. Sylvan's hum deepened, weaving around the bulb's chill and the dew's brilliance. He sang of autumn's crisp decay making way for renewal, of winter's rest nurturing hidden life, of spring's inevitable return. He sang of the deep earth sighing freely, and the sky mother weeping cleansing tears. The shadow vine shuddered. Its pulsing light faded completely. The gnarled vines seemed to shrink, becoming brittle and gray, like old cobwebs exposed to the sun. With a sound like a sigh of relief, they crumbled into dust, blown away by a sudden, gentle breeze that carried the scent of rain and clean rock. And then it came. A deep, resonant gurgle from within the earth. A surge of clear, cold water, sparkling with tiny points of light like captured stars, burst forth from the cleft. It washed over the rocks, singing a joyful song as it tumbled down the hillside, following its ancient path towards the moonstone glade. The very air seemed to sigh, filling with moisture and the vibrant, electric hum of restored magic. The silver thread flowed strong once more. Bramble danced a little jig on the wet rocks, his spines gleaming. Pip chattered with pure joy, watching the water race downhill. Sylvan raised his head, his antlers now glowing a vibrant, healthy green, reflecting in the newly freed spring. They followed the revitalized stream back down to the moonstone glade. Already the watercress perked up, its leaves glistening. Fireflies like tiny, joyful lanterns began to emerge, their soft green light reflecting on the now full nursery pool. Creatures emerged from hiding, a family of voles, a watchful owl, delicate moths all drawn by the restored harmony, the sound and scent of life flowing freely. Under the rising moon, whose silver light turned the glade into a place of enchantment, Sylvan spoke to the gathered creatures. The shadow vine came not from malice, but from a moment of inattention. The forest's balance is delicate, woven from countless threads, the deep roots and the high leaves, the winter's sleep and the summer's blaze. It requires our watchfulness, our respect, and our unity. He looked at Bramble and Pip. Wisdom lies not just in knowing the old songs, but in listening to the forest's need. Courage is not just strength, but the willingness to seek help and trust in the strengths of others. You both remembered the lessons woven into the tales, and you acted with the harmony of the seasons in your hearts. Pip puffed out his chest, no longer just thinking of his nuts. Bramble felt a warm pride settle deep within him, warmer than any sunbeam. the Whisperwood sighed contentedly around them. The gurgle of the silver thread was a constant, soothing melody. The scent of damp moss, wet stone, and moonlit flowers filled the air. Fireflies traced lazy patterns above the water, their light mingling with the reflection of the stars. High above, the Sky Mother, pleased with the restoration, began to weep gentle, autumn tears, a soft, steady rain that pattered on the broad leaves, dripped from the pine needles, and sank gratefully into the thirsty earth. It was the sound of the forest breathing deeply, a lullaby of perfect balance. Sylvan settled by the glistening stream, the rain a cool kiss on his fur. Bramble curled contentedly under a giant fern frond, listening to the rain's rhythm. Pip found a dry hollow in an oak, his earlier worries washed away. The magic of the Whisperwood, strengthened by wisdom, friendship, and the eternal dance of the seasons, pulsed softly around them, a comforting presence in the deep, ancient night. The silver thread murmured its endless song, a promise carried on the rain-scented breeze, ensuring that in the Whisperwood, harmony would always find its way, as sure as the dawn following the dark and the spring returning after the winter's sleep. The last firefly winked out, leaving only the moon's glow on the water and the gentle, steady sound of life flowing on and on. Story 46. Story 47. The scent of pine needles warmed by the afternoon sun hung heavy in the air as Finn shuffled along the familiar path behind the old mill. 10 years old, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a perpetually thoughtful expression, Finn often felt like a misplaced pebble in the bustling stream of Millhaven village. While other children chased frogs in the reeds or played raucous games of tag, Finn preferred the quiet company of the whispering woods. They possessed a peculiar knack, a quiet noticing the intricate pattern on a moth's wing, the precise moment a dewdrop fell from a fern, the subtle shift in a badger's path. It wasn't magic anyone else saw, just Finn's way of being in the world. One crisp autumn day, driven by a restlessness he couldn't name, Finn ventured deeper than usual. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the mossy floor. The usual chirps and rustles seemed hushed, expectant. Then Finn noticed something unusual, a cluster of impossibly vibrant blue mushrooms, glowing faintly, circling the base of a colossal, ancient oak. Its bark was deeply furrowed, like the wise face of a slumbering giant. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Finn placed a small hand against the cool, rough bark. Instead of solid wood, Finn's hand sank in, as if dipping into cool, clear water. A gasp escaped him. He pulled back, heart pounding, but the bark remained solid. He touched it again, pressing gently. The same yielding sensation. Taking a deep breath, filled with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, Finn pushed forward. He stumbled not into darkness, but into a breathtaking twilight glade. The air shimmered with a soft, golden light that seemed to emanate from the very plants. Giant luminous flowers pulsed gently like slow hearts. Trees with silver bark and leaves like spun moonlight swayed soundlessly. A carpet of velvety moss, softer than any blanket, cushioned Finn's feet. Butterflies with wings like stained glass drifted on unseen currents. This was Whisperwood, Finn realized with a surge of wonder, a world folded within the world, hidden from ordinary sight. In the center of the glade, near a pool of water reflecting the luminous canopy above, sat something. Finn froze. It wasn't frightening, but utterly unexpected. Roughly Finn's height, it appeared sculpted from moss, lichen, and smooth river stones. Twigs formed its limbs, capped with acorns for knuckles. Bright green moss covered its torso, dotted with tiny white star-like flowers. Its face was a smooth, polished gray stone, featureless except for two deep, calm pools of darkness where eyes should be. It radiated a profound sense of stillness and ancient patience. "Hello," Finn whispered, voice barely audible in the profound quiet. The moss being turned its stone face slowly towards Finn. A low, resonant hum filled the air, vibrating deep in Finn's chest. It wasn't speech, but a feeling curiosity, a gentle welcome. An image bloomed in Finn's mind, sunlight filtering through green leaves, the slow drip of water onto stone. Peace. I'm Finn, he offered, stepping closer. I touch the tree. The being hummed again, a warmer tone this time. An image of Finn's hand touching the ancient oak filled his mind, followed by a sense of recognition, like finding a familiar path. It gestured slowly with a mossy limb towards the pool. Finn peered in. The water wasn't just reflecting the luminous plants. It seemed to hold shifting scenes within its depths, a glimpse of Millhaven's bridge, a flash of the sun on the river, a close-up of a dragonfly's iridescent wing. It was like looking into the forest's own memory. Over the next few days, Finn returned whenever he could, drawn by the quiet magic and the strange companionship. He learned the being's name wasn't a sound, but a feeling thrum. Thrum communicated through resonant hums and vivid, wordless images projected directly into Finn's mind. Finn would talk, sharing stories of the village, his quiet observations, his feeling of being different. Thrum would respond with images of interconnected roots beneath the forest floor, the slow turning of seasons, the vital dance of sunlight and rain. Thrum embodied the deep, patient wisdom of the earth itself. Their unlikely friendship blossomed. Finn showed Thrum the smooth, skipping stones he collected by the riverbank. Thrum, in turn, guided Finn to hidden springs where the water tasted sweeter than honey, and groves where luminous berries grew, filling Finn with a gentle warmth. Thrum taught Finn to listen differently, not just with ears, but with his whole being. Finn learned to feel the faint tremor in the ground signaling a distant deer, to sense the subtle shift in the wind before rain, to understand the silent language of the plants. His quiet noticing deepened into a profound connection. One afternoon, as Finn sat beside the memory pool, sharing a story about Old Man Hemlock's grumpy cat, the water rippled violently. The serene images shattered, replaced by swirling darkness. A foul, acrid smell, utterly alien to the glade's sweetness, momentarily filled Finn's nostrils. Then the water cleared, showing a distressing scene. The Millhaven River, the village's lifeblood, looked sickly. Its usual clear, sparkling flow was sluggish, murky, and tinged with an unnatural, oily green. Dead fish floated belly up near the banks. The vibrant reeds were wilting, turning brown at the edges. Thrum emitted a low, distressed hum that vibrated through the mossy floor. Images flooded Finn's mind, tangled roots choked with thick sludge, fish gasping for clean water, flowers drooping with poison petals. A wave of profound sorrow emanated from Thrum, mixed with a deep, rumbling anger that felt like the earth groaning. The poison was spreading, Thrum conveyed, seeping into the hidden streams that fed Whisperwood itself. If it reached the heartspring, the luminous pool before them, the source of the glade's magic, Whisperwood would wither and die. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced Finn's wonder. What's causing it? How do we stop it? Thrum projected an image of the river upstream, beyond the village boundaries, near the old, abandoned quarry. Then came images of thick, viscous liquid oozing from cracked barrels half buried in the earth, seeping relentlessly into the soil and groundwater. Human carelessness. Poison. The source needed to be found and cleansed, but Thrum's form, rooted in the slow rhythms of the earth, was ill-suited for navigating the human world quickly. Thrum could sense the sickness, understand the flows, perhaps even heal the land, but finding the precise source amidst the tangled human landscape required a different kind of sight. Finn understood. His quiet noticing, his ability to see the small things others missed, wasn't a weakness here. It was a key. I can find it, he said, determination hardening his voice. I know the woods around the quarry. I can find where the poison is coming from. Thrum hummed, a complex sound carrying both worry and immense trust. It reached out a mossy hand. In its palm rested a single, perfect acorn. But this acorn shimmered with an inner light, swirling with colors like captured sunlight and deep earth. Take this, the image came. It holds a piece of Whisperwood's heart. When you find the source, hold it to the earth. It will show me the way to mend. Finn carefully took the glowing acorn. It felt warm and alive in his hand, humming faintly against his palm, a tangible link to Thrum and the glade. He tucked it safely into his deepest pocket. "I'll find it," he promised. The journey back through the oak felt different. The vibrant magic of Whisperwood clung to him like cobwebs, but the weight of the task settled heavily on his small shoulders. The familiar woods now seemed charged with urgency. He noticed things he might have overlooked before: a patch of unusually wilted ferns near a deer trail, a faint, unpleasant tang beneath the usual forest scents carried by a breeze from the quarry direction. His quiet noticing became a focused search. Reaching the outskirts of the quarry was jarring. The lush forest gave way to scarred earth, steep gravel slopes, and the skeletal remains of old machinery. The river here was a narrow stream choked with debris, its banks stained with unnatural colors. The acorn in Finn's pocket pulsed warmly. He followed its subtle pull, scrambling over loose rocks, his eyes scanning the ground, the waterline, the crumbling quarry walls. He noticed a cluster of flies buzzing persistently near a crevice at the base of the quarry wall, ignoring the decaying rubbish nearby. Focusing, he saw a faint, dark stain on the rocks below the crevice, almost hidden by loose gravel. Kneeling, he brushed the gravel aside. Beneath it, the earth was dark and slick, smelling sharply of chemicals. Peering into the crevice, he saw the glint of corroded metal, the corner of a rusted barrel, wedged deep within the rock. Thick, greenish-black sludge oozed slowly from a split seam, dripping relentlessly onto the poisoned ground and trickling towards the stream. "This is it," Finn whispered, his heart pounding. He pulled the glowing acorn from his pocket. Its light intensified, casting warm, dancing patterns on the grim surroundings. Remembering Thrum's instruction, Finn pressed the acorn firmly against the poisoned earth right where the sludge dripped. The effect was immediate. The acorn pulsed like a tiny star, its light pouring into the ground. The dark stain seemed to recoil from the radiance. Finn felt a powerful vibration travel up his arm, not from the acorn, but through it, deep into the earth itself. It was Thrum's presence, vast and ancient, reaching across the hidden pathways of the world, guided by the acorn's beacon. He saw in his mind's eye Thrum in the glade, mossy hands plunged deep into the soil beside the heartspring, channeling Whisperwood's pure, life-giving energy along the invisible root lines and water veins straight to this poisoned source. Above Finn, the earth rumbled softly. Tiny cracks appeared in the quarry wall around the crevice. Not destructive cracks, but like the earth stretching. Roots thick and strong and glowing faintly with the same light as the acorn, snaked out from the surrounding soil. They moved with deliberate purpose, not like plants, but like intelligent tendrils. They pushed into the crevice, wrapping around the leaking barrel with surprising gentleness but immense strength. Finn watched, awestruck, as the roots seemed to absorb the oozing sludge, drawing the poison into themselves. The thick, toxic flow slowed, then stopped entirely. The dark stain on the ground beneath the acorn began to lighten, the foul smell dissipating, replaced by the clean scent of damp earth. The roots retracted, pulling the crushed, now inert barrel remnants deeper into the earth, burying the evidence of the poison far below. The cracks in the rock sealed seamlessly, leaving no trace. The acorn's light dimmed, returning to its gentle pulse. Finn felt the deep vibration fade, replaced by a wave of profound exhaustion, but also a surge of pure, clean energy washing over him from the cleansed ground. It was done. Exhausted but triumphant, Finn made his way back to the ancient oak. He touched the bark, felt the familiar yielding coolness, and stepped back into Whisperwood. Thrum was waiting by the heartspring, which now shimmered with renewed vigor. The distress in the glade had lifted, the air hummed with pure, vibrant life. Thrum's stone face seemed to radiate warmth. A deep, resonant hum of pure gratitude and joy filled the glade, shaking the luminous petals of the giant flowers. Images flooded Finn's mind, clear water rushing through the Millhaven River, fish darting silver flashes through the reeds, wildflowers blooming brightly on the banks. The village saved. Whisperwood safe. The connection between their worlds strengthened. Thank you, Seeker, the feeling resonated. Your seeing eyes found the wound. Your courage brought the cure. Finn sat beside Thrum, the glowing acorn resting in his palm. He didn't feel like a misplaced pebble anymore. He felt like a bridge, a vital connection between the bustling world above and this hidden, whispering world below. He had used his quiet gift not just to observe, but to act, to heal. He had found friendship in the most unexpected form and discovered his own place in the vast, interconnected web of life. The following days in Millhaven were filled with relieved chatter. The river cleared miraculously overnight, the fish returned, and the wilting reeds sprang back with astonishing vitality. Old Man Hemlock declared it a blessing, while the village elders scratched their heads, mystified. Finn listened, a small, secret smile playing on his lips. He noticed the cleaner scent of the water, the brighter song of the birds, the renewed vigor in the plants along the bank. He noticed the way the ancient oak by the mill path seemed to stand just a little taller, its leaves a deeper green. He visited Thrum often, sharing stories of the village's recovery. Thrum shared the deeper healing, how the poison streams beneath the earth were slowly clearing, how the heartspring pulsed with strong, clean energy. Their friendship deepened, a silent understanding passing between the boy who saw the small things and the ancient spirit who understood the vast flow of life. One crisp evening, as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky above Millhaven, Finn stood on the bridge, watching the river flow clear and strong beneath him. He felt a familiar warmth in his pocket. He pulled out the glowing acorn. Its light was soft, steady, a tiny piece of Whisperwood's heart beating in rhythm with his own. He closed his fingers around it, feeling the deep, quiet hum of connection. He wasn't just Finn anymore. He was the seeker, the bridge, the quiet guardian of the hidden glade. He looked up at the dark silhouette of the woods, knowing Thrum was there, a sentinel of moss and stone, watching over the deep magic. The world felt bigger, more mysterious, and infinitely more connected than it ever had before. He took a deep breath of the cool, clean air, scented with wood smoke from the village chimneys and the damp earth of the riverbank. A profound sense of peace settled over him, warm and comforting as a blanket by the fire. The adventure was over, but the friendship, the connection, and the quiet magic would endure, a secret strength tucked away in his heart, and in the gentle glow of an acorn, forever linking his world to the whispering heart of the woods. The river murmured its constant song below, a lullaby of renewal as Finn turned for home, the path lit by the first silver rays of the moon and the quiet, enduring light within. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the Whispering Woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the Whispering Woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much. But tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled branches towards a sky perpetually dappled with starlight, lived a young hedgehog named Pip. The air here hummed with unseen currents, smelling perpetually of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and the faint, sweet tang of moonberries ripening on hidden vines. Sunlight, when it pierced the emerald canopy, fell in shafts of liquid gold, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny, joyful spirits. At night the forest floor glowed softly with foxfire moss, painting pathways in cool, bioluminescent blues and greens. Pip's world was one of intricate, hidden lives. He shared his burrow beneath the roots of a grandfather oak with his mother, whose quills held the silvery sheen of countless moons. He knew the precise rhythm of the woodpecker family high in the ash tree, the meticulous weaving of the spider, Mistress Arachne, between the holly bushes, and the shy, nocturnal foraging of the badger clan in the fern dell. Each creature, from the tiniest glowworm to the majestic, rarely seen stag beetle, played a part in the great balance, a delicate harmony maintained by the forest itself, and whispered about by the oldest inhabitants. One crisp autumn afternoon, as Pip nosed through a carpet of rustling, crimson maple leaves searching for plump hazelnuts, he noticed something unsettling. The air, usually crisp and invigorating, felt heavy and strangely still. The vibrant hum of insects was muted. Even the usually boisterous chatter of squirrels seemed subdued. High above, perched on a moon-silvered branch, sat the great gray owl, known simply as Old Hoot. His eyes, vast pools of ancient amber, observed the forest with profound stillness. "Old Hoot," Pip called up, his small voice echoing slightly in the unnatural quiet. "Why does the forest hold its breath? The air tastes flat." Old Hoot swiveled his head slowly, his feathers ruffling like old parchment. "Young Pip," he hooted softly, a sound like wind through hollow reeds. The great balance trembles, the autumn equinox approaches, the time when the veil between the seen and the unseen grows thin, but the harmony feels frayed, the whispering stones by the crystal spring murmur of unease. The whispering stones. Pip had heard tales of them, three smooth, moss-covered boulders nestled near the heart of the forest, where the clearest water bubbled from the earth. They were said to be the forest's memory, resonating with its deepest rhythms. A tremor of both fear and excitement ran down Pip's spines. "What troubles the stones, Old Hoot?" "A dissonance," the owl replied, his voice grave. "A shift in the ancient patterns, the magic that ties leaf fall to frost, berry ripening to starlight is faltering. If the equinox arrives and the balance is not restored, the magic woven into the Whisperwood might unravel. The gentle rains could turn harsh, the protective mists might vanish, and the deep, nourishing sleep of winter, it might not come." Pip's heart clenched. Without winter's deep sleep, the forest couldn't renew itself. The thought of brittle, lifeless trees and silent, hungry creatures filled him with dread. "What can we do?" "Seek the Wisdom Keeper," Old Hoot advised. "Follow the scent of frost-kissed ferns and the sound of water laughing over smooth pebbles. She dwells where the oldest magic gathers." The Wisdom Keeper. Pip knew only legends, an ageless creature, guardian of the forest's deepest lore. He took a deep breath, the scent of decaying leaves and distant frost suddenly sharp in his nostrils. He had to find her. Gathering his courage, Pip bid Old Hoot farewell and set off, his tiny claws crunching softly on the deepening leaf litter. His journey led him deeper into the Whisperwood than he had ever ventured. He followed a rivulet that chuckled over polished stones, its water icy cold and tasting faintly of minerals. He passed groves where trees seemed to lean together, sharing secrets in rustling sighs. He saw wonders, mushrooms that pulsed with soft internal light, patches of moss that shimmered like scattered emeralds, and once a fleeting glimpse of a creature woven from dappled sunlight and shadow that vanished like smoke. The air grew colder, carrying the clean, sharp scent of approaching frost. The path became steeper, winding between colossal, moss-draped boulders. Pip felt a thrumming in the earth beneath his paws, a deep, resonant vibration that matched the beat of his own heart. Then he heard a voice like the wind sighing through ancient pines, yet warm as sun-warmed stone. "Come closer, little seeker." Nestled in a small, sheltered clearing surrounded by towering firs stood a magnificent badger. Her fur was the color of storm clouds and starlight, streaked with pure white that seemed to glow faintly. Her eyes held the depth and calm of undisturbed forest pools. She was the wisdom keeper. Pip bowed his head respectfully, his spines lying flat. "Wisdom keeper," he squeaked, the cold air making his breath plume. "Old Hoot sent me, the stones whisper of dissonance, the balance trembles." The badger regarded him with gentle understanding. "Indeed, young Pip, the threads of seasonal magic are tangled. The deep magic that connects the falling leaf to the forming frost crystal, the fading berry to the sleeping seed, it is strained." She nudged a pile of vibrant autumn leaves with her broad nose. "Feel them, they should hum with the promise of decay and renewal. They feel silent." Pip cautiously touched a brilliant orange leaf. It felt dry, brittle, devoid of the subtle warmth and energy he associated with autumn's transformation. "Why?" he asked. "The source of the dissonance lies deep," the wisdom keeper murmured. "Near the whispering stones themselves, something disrupts the flow of the spring, the heart water of the forest. It blocks the resonance, silences the harmony." She sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering. "I am bound to this glade by ancient wards during the equinox thinning. I cannot go. But you, young Pip, small and keen of sense, you can journey where I cannot. You must find the source of the blockage and clear it. Listen to the stones, they will guide you." The task felt enormous. Pip was just a small hedgehog. But the image of the silent life, the heavy air, the fear in Old Hoot's voice spurred him on. He nodded, determination hardening within him. "I will try." The wisdom keeper touched her nose to his forehead. A wave of calm and quiet strength washed over him, smelling of cedar and cold stone. "Trust the forest, Pip, trust your friends. Listen with more than your ears." Guided by the wisdom keeper's instructions and the increasingly strong vibration in the ground, Pip navigated the final stretch to the crystal spring. The air grew thick with the scent of ozone and wet rock. He emerged into a sacred grove. 3 colossal stones, smooth as river-worn pebbles but ancient as the hills, stood in a semicircle around a pool of water so clear it seemed like liquid air. The water bubbled gently from a fissure in the rock, but instead of its usual merry chuckle, the sound was choked, gurgling weakly. Around the stones, the vibrant moss looked dull and gray. The stones themselves emitted a low, discordant hum, a sound that vibrated unpleasantly in Pip's bones. He approached cautiously, his senses straining. He listened not just with his ears, but with his whole being, as the wisdom keeper had advised. Beneath the discord he heard faint whispers, sighs of the wind, the murmur of roots deep underground, the echo of falling leaves. They spoke of obstruction, of something foreign wedged deep within the spring's source. Pip peered into the bubbling fissure. The water struggled to rise, swirling sluggishly around something dark and jagged lodged deep within the rock. It looked like a piece of cold, black iron, perhaps lost long ago, now poisoning the pure flow. Its presence felt utterly wrong, a harsh, metallic dissonance against the forest's soft, organic magic. He tried to reach it with his small paws, but the fissure was too narrow, the water too deep. Panic fluttered in his chest. How could he move it? He was too small. Remembering the wisdom keeper's words, "Trust your friends," Pip took a deep breath and focused. He sent out a silent call, not with sound, but with the quiet urgency of his heart, amplified by the grove's fading magic. He pictured the choked spring, the silent stones, the need for strong paws and clever minds. Moments later, a rustle came from the ferns. Bramble, the sturdy young badger from the dell, emerged, his dark eyes serious. Then came Willow, the quick-witted squirrel, her bushy tail twitching with concern. Even Mistress Arachne descended on a silken thread, her many eyes reflecting the dim light. They had felt Pip's silent summons, the tremor in the balance reaching their hearts. "We heard the forest sigh, Pip," Bramble rumbled softly. "What needs doing?" Pip explained quickly, pointing to the choked fissure. "The black thing, it blocks the heart water. It silences the stones." Willow scampered to the edge. "Too deep for paws, too narrow for snouts," she chattered. Mistress Arachne surveyed the opening thoughtfully. "Strength alone will not serve," she whispered, her voice like dry leaves rubbing together. "The way is constricted. Weave a net of strength and cunning." An idea sparked in Pip's mind. "Bramble, your claws are strong. Can you loosen the earth around the rock? Willow, your tail is powerful. Could it stir the water, shift the thing upwards? Mistress Arachne, could you weave a net, strong and fine, to catch it if it moves?" Bramble nodded, immediately setting his powerful claws to work, carefully scraping and loosening the wet earth and smaller stones packed around the dark obstruction. Willow positioned herself downstream, her magnificent tail submerged, ready to create a powerful current. Mistress Arachne worked with astonishing speed, spinning strands of silk tougher than leather, weaving them into a delicate but incredibly strong net held taut between two sturdy ferns near the water's surface. Pip directed, his heart pounding. "Now, Bramble, gently loosen it. Willow, now push the water." Bramble gave a focused grunt, dislodging a key piece of sediment. Willow whipped her tail with all her might, creating a sudden, forceful surge of water rushing up the fissure. The black object shifted, wobbled, then was abruptly lifted by the churning water. It shot upwards, tumbling through the current. "Now, Mistress Arachne," Pip cried. The spider's net, perfectly positioned, caught the tumbling object. It was indeed a large, sharp shard of black iron, cold and inert. As it landed in the net, a visible shudder ran through the stones. The discordant hum ceased abruptly, replaced by a profound, resonant silence. Then a new sound began. A deep, harmonious thrumming rose from the stones, vibrating through the earth, the water, the very air. It was the sound of the forest breathing freely again. The choked gurgle of the spring transformed into a joyous, crystal-clear burble as water surged freely from the fissure, pure and sparkling, filling the pool until it overflowed in a tiny, laughing stream. The effect was immediate and magical. The gray moss around the stones flushed vibrant green. The heavy, stagnant air lifted, replaced by the crisp, clean scent of ozone and fresh water. High above, a shaft of late afternoon sun pierced the canopy, striking the pool and sending rainbows dancing across the stones and the surrounding ferns. Relief washed over Pip, warm and sweet as summer honey. Bramble rumbled with satisfaction, Willow did a joyful flip, and Mistress Arachne carefully bundled the cold iron shard in her silk, ready to carry it far away from the sacred spring. As Pip and his friends made their way back through the Whisperwood, the change was palpable. The air hummed with the busy sounds of insects preparing for evening. Squirrels chattered brightly. The leaves, though still falling, now rustled with a vibrant energy, each one seeming to glow with its own inner light as it spiraled down. The scent of frost-kissed ferns was strong and pure, carrying the promise of the deep, renewing sleep to come. They found Old Hoot and the Wisdom Keeper waiting near Pip's burrow. The great gray owl nodded solemnly. "The harmony sings true once more, young Pip," the stones murmur of gratitude. The Wisdom Keeper touched her nose to Pip's again, then to each of his friends. "You listened, you worked together. You understood that strength comes in many forms, and that the smallest voice, when joined with others in harmony, can mend the greatest tear in the balance. This wisdom, woven into the Whisperwood tonight, will echo through generations. As the first true frost of the season began to delicately lace the edges of leaves and sparkle on spiderwebs under the rising moon, Pip snuggled deep into his burrow beside his mother. The forest outside whispered its nightly lullaby, the gentle sigh of the wind through the pines, the distant hoot of Old Hoot, the soothing chuckle of the newly freed Crystal Springs stream. The air smelled of cold earth, wood smoke from distant hearths, real or imagined, and the sweet, clean promise of winter's rest. He had felt the forest's fear and witnessed its healing. He had learned that balance wasn't stillness, but a dynamic dance requiring every note, every creature, every season playing its part. The whispering stones hummed their deep, resonant song of harmony, a comforting vibration felt through the roots of the grandfather oak, a gentle reminder that even in the deepest, most ancient woods, wisdom, friendship, and courage could always light the way and restore the peace. And as Pip drifted into a deep, contented sleep, the soft glow of foxfire moss outside his burrow pulsed gently, like the forest's own steady, sleeping heartbeat. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Deep in the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than winter quilts and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, older than the stones in the creek bed. It was a place where the boundaries between the world and something more were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web kissed by dawn dew. Among the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak named Old Man Thistle lived a community of mosskin. Small folk barely taller than a buttercup, they wore tunics woven from spider silk dyed with crushed berries and lichen. Their leader was a gentle elder named Birch, his face as lined and wise as the bark of his home tree. Birch's granddaughter, a bright-eyed sprite named Fern with hair the color of sun-dappled ferns, was known for her boundless curiosity about the Whisperwood's deepest secrets. The Whisperwood thrived on a delicate balance, a symphony conducted by the seasons. In spring the lumina petals bloomed, their soft, internal light painting the forest floor with constellations that mirrored the sky above. Their sweet, honeyed scent summoned the dreamwing butterflies, whose iridescent wings scattered pollen carrying whispered wishes and gentle dreams. Summer brought the rain singers, tiny frog-like beings who lived in the crystal-clear pools. When clouds gathered, they climbed onto lily pads and sang complex, rhythmic songs that coaxed the rain down gently, drop by drop, ensuring no seedling thirsted. Autumn saw the leaf weavers, industrious squirrels with coats the color of russet leaves, meticulously guiding each falling leaf to blanket the earth, insulating roots and nurturing the soil with their decay. Winter belonged to the frost sprites, ethereal beings formed from the first breath of cold air. They danced silently on the frozen streams, tracing intricate, glittering patterns that held the promise of spring's return deep within their icy hearts. Fern loved listening to Birch recount the old ways beside their glowing hearth mushroom. The warm, earthy smell of the mushroom mingled with the comforting scent of cedar bark burning low. Birch's voice, soft as rustling leaves, wove tales of the great heartwood tree, rumored to stand at the very center of the Whisperwood. It was said to be the source of the forest's magic, its roots drinking deep from hidden springs of starlight, its leaves capturing the moon's silver song. The heartwood's rhythm pulsed through the forest, unseen but felt in the thrum of life, the unfurling of a bud, the steady beat of a woodpecker's drum. "Balance, little fern," Birch would murmur, the firelight dancing in his kind eyes, "is the forest's truest magic. Each creature, each season, each drop of rain and ray of sun plays its part. We listen, we respect, and we give back. That is the wisdom carried on the wind through countless turnings of the seasons. One unusually crisp autumn morning, Fern felt a strange unease prickling beneath her skin, like static before a storm, but without the storm's promise. The air, usually crisp and scented with ripe nuts and damp earth, felt thin, brittle. The lumina petals, usually fading gently as autumn deepened, seemed to dim prematurely, their soft glow flickering weakly. Worse, the rain singer's songs, normally a comforting counterpoint to the rustling leaves, sounded thin and faltering. The streams, fed by their magic, ran lower than they should. "Grandfather," Fern whispered, her voice small against the sudden quiet of the woods, "something feels wrong. The magic feels thin, like stretched spider silk." Birch's face, usually serene, creased with deep concern. He closed his eyes, placing a gnarled hand on the trunk of Old Man Thistle. Fern watched as a faint tremor ran through his fingers. "You feel truly, child," he murmured, his voice heavy. "The rhythm, the heartwood song, it's fading. The balance is shifting." A ripple of worry spread through the Moskin community. The leaf weavers reported finding patches of earth where leaves crumbled to lifeless dust instead of nourishing the soil. The dreamwing butterflies fluttered listlessly, their colors muted. Even the frost sprites glimpsed early near the shaded creek banks seemed less substantial, their icy patterns melting too quickly. Birch gathered the Moskin elders under the vast canopy of a weeping willow, its long fronds brushing the moss like gentle fingers. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a scent that now held an undercurrent of anxiety. "The heartwood weakens," Birch announced, his voice carrying a weight that silenced the rustling fronds. "The ancient pact, the flow of magic that binds us all, is faltering. We must discover why." Fern stepped forward, her small frame trembling but her voice surprisingly steady. "I'll go, Grandfather, to the great heartwood. I can follow the old paths, the ones you told me about." Her heart hammered against her ribs, but the image of the dimming lumina petals and the rain singer's strained songs spurred her on. Birch looked at his granddaughter, seeing not just the child, but the spark of the forest's future. He nodded slowly. "The journey is long and the paths are guarded by the forest's oldest memories. Go with the wisdom of the wind, little Fern. Listen to the whispers of the trees, the guidance of the stones. Seek the keeper." Equipped with a pouch of nourishing seed cakes, sweet with wild blueberries, a cloak spun from shimmering moth wings for warmth, and a tiny lantern crafted from a hollowed firefly abdomen that glowed with a soft, steady light, Fern set out. The deeper she ventured into the Whisperwood, the stronger the sense of imbalance grew. The air tasted stale. The usual chorus of bird song was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the dry rattle of leaves. The scent of healthy decay was overpowered by a faint, acrid tang, like metal left in the rain. She crossed a meadow where lumina petals lay scattered, their light extinguished like fallen stars. The sight filled her with a profound sadness. Guided by Birch's teachings, Fern listened intently. She pressed her ear to the cool, damp bark of an ancient yew tree. A deep, sorrowful groan vibrated through the wood, speaking of choked roots and poisoned soil deeper within the forest. A cluster of smooth river stones, warmed by a rare patch of sunlight, hummed a warning of tainted water seeping from the direction of the distant mountains. A family of badgers, their faces etched with worry, spoke of strange, bitter smells carried on the wind from the north, where human settlements edged the forest. After days of travel, guided by the fading pulse of the forest's magic, and the subtle signs Birch had taught her to read the way moss grew thicker on one side of a tree, the specific constellation of mushrooms pointing the way Fern reached a hidden valley. It was shielded by towering, impossibly old sequoias whose bark felt like warm, living stone beneath her tiny hand. The air here was still thick with unease, but beneath it, Fern sensed a deep, resonant thrumming, weak but persistent. It was the heartbeat of the heartwood. In the center of the valley stood the great heartwood tree. It was magnificent beyond words, its trunk wider than a dozen Moskin homes, its branches reaching towards the sky like open arms, cradling the clouds. But Fern gasped. Great swaths of its bark were cracked and gray, like parched earth. Its leaves, normally a vibrant tapestry of emerald and silver, hung limp and dull, many already fallen, carpeting the ground in a sorrowful blanket. The air around it vibrated with a palpable sense of exhaustion and pain. The scent here was complex, the rich, ancient smell of deep wood, overlaid with the sickly sweetness of decay and a harsh, metallic tang that made Fern's eyes water. At the base of the immense trunk sat the keeper. Not a towering giant, but a figure woven from living vines, moss, and shifting shadows, shaped vaguely like an ancient, wise badger. Its eyes were pools of deep, still water reflecting the fading light. It radiated immense age and profound weariness. Little listener, the keeper's voice was the sound of wind sighing through deep canyons, low and resonant, echoing slightly in the quiet valley. You feel the fading song, you have journeyed far. Fern bowed low, her heart pounding. Keeper, the Whisperwood is ill. The lumina dims, the rain singers falter, the balance breaks. We felt the heartwood's pain. What harms it? The keeper shifted, vines rustling like dry parchment. Its watery eyes seemed to gaze far beyond Fern. The harmony is frayed. From the north, beyond the Stone Teeth Mountains, comes a slow sickness. Humans dig deep, seeking bright stones that burn. They poison the earth's blood, the water that feeds my roots. They cut the ancient sentinels whose roots spoke to mine, whose leaves sang with the wind. The connection weakens, the magic starves. A deep sigh, like stones grinding together, escaped it. The old ways are forgotten, the pact of respect fades. Fern felt a chill deeper than winter's touch. But what can we do? We are so small, and the sickness comes from so far away. The keeper's form seemed to gather the fading light. Small you are, but connected. The heartwood's strength lies not just in itself, but in the web of life it sustains and which sustains it. The pact is not broken, only strained. The magic sleeps, it does not die. It needs remembrance. It needs the song. The song. Fern asked, hope flickering like her tiny lantern. The heart song, the keeper murmured. The song of belonging, of gratitude, of connection, sung not by one but by all. Sung with pure intent, it resonates with the heartwood's core, reminding it of the life that depends on its rhythm, strengthening the frayed threads. It is the oldest magic, passed down since the first leaf unfurled. Your elder knows the seed of it. Fern remembered. Birch on quiet evenings would hum a simple, wordless melody, a tune that felt like roots sinking into cool earth, like sunlight warming moss. He called it the forest's lullaby. But how can all sing? Fern wondered, looking at the vast, suffering tree. The creatures are scattered, frightened. The song starts small, the keeper whispered, its voice growing fainter, its form seeming to blend more with the shadows at the heartwood's base. Like a single raindrop finding the stream, it needs a conductor, a focus of pure heart. Carry the seed back, plant it with belief. Let the forest remember its own voice. Go now, little listener. Time flows like the tainted stream. Fern didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, the image of the dying heartwood burning in her mind, the keeper's words echoing, remembrance. The song. All. The journey back felt longer, the forest's distress more acute. The metallic tang seemed stronger, the silence heavier. When she finally stumbled into the Moskin hollow beneath old man Thistle, weary and coated in forest dust, Birch was waiting. The worry on his face deepened as he saw her expression, but also a flicker of hope. Fern poured out her tale, the dying heartwood, the poisoned earth's blood from the north, the forgotten pact, and the keeper's words about the heart song. A heavy silence fell over the gathered Moskin, the only sound the crackle of the hearth mushroom and the sigh of the wind through Thistle's branches, carrying the scent of distant decay. The heart song. Birch breathed, his eyes distant. I remember the tune passed from my grandmother's grandmother, but it is a whisper, Fern. How can a whisper reach the heartwood now? The keeper said it needs to start small, Fern insisted, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. But it needs to grow. It needs all of us. And it needs belief. We need to remind the forest who it is, what it means to be connected. Birch looked at his granddaughter, then at the worried faces of his people. He saw the dimming light of their own hearth mushroom. He saw the resolve in Fern's eyes, mirroring the determination he'd carried in his youth. He nodded slowly, a spark rekindling in his own gaze. Then we begin, here now, we sing the seed. Gathered under the protective boughs of old man Thistle, as the first true snowflakes of winter began to drift down like frozen whispers, the mosskin formed a circle. Birch closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the cold, pine-scented air, and began to hum. It was the simple, ancient melody, the forest's lullaby. It started soft, hesitant, a fragile thread of sound in the vast, troubled woods. Fern joined in, pouring all her love for the Whisperwood, all her hope, all her belief in the keeper's words, into the notes. Her clear voice wove around Birch's deeper hum. One by one, the other mosskin added their voices, timidly at first, then stronger. The song wasn't loud, but it was pure. It spoke of cool moss underfoot, the scent of rain on hot earth, the taste of wild strawberries, the comforting darkness of a tree hollow, the joyful dance of fireflies on a summer night. It was a song of home, of belonging, of gratitude for the sheltering branches and the nourishing soil. As they sang, something remarkable happened. The hearth mushrooms glowed brightened, casting warmer, steadier light. The falling snowflakes seemed to dance gently to the rhythm. A family of field mice, drawn by the sound, peeked from their burrow, their tiny eyes wide. A weary robin huddled on a branch, puffed out its chest, and added a tentative, sweet trill to the melody. Word traveled, carried by the wind, by the chattering squirrels, by the silent flight of an owl. Fern, guided by the mosskin elders, journeyed to the rain-singers' pools. She hummed the melody to them. Their large, luminous eyes blinked, and then one brave singer climbed onto a half-frozen lily pad. Its song, usually reserved for rain, now wove the mosskin's melody into its own complex rhythms, creating a new, hopeful harmony that rippled across the water. The sound carried far. Fern visited the leaf weavers in their autumn-gilded dens. She sang the heart song's core. The squirrels, initially skeptical, found the tune settling into their busy hearts. As they worked, guiding leaves to the earth, they began to hum it, a steady, grounding rhythm that vibrated through the soil. The decaying leaves seemed to settle with more purpose, releasing their nutrients with a sigh of contentment. She sought out the frost sprites near the icy streams. Communicating through feelings and gentle touches on their shimmering forms, Fern shared the song's essence, warmth not of fire, but of connection. The sprites, embodiments of quiet winter, began to trace their frost patterns in time with the melody, their icy spirals holding the promise of the song within their delicate structures. The mosskin sang every dusk and dawn under Old Man Thistle. The rain-singers added their watery harmonies from their pools. The leaf-weavers hummed as they worked. The frost sprites danced their silent symphony. Birds picked up the tune, weaving it into their calls. Even the wind seemed to catch the melody, sighing it through the branches. It started as scattered notes across the vast Whisperwood, like the first stars appearing at twilight. But gradually the notes found each other. The forest began to remember its own voice, its own deep connection. The pure collective intent, the gratitude, the belonging, the shared love for their home began to resonate. Deep in the hidden valley, the great heartwood tree shuddered. The weak, faltering pulse within its ancient core began to steady. A faint silvery light, unseen for seasons, flickered deep within its cracked bark. The metallic tang in the air lessened, replaced by the faint, sweet smell of sap beginning to stir, even in winter's heart. The keeper, a shadowy figure at its base, lifted its head. The pools of its eyes reflected not just fading light, but a burgeoning spark. A deep, resonant thrum, felt more than heard, vibrated outwards from the heartwood, a counterpoint to the forest's growing song. The change wasn't instant, nor was it a cure for the deep sickness creeping from the north. But the balance, the vital harmony, began to knit itself back together, thread by shimmering thread. The lumina petals didn't suddenly blaze, but their fading light steadied. The rain singers found strength returning to their voices. The streams, while still low, flowed with a cleaner sound. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative but growing chorus of the heart song, woven through the natural sounds of the forest. Back under Old Man Thistle, the mosskin sang with renewed vigor as the first true thaw began. Tiny green shoots, brave and bright, pushed through the snow near their hearth mushroom. The air, crisp and cold, carried the clean scent of melting snow, and underneath it, the undeniable fragrance of life stirring, of resilience. Birch placed a gnarled hand on Fern's shoulder as they sang, their voices blending with the drip of melting ice and the distant chorus of the forest. He looked not just at the returning green, but at his granddaughter, whose courage and belief had carried the seed of the song. The wisdom of generations, whispered under mossy roots, had found fertile ground in a young heart. The magic of the Whisperwood hadn't died. It had merely been sleeping, waiting to be remembered, waiting for the pure, shared song of belonging to awaken it once more. The heart song continued, a gentle, constant hum beneath the rustle of leaves and the babble of streams. It was a lullaby for the forest itself, a reminder of the deep, unbreakable connection binding root to rock, creature to tree, season to season. And as the first fireflies of the coming spring blinked their tiny lanterns in the velvet dusk, they blinked in time with the song, a constellation of hope echoing the ancient rhythm of the great heartwood tree, strong and steady once again. The Whisperwood breathed, its magic a soft, resilient glow in the gathering twilight, a testament to the enduring power of harmony, remembrance, and a song sung together. The attic smelled of dust and forgotten summers, a scent like dried roses and old paper. Moonlight filtered through the small, grimy window, painting silver stripes across stacked trunks and shrouded furniture. Sam, bundled in a thick, cable-knit sweater against the chill, wasn't looking for anything specific. Grandad had mentioned an old box of holiday decorations, and with Christmas approaching, curiosity had drawn Sam upwards into the quiet, shadowed space. Behind a leaning stack of hatboxes, Sam found it. Not a box of baubles, but a single object wrapped in faded blue velvet. Unfolding the soft fabric revealed a snow globe, unlike any other. The base was dark, polished wood, cool to the touch. Inside, resting on a bed of impossibly fine, glittering white sand, stood a miniature forest of frosted silver birch trees. At its center, catching the moonlight in its glass curve, stood a tiny, perfect ice palace, its spires delicate as spun sugar. But the most astonishing thing was the snow itself. It wasn't still. Tiny flakes swirled in a perpetual, gentle dance within the glass sphere, catching the light like miniature diamonds. It felt alive. Sam cradled it carefully, the glass cool against their palms. Peering closer, breath fogging the surface, Sam gasped. Deep within the miniature forest, a flicker of movement. A small, impossibly white creature with ears like snowdrifts darted between the trees. A snow hare. But it seemed more. Its eyes, when it paused for a fleeting second, glowed with a soft, intelligent light. As Sam watched, mesmerized, the swirling snow seemed to coalesce, forming a path leading deeper into the tiny woods towards the distant ice palace. A strange sense of invitation, a silent whisper on the edge of hearing, filled the quiet attic. Come see. That night, Sam placed the globe on the bedside table. Sleep was elusive. The swirling snow seemed to beckon, its motion hypnotic. When sleep finally came, it wasn't restful. Sam dreamed of vast, silent forests blanketed in deep snow, of biting cold that somehow didn't feel harsh, and of a feeling of profound loss, like a beautiful song fading away. And always watching from the edges of the dream, the luminous eyes of the snow hare. Morning dawned gray and frosty. Sam couldn't stop thinking about the globe. Throughout breakfast, homework, and helping Granddad in the garden, the image of the tiny, dancing snow and the watchful hare filled Sam's thoughts. That afternoon, back in the quiet sanctuary of their room, Sam picked up the globe again. Holding it close, Sam focused on the swirling snow, on the tiny palace, on the feeling of the dream. The world seemed to narrow, the sounds of the house fading. The glass felt colder, vibrating faintly. The swirling snow intensified, becoming a blizzard within the globe, obscuring the trees, the palace, everything except that feeling of invitation, now urgent, pulsing like a heartbeat against Sam's palms. Then, with a sound like a sigh and a chime of breaking ice, the room dissolved. Sam wasn't in the bedroom anymore. Sam stood knee-deep in snow so pure and white, it seemed to glow from within. Towering silver birch trees, their bark smooth and pale, stretched endlessly in every direction, their bare branches laced with frost that glittered like crushed diamonds under a sky the color of twilight lavender. The air was crisp and sharp, carrying the scent of pine and cold stone. It was breathtakingly beautiful and utterly silent. The snow globe lay nestled in the snow at Sam's feet, inert now, its snow still. Panic fluttered in Sam's chest. Where was this? How to get back? The silence pressed in, heavy and expectant. Then a soft crunch. Sam whirled around. There, perched on a snow-dusted log, was the snow hare. It was larger than any hare Sam had ever seen, almost the size of a small dog. Its fur wasn't just white, it shimmered with a subtle inner light, like moonlight on snow. Its eyes, large and dark-lashed, held that same intelligent glow Sam had glimpsed in the globe. They regarded Sam calmly, without fear. "Hello," Sam whispered, the sound startlingly loud in the stillness. The hare tilted its head. It didn't speak, but Sam felt a wave of understanding. A feeling of curiosity mixed with a deep, underlying sadness washed over Sam. The hare hopped down from the log and nudged something half-buried in the snow near Sam's boot. It was a small, perfectly carved wooden acorn. Sam picked it up. It felt warm and strangely comforting. "Follow," the feeling seemed to whisper, emanating from the hare. It turned and began hopping through the trees, pausing occasionally to look back, its luminous eyes urging Sam on. Trusting the strange intuition and the gentle presence of the hare, Sam tucked the warm acorn into a pocket and followed. They walked for what felt like hours, though the lavender twilight sky never changed. The forest was a wonderland. Frost flowers bloomed on frozen streams, their petals crystalline and intricate. Strange, glowing mosses clung to rocks, casting soft pools of blue and green light. Snowflakes, each one a unique masterpiece, drifted down, landing silently. Yet beneath the beauty, Sam began to sense what the hare carried, a deep melancholy. Patches of the forest looked faded. Trees seemed less substantial, their frost duller. The air felt thinner in places, the silence more profound, less peaceful, more like emptiness. The vibrant glow of the mosses dimmed in certain clearings. Something was wrong. The magic was draining away. The hare led Sam to a clearing dominated by a colossal, ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and blackened, stark against the white. Unlike the silver birches, it radiated a sense of immense age and profound sorrow. At its base, partially covered by snow, lay scattered fragments of what looked like carved ice, a broken archway, a shattered column. This, Sam understood with a pang, was once a gateway, a place of power. Now it was ruined. The hare sat beside the fragments, its head bowed, radiating grief. Images flickered in Sam's mind, vibrant gatherings under the twilight sky, music like wind chimes, laughter like falling snow, creatures of frost and starlight dancing where now only emptiness reigned. This was the heart of the fading. Why? Sam projected the thought, focusing on the hare. The hare lifted its head. An image formed in Sam's mind, a magnificent stag, its antlers like branches of ice, crowned with starlight. The stag of solstice, the guardian spirit whose presence anchored the magic of this hidden world, the winter sanctum. Another image, the stag growing weary, its light dimming, seeking solitude deep within the ice palace, the very heart of the sanctum. And then a final chilling image, a creeping shadow, formless and cold, seeping from the cracks in the ruined gateway, drawn to the stag's fading light, feeding on it, accelerating the decay. The shadow wasn't malicious, the hare conveyed, but a consequence of the broken gateway and the guardian's withdrawal of void-seeking energy. Without the stag's light to sustain the magic and repel their encroaching emptiness, the winter sanctum was dying. The hare nudged the snow globe which Sam still carried. An image of the tiny ice palace within it shimmered. Help. Heart. Light. The plea was clear. The stag needed to be reminded, reconnected to the world it guarded. Its light needed to shine again, to push back the shadow and mend the broken flows of magic. But the path to the ice palace, once open and vibrant, was now treacherous, choked with the draining shadow and places where the very fabric of the sanctum was thinning. Sam looked at the hare, then at the broken gateway, feeling a surge of determination mixed with fear. We have to go to the palace, we have to find the stag. The hare met Sam's gaze, its luminous eyes filled with a fragile hope. It dipped its head in agreement. Their unlikely friendship, forged in silence and shared sorrow, was the key. Their journey towards the distant spires of the ice palace, visible now above the treetops, became a trial. They crossed a frozen lake where the ice groaned ominously, thin cracks spiderwebbing underfoot. The shadow thickened here, a palpable chill that seeped into Sam's bones, whispering doubts. You don't belong. You're too small. You'll fail. Sam clutched the warm wooden acorn in their pocket, focusing on the hare's steady presence ahead, its fur a beacon in the gloom. The hare seemed to know the safest paths, guiding Sam around patches of unnerving translucence, where the snowy ground seemed to fade into starless void. They navigated a ravine filled with singing icicles that chimed a mournful, discordant tune as the shadow passed near. The hare showed Sam how to step softly, how the vibration of heavy footsteps made the icicles shriek and shatter like glass. Sam learned to move with the quiet grace the forest demanded. In return, when they encountered a patch of the glowing blue moss needed to illuminate a particularly dark tunnel, Sam's smaller hands could carefully gather it without crushing its delicate light, something the hare couldn't manage. They worked together, each compensating for the other's limitations, their bond strengthening with each obstacle overcome. One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow beneath giant, snow-laden ferns, the shadow pressed close. It felt like despair made tangible. Sam shivered violently, the cold biting deeper than ever before. The hare pressed close, its warmth surprisingly potent. It nudged the snow globe Sam held. Hesitantly, Sam held it up. The swirling snow within, dormant since their arrival, began to move again, sluggishly at first, then faster. As it swirled, a soft, pure light emanated from the globe, pushing back the immediate darkness, creating a small circle of warmth and clarity. The shadow recoiled, hissing like steam on ice. The globe wasn't just a key, it was a shield powered by hope. Sam felt the acorn pulse warmly in their pocket, a steady counterpoint to the globe's light. Finally, after what felt like days within the timeless twilight, they stood before the ice palace. It was breathtaking, soaring spires carved from glacial blue ice, intricate bridges spanning crystalline chasms, windows like frozen starlight. But it was also silent and felt empty. A sense of profound isolation radiated from it. The grand entrance gates, made of interlocking ice crystals, stood slightly ajar. The shadow seemed thicker here, clinging to the palace walls like frost, dimming its inherent luminescence. Inside, the palace was a marvel of frozen architecture. Halls glittered with icy chandeliers, frozen waterfalls cascaded down walls, and rooms held sculptures of ice so lifelike they seemed ready to move. Yet an oppressive silence hung heavy. They found the stag in the highest chamber, a vast observatory with a ceiling open to the twilight sky. He stood by a great frozen window, looking out not at the dying forest, but into the infinite, cold stars. His form was magnificent, powerful shoulders, antlers that seemed to hold constellations, but his light was dim, flickering weakly. The magnificent silver-blue fur looked dull, almost gray. A deep weariness, a sadness that had settled into his bones, radiated from him. The draining shadow coiled lazily around the base of his dais, pulsing faintly as it siphoned the remnants of his energy. The stag didn't turn as they entered. A wave of such profound loneliness and resignation washed over Sam that tears stung their eyes. The hare bounded forward, stopping a respectful distance away, radiating urgency and concern. It sent waves of feeling, images of the fading birches, the dimming mosses, the silent clearings where laughter once rang. The stag slowly turned his great head. His eyes, deep pools of ancient sky, held infinite sorrow. Why come? The thought echoed in the chamber, heavy with grief. The gateway is broken. The connection severed. My light fades. The sanctum fades. It is the way of things. He spoke of the ruined gateway, a place of communion not just with other hidden realms, but with the joy of the season it represented. Its destruction had cut him off from the source of renewal, the shared spirit of wonder and warmth that sustained him. He had retreated, believing his purpose lost, his light no longer needed, consumed by grief for what was broken. Sam stepped forward, heart pounding. Holding up the snow globe, Sam focused all their will, all the warmth of the wooden acorn, all the hope kindled by the journey and the hare's friendship. The snow inside swirled violently, blazing with a pure white light that filled the chamber, pushing the shadow back into the corners with a hiss. Sam projected feelings, not words, the crunch of snow underfoot, the scent of pine, the laughter-like chime of falling icicles before they became mournful. Sam showed the stag the hare's luminous eyes filled with hope, the delicate frost flowers, the determined glow of the moss they had gathered. Sam showed him the memory of the vibrant gatherings under the twilight sky, the music, the joy, the life of his world that was still clinging on, fighting to exist, waiting for him. See. Sam thought with all their might, pouring the warmth of the acorn and the light of the globe into the projection. It's still beautiful. It still needs you. It still lives. The broken gateway took the old connection, but you are the heart. Your light is the magic. Don't let the shadow win because of sorrow. We found you. We believe. The stag stared at the glowing globe, then at Sam's earnest face, then at the snow hare, radiating unwavering loyalty. A tremor went through his massive frame. The dim light within him flickered, then steadied. It grew slowly at first, pushing back the gloom in the chamber. The sorrow in his eyes didn't vanish, but it was joined by something else, a dawning recognition, a spark of the old purpose, rekindled. He lowered his great head, his breath a plume of frost that shimmered with tiny rainbows in the light from the globe. You see, the stag's thought resonated, quieter now, filled with wonder. You cross the thinning veil for us. The snow hare bounded closer, nuzzling the stag's massive foreleg. Hope, it radiated simply. Friendship. The stag closed his eyes. When he opened them, the deep pools of sky blazed with renewed light, a brilliant silver blue that banished the last clinging tendrils of shadow from the chamber. He threw back his magnificent head and let out a sound that was neither a roar nor a bellow, but a deep, resonant chime that echoed through the frozen palace like 100 crystal bells. The sound vibrated through the ice, through the air, through Sam's very bones. Outside the palace, visible through the great window, their effect was immediate. The fading patches of forest seemed to solidify, their colors deepening. The frost on the birches glittered fiercely. The dim mosses flared back into vibrant life. The oppressive silence shattered, replaced by the distant, joyful chime of icicles harmonizing, the whisper of wind through revitalized branches, the soft crunch of snow as unseen creatures began to stir. The winter sanctum breathed a sigh of profound relief, the magic flowing back, strong and vital. The journey back through the forest felt like walking through a dream reborn. The air hummed with renewed energy, vibrant and crisp. Creatures Sam hadn't seen before emerged, tiny ice sprites skating on frozen ponds, owl-like beings with feathers of frost watching curiously from branches, even a lumbering, friendly creature made of packed snow who offered them a ride partway. The hare bounded alongside, its fur shimmering with pure joy, its luminous eyes reflecting the revitalized world. They reached the ruined gateway clearing. The ancient oak still stood, but the air around it crackled with potential. The stag was already there, his presence immense and calming, his light bathing the broken fragments of ice. He lowered his head towards Sam and the hare. The gateway is broken, he thought, but the connection you forged, it is a new kind of bridge. Stronger, perhaps, built on courage, kindness, and shared hope. The sanctum is healed. The shadow is banished for now. He looked at Sam. You carry a piece of this world within you now, and it carries a piece of you. He touched his great muzzle to the snow globe Sam held. A pulse of pure, silver light flowed from him into the glass sphere. The miniature ice palace within glowed with an inner radiance. The swirling snow sparkled with renewed intensity. This is your key and your reminder. The sanctum sleeps now, healing fully. But it will always be there, just beyond the veil of frost on your window pane, in the heart of a snowflake, in the quiet magic of winter's hush. Guard its memory. The stag turned his gaze to the hare. A deep understanding passed between them, a bond reforged. The hare dipped its head, then looked at Sam. It hopped forward and gently nudged Sam's hand, holding the globe. Time to go home. Sam understood. The adventure was over, but the magic wasn't lost. With a final look at the stag, majestic and radiant beneath the twilight sky, and at the snow hare, a friend found in the heart of winter, Sam tightened their grip on the glowing snow globe. Focusing on the swirling snow, on the warmth of the wooden acorn, on the feeling of their own cozy bed, Sam closed their eyes. There was a sensation of gentle falling, a chime like distant bells, and the crisp scent of pine was replaced by the familiar smell of home-warm bread and wood smoke. Sam opened their eyes. They were back in their own room, moonlight streaming through the window. They sat on their bed, still bundled in the cable-knit sweater. The snow globe rested on the bedside table, its snow swirling peacefully once more. The tiny ice palace glowed faintly from within. In Sam's hand, the wooden acorn was warm. Sam smiled, a deep sense of peace and quiet wonder settling over them like a cozy blanket. The world outside the window was just an ordinary winter night. But Sam knew differently. They had seen the hidden heart of winter, fought shadows with friendship and hope, and helped mend a broken magic. They carefully placed the warm acorn beside the glowing snow globe. As they snuggled down under the thick quilts, the gentle swirl of snow within the glass sphere was the last thing Sam saw before sleep claimed them, a silent promise of hidden wonders, of courage found in unlikely places, and of the enduring magic that exists just beyond the edge of sight, guarded by kindness and remembered in the quiet hush of falling snow. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle glow of the ice palace within the glass, and the memory of a luminous friend would forever light the way to peaceful dreams. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Title: The Whispering Wood's Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering wood seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. "Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart." As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm, "and in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. The first time Sam noticed the shimmer in the woods behind Gran's cottage, it was mid-October, when the air smelled of damp earth and cinnamon bark. 10 years old and perpetually lost in daydreams, Sam often sat on the creaky porch, swing tracing patterns on a tarnished silver locket, the only keepsake from parents they barely remembered. That evening, as amber light slanted through sugar maples, a flicker of emerald green danced between the oaks. Not firefly light, but deeper, like sunlight through stained glass. When a faint melody followed wind chimes playing a tune, no human hand composed, Sam tucked the locket beneath their sweater and stepped into the forest's embrace. Moss cushioned each footfall, and the ordinary woods transformed. Ferns unfurled silver fronds that chimed softly. Birch trunks gleamed with embedded starlight, and the path ahead rippled like water. Deeper in where shadows should have pooled, Sam found a clearing bathed in perpetual twilight. Velvet soft grass shimmered with dew that tasted of honey when Sam knelt to touch it. And there, curled beneath a weeping willow with laves of liquid moonlight, was the creature. It resembled a fox crossed with a dragonfly, no larger than a rabbit. Translucent wings, veined like stained glass, lay folded against fur the color of crushed violets. One foreleg was bent unnaturally, and its breathing came in shallow hitches. "You're hurt," Sam whispered, hand hovering. The creature's eyes snapped open twin pools of molten gold. It tried to scramble away, whimpering like rustling parchment. "Easy now," Sam soothed, voice softer than dandelion fluff. "I won't touch if you don't want." Slowly Sam unwrapped their woolen scarf, blue as a jay's wing, and laid it nearby. For warmth. The creature blinked, nostrils flaring. After a trembling moment, it nudged the scarf with its nose. Sam smiled. "I'm Sam, what's your name?" A series of chimes answered, 3 high notes, 2 low. "Pip." The creature chirped, a sound like raindrops on crystal. Friendship bloomed in that glade, fragile as a spiderweb, sealed when Pip allowed Sam to gently splint its leg with a twig and bind it with blades of singing grass. Pip revealed the hidden world, Sylvan Hollow, a realm woven from forgotten dreams and twilight. Its magic stemmed from the heartwood tree, whose roots drank starlight and whose leaves hummed with ancient songs. But the heartwood was fading. Colors dulled at the edges, flowers lost their glow by dawn. "The luminous key is lost," Pip chimed sorrowfully, gesturing with its good paw toward Sam's locket. "Your metal sings with old magic. It is kin to the key." The locket, warm against Sam's chest, clicked open at Pip's touch. Inside, where Sam expected a photo, lay a single seed carved from opal. It pulsed with soft light, matching the rhythm of Sam's heartbeat. "This," Sam breathed. Pip nodded urgently. Without the key in the heartwood's roots, Sylvan Hollow fades, forever. The weight of the seed felt immense, a tiny thing holding up a world. Their journey began at moonset. Pip rode on Sam's shoulder, wings brushing their ear with soft chimes. They traversed forests where trees walked on roots like tangled knees, their bark etched with stories that shifted as Sam passed. They crossed the river of whispers, its waters murmuring secrets Sam almost understood, stepping stone to stone on the backs of giant, sleepy turtles. Sam, who once hesitated to speak in class, now bartered passage with the Moss King, a towering figure of lichen and patience offering stories of the human world in exchange for safe passage through his caverns. Pip translated, their chimes weaving Sam's tales into something richer, stranger. Challenges tested them. In the valley of echoing fears, shapeless shadows whispered Sam's deepest anxieties. "You'll fail them all, too small to matter." Sam's knees trembled, but Pip pressed close, a warm vibration against their neck. "Echoes lie," Pip chimed fiercely. Sam clutched the locket, feeling the seed's steady pulse. "My name is Sam," they declared, voice ringing clear. "And I'm helping my friend." The shadows recoiled, melting into mist. They faced the treacherous Glimmer Gorge next, spanned only by a bridge of solidified moonlight. It flickered perilously. Halfway across, a section dissolved beneath Sam's foot. Pip darted down, wings a frantic blur, catching Sam's sleeve with surprising strength. Dangling over an abyss of swirling nebulas, Sam locked eyes with the terrified creature. "Let go, save yourself," Sam rasped. Pip's golden eyes blazed. "Hold," they chimed, a command woven with pure trust. Summoning strength they never knew, Sam swung their other arm, grasping a solid beam of moonlight. Together, they scrambled to safety. The bridge solidified fully behind them. "You caught me," Sam panted, heart hammering. Pip nuzzled their cheek. "We caught each other." Days blended into an endless, magical twilight. Sam learned to listen to the language of rustling leaves, to taste direction on the wind. They shared meals of starlight berries bursting with cool sweetness, drank from springs that bubbled with laughter. Sam told Pip about school, about grand cinnamon rolls, about the quiet ache of loneliness. Pip chimed stories of sky dances among firefly swarms, of tending bioluminescent orchards, of the Hollow's collective worry. A bond formed, deeper than words, a shared heartbeat between human and sylvan. Finally, they stood before the Heartwood. It was magnificent, a colossal oak woven from living light, but its glow was sickly, dimming like a guttering candle. Great roots, thick as cottage walls, pulsed weakly where they met the earth. At the base lay a depression shaped exactly like Sam's opal seed. "The key's home," Pip chimed, voice thick with hope and dread. As Sam approached, the air thickened, resisting. Thorned vines, dark and thorny, erupted from the ground, the last defense of the dying magic. One lashed out, snagging Sam's ankle. Pain shot up their leg. Pip darted forward, wings buzzing angrily, nipping at the vine. "Hurry, Sam." Sam gritted their teeth, pulling free. Another vine whipped towards Pip. Without thinking, Sam threw themselves in front of their tiny friend. The thorn grazed their arm, drawing blood like liquid starlight. Ignoring the sting, Sam lunged the final steps, the pulsing seed clutched tight. Kneeling at the Heartwood's base, Sam pressed the opal seed into the waiting hollow. It fit perfectly. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then a tremor ran through the earth. Light erupted from the seed, pure and blinding, flowing up the Heartwood's trunk like liquid sunshine. Leaves blazed emerald green, then sapphire, then gold. The thrumming song Sam had first heard in the woods swelled into a glorious symphony wind, water, leaf, and star singing as one. The dark vines crumbled to ash. Color flooded back into Sylvan Hollow, richer and more vibrant than before. Flowers unfurled in explosive rainbows, trees straightened with groans of relief, and the very air shimmered with renewed vitality. Pip soared, looping joyful spirals around the radiant Heartwood, their chimes blending with the world's song. They landed gently before Sam, eyes glowing brighter than ever. "You saved us, Sam." Sam, cradling their stinging arm, looked around at the reborn paradise. "We saved us, Pip, together." The wound on Sam's arm, touched by the Heartwood's new light, sealed instantly, leaving only a faint, star-shaped scar, a mark of courage given and received. The journey back felt different. Sylvan Hollow welcomed them. Walking trees bowed creakily. Fireflies formed glowing archways. The river of whispers sang a clear, grateful melody. At the edge of the ordinary woods, Sam and Pip paused. The shimmering boundary pulsed steadily now. "It will always be here," Pip chimed, understanding the unspoken question. "For you, the key chose its bearer." They nuzzled Sam's hand. "Friend." Gran noticed the change immediately. "You seem taller, Sprout," she remarked, her eyes crinkling as Sam helped knead bread dough with newfound vigor. The quiet child who lingered in corners now spoke of constellations with quiet confidence, their eyes holding a depth that hadn't been there before. Sam wore the locket openly now, the opal seed warm beneath their shirt, a secret anchor to another world. Loneliness was a forgotten ghost. Every evening as the sun dipped low, Sam would sit on the porch swing. Sometimes they'd simply listen to the wind sighing through the maples. Other times a familiar shimmer would dance between the trees, accompanied by the faint, joyous chimes of a tiny friend emerging for a twilight stroll. Sam would step onto the mossy path, greeted by Pip's leap onto their shoulder, the violet fur soft against their neck. They'd walk together in the ordinary woods that now held an extraordinary secret, sharing stories in the language of rustles, chimes, and comfortable silence. Sam learned that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it. They learned that true friendship could bridge impossible worlds, built on trust as delicate and strong as a dragonfly's wing. And they learned that even the smallest heart, like a single seed or a quiet child, could hold magic potent enough to heal a world. Back in their small room, the scent of grand cinnamon rolls drifting up, Sam would trace the star-shaped scar on their arm, a quiet smile playing on their lips. Outside, the woods stood sentinel, holding the gentle luminescence of Sylvan Hollow close, a hidden world humming just beyond the veil, waiting for the next shared adventure beneath the watchful, loving stars. The locket rested warm against their heart, a silent promise of twilight wonders and the enduring melody of an impossible friendship. The whispering woods had always hummed with secrets older than moonlight. Beneath cathedral trees whose roots cradled forgotten languages, there existed a community of creatures who wore the forest like a second skin. Moss-knitted rabbits whose fur changed with the seasons, starlight-drunk fireflies that wrote poems in the air, and badgers with maps of constellations etched into their paw pads all moved through the dappled shadows. Their world balanced on the edge of a maple leaf, precarious, beautiful, and governed by the ancient pact between the turning wheel, as they called the seasons, and the heartstone, a crystalline relic pulsing deep within the forest's core. One crisp autumn when leaves whisper, a young fox kit named Sorrel noticed the first crack in the world. It appeared as she practiced painting frost patterns with her breath against a spider's web, a skill her grandmother had taught her when the last winter's snow still clung to the earth. The web trembled not from her exhale, but from the faintest shimmer in the air above it, like heat distortion over summer stones. When she pressed a paw to the quivering space, it tasted of burnt honey and loneliness. "Grandmother," Sorrel called, her voice sending a spiral of amber leaves dancing, "the veil between worlds has a toothache." The elder fox emerged from her den of woven ferns, her coat the color of storm clouds and wisdom. She sniffed the air, ears twitching to the discordant rhythm of a woodpecker's delayed morning song. "The heartstone weakens," she murmured, watching a maple leaf stall mid-fall, caught between gold and crimson. "Come, we must consult the council of root and crown." Their journey to the stone hollow revealed the forest's deepening malaise. Brook salamanders floated belly up, their bioluminescent tails dimmed. Oak guardians, ancient trees with faces in their bark, groaned as their lower branches petrified into cold stone. Worst of all were the silence pockets, clearings where sound died as if smothered by invisible moss. Sorrel's whiskers tingled with wrongness when they passed through one, her own heartbeat muffled into nothingness. At the stone hollow, the council had already gathered. Thistlewood, the great horned owl whose feathers held the pattern of every winter storm, perched on a quartz outcropping. Between his talons lay the heartstone, once a vibrant geode singing with inner light, now a dull lump of rock veined with sickly green. Circling him were the season keepers, a maple-keyed dragonfly representing spring, a berry-fat dormouse for summer, a persimmon-hued salamander for autumn, and a snow hare whose fur still held patches of winter's last gasp. "The turning wheel hesitates," rumbled Thistlewood, his voice the creak of timber holding up the sky. "Without the heartstone's rhythm, seasons will bleed into each other until life unravels." Sorrel's grandmother stepped forward, her tail brushing a constellation of glowing mushrooms into brighter life. "The stone's illness mirrors the forest's wounds. We must mend both as one." A plan was woven like silken thread through the dark. They would collect the 4 essences tied to each season's zenith and use them to cleanse the heartstone. Sorrel, chosen for her keen nose and quicker paws, would lead the gathering. Her first quest took her east to the spring vale, where the air itself blossomed. The journey sang in her blood. She bounded past fiddleheads uncurling like sleep-warmed paws, through meadows where dandelion clocks chimed the hour with drifting seeds. At the vale, a waterfall where liquid sunlight cascaded over emerald rocks, she met the season keeper, a silver-throated deer whose antlers sprouted living cherry blossoms. "Prove your heart matches the spring's renewal," the deer spoke in water-song tones. Before them, the waterfall parted to reveal a sapling choked by thorny vines, its leaves trembling in Earth's memory of winter. Sorrel approached not with teeth or claws, but with the lullaby her grandmother sang when frost bit too deep. As she hummed, the thorns softened into wild roses. The sapling stretched upward, buds bursting into flowers that rained peach-scented gratitude. The deer bowed, a single blossom floating into Sorrel's satchel, the essence of awakening. Summer's trial burned brighter. In the south, where heat shimmered like a living thing, Sorrel found the season keeper, a jewel-eyed tree frog enthroned on a lily pad the size of a thundercloud. The air throbbed with the heartbeat of 1,000 cicadas. "Bring order to the chaos," croaked the frog, indicating a sun-scorched meadow where plants grew in wild, suffocating tangles. Drought crackled in every yellowed blade. Remembering the badger's lessons on balance, Sorrel didn't rip through the overgrowth. Instead, she dug irrigation channels mimicking the constellations on her grandmother's paws, redirecting a sluggish stream to kiss parched roots. She pruned judiciously, thinning enough for sunlight to nourish, not scorch. When the first melon vine curled gratefully around her leg, the frog gifted her the essence of abundance, a drop of liquid amber that hummed with bee song. Autumn's test came in the west, where the season keeper, a squirrel with a tail like smoldering embers, waited atop a pyramid of pumpkins. "Everything here clings too tightly," they chittered, gesturing to an orchard where fruit rotted on branches, leaves refusing to fall. The air reeked of sweet decay. Sorrel twitched her nose at the malaise. She began gathering fallen acorns, arranging them in spirals that whispered of cyclical endings. With a badger's digging claw borrowed from the council stores, she carved tiny doors in the stubborn trees, inviting wood beetles to begin the recycling dance. Lastly, she blew the first frost breath she'd ever learned across the highest branches. As reluctant apples thudded to the ground, the squirrel tossed her the essence of release, a maple key that spun ceaselessly in midair. Winter's challenge almost broke her. In the north's endless twilight, the season keeper was a carved ice wolf whose howl shaped snowflakes. "Find warmth without fire," it growled, icicle teeth clinking. Around them, creatures shivered in a blizzard that stole breath and hope. Sorrel thought of dormice sharing nests, of owls sheltering lost fawns under their wings. Gathering the trembling animals, she taught them the huddle dance, a weaving of bodies and breath that kindled communal warmth. When the ice wolf itself began to shiver, she brushed her frost-flecked tail against its paw in shared vulnerability. The essence of rest came as a snowflake that never melted, its crystalline patterns holding the quiet promise of spring's return. Back at Stone Hollow, the council blended the essences into a chalice of woven vines. As Sorrel poured the mixture over the heartstone, the forest held its breath. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then, a sound like the first rainfall after drought. The stone's cracks glowed gold, its geode interior spinning to life like a miniature galaxy. Through the bond all forest creatures shared, Sorrel felt the changes ripple outward. Salamanders flipping right side up with indignant splashes, petrified branches sprouting new leaves, silence pockets filling with the symphony of a woodpecker's repentant rhythm. When the last tendril of green sickness vanished, Thistlewood lifted the restored heartstone high. "Remember this day," he boomed as the essences swirled into the stone, creating a new vein of iridescent light. Harmony isn't a spell but a practice, 1,000 small choices to listen, adapt, and care. Years later, when Sorrel had cubs of her own with coats like dappled sunlight, she'd bring them to the stone hollow during the turning days. Together, they'd watch the season keepers perform their dance, the deer's blossoms melting into the frog's summer rains, the squirrel's falling leaves giving way to the wolf's gentle snows. And when curious noses twitched at the heartstone's glow, she'd tell them of cracked veils and communal warmth, her words weaving through the firefly-lit air like a promise. Nothing is ever truly broken when many paws work to mend it. The forest breathed its agreement in the scent of rain-soaked loam and applewood smoke, in the crunch of leaves under careful paws, in the silent understanding that flowed root to branch to star-dusted wing. Somewhere an elder fox smiled as her granddaughter's laughter tangled with the wind, another thread in the endless, beautiful tapestry of the whispering woods. The evening mist curled around the cottage like a contented cat, silvering the cobblestone path and muffling the distant chime of the village clock. Inside, young Clara traced the frost feathers on her window pane, her breath fogging the glass. 10 years old, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes holding the quiet depth of a forest pool, she felt a familiar restlessness stir. Her world, nestled between the whispering pines of Eldergrove Forest and the sleepy village of Willowbrook, felt too small, too known. She longed for the rustle of unseen leaves, the scent of unfamiliar earth. Beneath her bed, tucked inside a worn wooden box beside a smooth river stone and a robin's blue eggshell, lay her most precious secret, the Whisperwood acorn. It wasn't like any other acorn. Larger than her fist, its cap was etched with swirling silver patterns that seemed to shift in the lamplight, and the nut itself pulsed with a deep, warm amber light like captured sunset. She'd found it months ago beneath the oldest oak in Elder Grove, its glow drawing her through a thicket she'd never dared enter before. Since then, its gentle thrum against her palm was a constant, silent companion, a promise of something more. That night, unable to sleep, the acorn's pulse felt stronger, almost urgent. Slipping on her softest woolen cloak, she crept downstairs, past the snoring form of her grandfather in his armchair by the dying embers. The front door opened with a sigh, releasing her into the cool, pine-scented embrace of the night. The full moon hung low, a luminous pearl bathing the world in silvery light. Instinctively, Clara drew the Whisperwood acorn from her pocket. As moonlight touched its silver-etched cap, the swirling patterns ignited. They spun faster, glowing brighter, casting dancing shadows on the mossy ground. Then, with a soft chime like distant windbells, a beam of pure amber light shot from the acorn's tip, striking the gnarled trunk of the ancient oak. Where the light touched, the bark shimmered and dissolved, revealing not wood, but an archway woven from living moonlight and tangled roots, leading into profound, inviting darkness. Hesitation flickered, then dissolved under the acorn's warm pulse and the archway's silent call. Clara stepped through. The air changed instantly. It was warmer, thicker, laden with the perfume of 1,000 unknown blossoms and the rich, damp scent of ancient soil. Moonlight here wasn't silver, but liquid gold, filtering through a canopy of leaves shaped like stars and teardrops. Giant luminous mushrooms, glowing softly in blues and violets, lined a path of velvety moss. She stood in the Whisperwood, a hidden world nestled within the heart of Elder Grove, revealed only by the key she held. Awed, Clara walked the glowing path. Fireflies larger than sparrows and shimmering with opalescent light drifted past. Trees whispered secrets in rustling tongues, and unseen creatures chirped melodies that felt like laughter. The peace was profound, yet beneath it, Clara sensed a tremor, a faint, discordant note. The golden light seemed thinner in places, the vibrant colors of the giant flowers slightly faded. The joyful chirping held an undercurrent of worry. Rounding a bend where luminous vines cascaded like waterfalls, Clara stumbled upon a sight that made her gasp. A large, grumpy-looking badger, his coarse fur striped silver and obsidian in the moonlight, was wrestling with a tangled mass of shimmering, thorny vines that seemed intent on engulfing a cluster of tiny, trembling star blooms. He huffed and grumbled, snapping at the vines with surprising ferocity, but his paws were clumsy against the stubborn growth. "Blasted bindweed," he muttered, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "Always snatching the prettiest things. Hold on, little sparks, thorns got you, oof." A thorny tendril whipped back, catching his snout. "Maybe I can help." Clara's voice was soft, hesitant. The badger Thorn spun around, eyes wide with shock, then narrowed with suspicion. A sproutling. Here. How did you? His gaze fell on the Whisperwood acorn still glowing warmly in her hand. Ah, the key-bearer. Didn't expect one so small. He sniffed, then winced as another vine tightened around his hind leg. Well, don't just stand there gawping, sproutling. These star blooms need light, and this infernal bindweed thrives on shadow. It's choking the joy right out of them. Clara stepped forward, the acorn's light flaring brighter as if responding to the threat. She noticed the bindweed recoiled slightly from its amber glow. It doesn't like the light, she asked, moving closer, holding the acorn near the thickest tangle near the badger's leg. Course it doesn't. Thorn snapped, but his tone held less bite as the vine loosened its grip under the acorn's radiance. Darkness is its home, but mere light won't stop it for long. Needs cleverness, it does, and paws or hands that can work the knots. Working together, an unlikely alliance formed. Thorn, despite his grumbling, had surprising knowledge of the Whisperwood's plants. He directed Clara where to shine the acorn's light most effectively, weakening the bindweed's grasp. Clara, with her nimble fingers, carefully untangled the complex knots the vines had formed around the star bloom's delicate stems, using the acorn's light as a guide and shield. Thorn used his strong claws and teeth on the tougher roots. It was slow, careful work. Clara learned the bindweed wasn't inherently evil. It was just growing wild, unchecked, drawn to the fading light of the blooms. Thorn learned the sproutling wasn't useless. Her patience and dexterity were invaluable. Finally, the last vine fell away. The star blooms trembled, then unfurled fully, releasing a shower of sparkling golden pollen that filled the air with the scent of honey and sunshine. Their light strengthened, pushing back the lingering shadows. Thorn sat back, panting, wiping a paw across his snout. He looked at Clara, then the rescued blooms, then back at Clara. A gruff sound, almost like a purr, rumbled in his chest. HMPH not bad for a sproutling, name's Thorn, keeper of the Glimmer Glade, or what's left of it. His voice held a deep sorrow now, replacing the grumpiness. What's wrong? Clara asked, sensing the tremor in the world again, stronger now. The light, it feels thin. Thorn nodded heavily. Aye, it's fading, the heart of the Whisperwood, it's gone missing. He gestured towards the heart of the forest, where the golden light seemed dimmest. Deep within the crystal caverns, a great crystal, warm as summer sun, bright as 1,000 fireflies, it's the source of all light and life here, without it. He looked at the struggling bindweed they just pushed back, already sending out tentative feelers again. Without it, the Whisperwood dims, the bindweed spreads, the songs grow sad. Winter will come, a winter with no end. A cold dread washed over Clara. Gone missing, how, who would take it? Don't know, Thorn admitted, his shoulders slumping. Happened under the last dark moon. No creature of the Whisperwood would harm the heart, it sustains us all. He looked at the Whisperwood acorn glowing in Clara's hand. The keybearer always appears when the Whisperwood is in peril. Legend says they bring hope. He fixed her with his dark, intelligent eyes. Will you help me find it, keybearer? Help me save my home. Clara's restlessness transformed into a fierce, warm resolve. She looked at the fading star blooms, listened to the worried chirps in the trees, felt the acorn's steady pulse against her skin, a pulse that echoed the missing heart. Yes, Thorn, I will. Their journey began under the watchful gaze of the golden moon. The Whisperwood acorn was their compass and guide. As they ventured deeper, the signs of decay grew clearer. Luminous mosses turned gray and brittle. Flowers drooped, their colors muted. The air grew colder, the joyful sounds replaced by an anxious silence. The path led them through groves of singing reeds, their melodies now mournful dirges, across bridges woven from living willow branches, which creaked ominously, and past pools where water sprites usually danced, now huddled together, their light dim. The acorn's light was crucial. It revealed hidden paths etched in faint silver on the moss, paths Thorn admitted he hadn't known existed. It calmed agitated creatures, like a family of luminescent hedgehogs whose quills flashed erratically with fear. One night, as a creeping chill mist threatened to swallow them, the acorn's glow flared, burning the mist away like sunlight on frost. They weren't alone for long. Their first companion joined them near the Sighing Falls. A young stag, his coat the color of twilight, his eyes wide and fearful, emerged from the gloom. He was trembling, barely more than a fawn. "The shadows," he whispered, his voice like rustling leaves. "They grow teeth in the dark places, they chased me. My herd I got lost." His name was Fern. Thorn grumbled about skittish saplings, but Clara knelt, offering a reassuring touch and sharing a piece of sweet root from her pocket. The Whisperwood acorn's light seemed to soothe Fern's terror. He knew the lay of the land near the crystal caverns, and his keen senses could detect subtle shifts in the air and earth. He joined them, finding paths through dense thickets where Thorn's sturdy form would have struggled. Later, navigating a treacherous slope of loose, glowing shale near the cavern's entrance, they encountered the Flicker clan. These weren't ordinary fireflies. They were tiny, winged sprites woven from living light, barely larger than Clara's thumb. Normally playful, they now darted in erratic, panicked patterns. Their elder, a sprite named Glimmer with wings like stained glass, explained in a voice like tinkling bells, "The heart's song is gone, our light weakens. We saw something huge moving towards the deep dark." Clara held the Whisperwood acorn high. Its warm, steady amber light seemed to resonate with the sprite's own flickering forms, calming their frantic dance. "We're going to find the heart," Clara promised. "Can you show us the way you saw the huge thing go?" Glimmer's light brightened. "Yes, Keybearer, we remember. We will light your path." The Flicker clan became their living lanterns, zipping ahead, illuminating crevices and pitfalls within the vast, echoing entrance of the crystal caverns. Their collective light, guided by the acorn's steady pulse, pushed back the oppressive darkness that seemed to press in from all sides. The crystal caverns were breathtakingly beautiful and deeply unsettling. Geodes taller than houses pulsed with faint internal light amethyst, citrine, aquamarine, but their glow was sickly, intermittent. Stalactites and stalagmites, usually gleaming like polished ivory, were dull and streaked with gray. The air was cold and still, heavy with the scent of damp stone and an underlying tang of sorrow. The path Glimmer showed them led downwards, deeper into the mountain, away from the faint moonlight filtering through high crevices, into a realm of near-total darkness only held at bay by the Flicker clan and the Whisperwood acorn. Strange, echoing drips replaced the forest sounds. The weight of the mountain pressed down. They followed signs only Fern could fully decipher, deep, heavy footprints sunk into patches of softer sediment, enormous scratch marks on the crystalline walls, and a lingering scent, Thorn confirmed, of stone, loneliness, and damp wool. The deeper they went, the colder it became, and the more the Flicker clan's lights dimmed, huddling closer to the comforting warmth of Clara's acorn. Finally, they entered a vast, low-ceilinged chamber deep within the earth. It was utterly dark except for a faint, sickly green phosphorescence emanating from patches of lichen on the walls. The chamber felt desolate, hollow. And there, in the very center, hunched on a floor of cold, dark stone, sat the source of the footprints. It was a giant. Not a monster from a scary tale, but a being of living rock and moss. He was easily 3 times Thorn's height when sitting, his body craggy and uneven, like a small hill given life. Patches of grayish lichen grew on his stony shoulders. His head, resting on massive knees, was formed from rough-hewn granite, and his eyes, when he slowly lifted his head at their approach, were two deep, dark pools reflecting the faint light from the acorn and sprites. They held an ocean of sadness. In his enormous, stone-knuckled hands, he cradled something that pulsed with a weak, struggling light, the heart of the Whisperwood. It was a large, multifaceted crystal, its usual vibrant gold now a dim, flickering amber, its light barely illuminating the giant's sorrowful face. Thorn bristled, a low growl starting in his chest. You stole the heart, you're killing the Whisperwood. Fern trembled behind Clara, and the Flicker clan dimmed their lights fearfully. The giant flinched at Thorn's accusation, his stony features crumpling further. He didn't speak, but a deep, resonant sound emanated from him, like boulders grinding together under immense pressure. It wasn't words, but Clara felt its meaning resonate in her bones. Loneliness. Cold. Darkness. Wanting light. Clara's anger at the fading forest melted away, replaced by a wave of profound understanding. She stepped forward, placing a hand on Thorn's head, calming his growl. She held the Whisperwood acorn high, its light steady and warm. "Hello," she said softly, her voice echoing gently in the vast chamber. "My name is Clara. This is Thorn, Fern, and the Flicker clan. We came from the Whisperwood." The giant's dark eyes fixed on her, then on the acorn. He made the grinding sound again, softer this time. Lost. Cold. Found light. Took it. Didn't know. His massive finger, rough as uncut stone, gently touched the fading heart in his hands. "You didn't know it needed to stay in its place?" Clara asked gently, moving closer. The giant shook his massive head slowly. "Dark here. Always dark. Light, warm. Wanted it close." Clara understood. He wasn't a thief driven by malice, but a lonely soul trapped in the deepest dark, drawn to the only warmth and light he'd ever encountered. He hadn't understood the consequences. "The light from the heart," she explained, her voice filled with compassion, "it needs to be free. It needs to shine for everyone in the Whisperwood, the trees, the flowers, the badgers, the deer, the firefly sprites. Even the bindweed needs a little light, though not too much." She offered a small smile. "When it's trapped down here, it fades. The whole forest is growing cold and dark. The creatures are scared." The giant looked down at the heart in his hands, its weak pulse reflecting in his deep eyes. He made a sound like a sighing mountain. "Hurting. I hurt them." Genuine anguish filled the resonant sound. He looked at the struggling light, then at Clara, Thorn, Fern, and the flickering sprites. He saw their determination, their fear, and Clara's unwavering kindness. Slowly, ponderously, the giant rose to his full height, making the chamber seem smaller. He looked from the fading heart to Clara, then to the dark passage leading upwards. He made a questioning rumble, pointing a massive finger towards the surface. "Yes," Clara said, relief washing over her like warm sunlight. "It needs to go back to the crystal caverns, to its proper place. Then its light will be strong again for everyone." The giant nodded, a slow, heavy movement. He cradled the heart carefully against his stony chest. Then, with surprising gentleness, he extended his other enormous hand, palm open and flat, towards Clara and her companions. "Come." Hesitantly, Clara stepped onto the giant's palm. Thorn, after a moment's grumbling about undignified transport, climbed on beside her, followed by Fern, who nuzzled Clara reassuringly. The Flicker clan settled on their shoulders and heads like living jewels. The giant's hand was surprisingly warm, not cold stone, but warmed by the faint pulse of the heart he held. With careful, earth-shaking steps that echoed through the tunnels, he carried them back the way they had come, retracing their path through the oppressive darkness that now felt less threatening. The Whisperwood acorn's light, combined with the giant's presence and the heart's weak pulse, pushed back the gloom. the journey upwards felt quicker. As they neared the upper caverns, the giant steps grew lighter, less burdened. Hope was a tangible thing in the air. Finally, they reached the heart's rightful chamber, a vast, cathedral-like space near the cavern entrance, bathed in the strengthening moonlight filtering from above. A natural pedestal of pure white crystal stood in the center, waiting. The giant approached the pedestal. He looked at the heart, then at Clara and her friends on his palm. His deep eyes held a complex mix of sorrow, understanding, and dawning hope. With infinite care, as if placing the most fragile bird's egg, he lowered the Whisperwood heart onto the crystal pedestal. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. The heart lay there, its light still faint and flickering. Then a single pure note rang out, like a crystal bell struck deep within the earth. The heart flared. Not weakly, but with a sudden, blinding burst of pure, golden light that filled the cavern, washing over the walls, igniting the geodes within. Amethyst burned violet, citrine shone like captured sun, aquamarine glowed with the depth of tropical seas. The light pulsed outwards, a wave of warmth and energy that flowed through the caverns, down the tunnels, and out into the Whisperwood beyond. On the giant's palm, Clara, Thorn, Fern, and the Flicker clan felt it wash over them, a wave of pure, revitalizing joy. Outside, they knew without seeing, the gray moss turned emerald and luminous, the star blooms burst forth in radiant showers of gold, the bindweed shrank back, seeking only the dappled shade it preferred. The trees sighed with relief, their rustling now a chorus of pure delight. The songs of unseen creatures rose, not in worry, but in exultant harmony. The giant stood bathed in the heart's restored golden light. He looked different. The patches of gray lichen on his shoulders seemed greener, more vibrant. The deep sorrow in his eyes hadn't vanished, but it was softened, overlaid with wonder and a profound sense of peace. He carefully lowered his hand, allowing his passengers to step off onto the warm, glowing floor of the cavern. The Flicker clan zipped joyfully around the chamber, their lights now blazing like tiny stars. He looked at Clara, then pointed towards the Whisperwood beyond the cavern entrance, bathed in the restored golden moonlight. He made a soft, questioning rumble. "Go back." Clara understood. "The Whisperwood is your home too now," she said gently. "The light is for everyone, you belong here." The giant looked around the cavern, now alive with light and color, then back at the vibrant forest visible through the archway. He made a sound like distant, contented thunder. Home. He slowly settled himself near the pedestal, his massive form seeming less like a lonely hill and more like a protective mountain basking in the sun. He would watch over the heart, not take it, but share in its light. Clara felt a profound shift within herself. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, warm contentment. She had journeyed into the unknown, faced fear and misunderstanding, and found wisdom and friendship in the most unexpected places. She had learned that light, to be truly strong, needed to be shared, not hoarded. That kindness could unlock even the hardest heart. That home wasn't just a place, but a feeling of belonging, woven from connection. Thorn nudged her hand with his snout. "Well, Keybearer," he said, his gruff voice thick with an emotion Clara had never heard in it before gratitude. "Seems you found more than the heart. You found a friend for the Whisperwood and quieted an old badger's fears." Fern nuzzled her shoulder and the Flicker clan settled on her head, their light warm against her hair. It was time to go home. The Whisperwood acorn pulsed warmly in her hand, no longer urgent but content. It had guided her, illuminated her path, and now it felt like a promise kept. They walked back through the Whisperwood, transformed. The golden light was stronger, richer than even when Clara first arrived. The air hummed with life and song. Creatures peeked from blossoms and branches, their eyes bright and curious, waving tiny limbs or rustling leaves in thanks. Emerging through the moonlit archway, woven by the acorn back into Eldergrove, felt like stepping from a vivid dream into a familiar, yet subtly changed reality. The ordinary forest seemed imbued with a deeper magic, a quieter song. She could now hear the rustle of leaves holding secrets, the scent of pine carrying whispers, the moonlight feeling like a gentle embrace. The archway shimmered and faded back into the solid bark of the ancient oak, leaving only the scent of honey and starlight lingering in the cool air. Clara slipped back into the quiet cottage. The embers in the fireplace glowed warmly. Her grandfather still snored softly in his armchair. Everything was as she left it, yet nothing was the same. She placed the Whisperwood acorn back in its wooden box beneath her bed. Its pulse was slow, steady, peaceful. It had done its work. Climbing into her own bed, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Clara looked out at the moonlit forest. She no longer felt the ache of the too small world. She knew the vastness within it, the hidden light, the unexpected friendships. She knew the giant, Borin, for that was the name that resonated in her heart for him, was watching over the heart, sharing its warmth. She knew Thorn was patrolling his glimmer glade, grumbling contentedly. Fern was safe with his herd. The Flicker clan danced in the restored light. She closed her eyes, the scent of star blooms and warm earth faint in her memory, the echoes of the Whisperwoods song a gentle lullaby. The world was vast, beautiful, and full of hidden light waiting to be shared. And she, Clara, with a heart full of wonder and a small, glowing acorn beneath her bed, belonged to it all. Sleep came swiftly, deep and peaceful, carrying her into dreams woven with golden light and the gentle rumble of a mountain finding its home. Outside, the first true dawn of the restored Whisperwood began to blush on the horizon, promising a day filled with the quiet, enduring magic of connection. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches stood like sentinels and ferns curled into emerald trumpets, there existed a glade known only to its most tender guardians. Here the air hummed with the secrets of centuries, and the streams carried melodies older than memory. It was in this glade that a young girl named Leela tended to the moss grove, an ancient tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stories and whose branches held the fragile magic of the seasons. Leela had been chosen as the moss grove's keeper by the creatures of the forest, the rabbits who wove moonlight into their burrows, the owls with star-speckled feathers, and the foxes whose tails flickered like candle flames. Her days were spent listening to the tree's murmurs, learning the language of rustling leaves and creaking bark. But one crisp autumn morning, the moss grove's usual song faltered. Its leaves, usually a tapestry of amber and scarlet, began to curl and gray at the edges. A chill seeped into the air, sharper than the season warranted, and the brook that trickled beside the tree's roots slowed to a syrupy crawl. A plump hedgehog named Thistle, his spines dusted with dew, trundled to Layla's side. "The frostfang stirs early," he warned, his voice a gravelly whisper. "It gnaws at the roots of balance. If the moss grove fails, winter will claim the woods before its time and never loosen its grip." Leela knelt, her breath clouding in the unnatural cold. "How do we stop it?" "Seek the emberleaf," Thistle said. "A relic from the time when fireflies were born from sunbeams. It lies hidden in the Chamber of Echoes, deep within the Stonemire caves, but the path is perilous, and the chamber guards its secrets jealously." Determination kindled in Layla's chest like a tiny flame. She packed a satchel with honeyed chestnuts, a vial of glowshroom light, and a cloak spun from moth silk. As she set off, the forest rallied around her. Aria, a red squirrel with a tail like a maple seed, scampered ahead to scout the trails. Orlin, a badger whose fur shimmered with the pearly sheen of dawn, shouldered through thorny thickets. And Wynn, a firefly with wings like stained glass, lit their way with constellations of gold. Their journey carried them through valleys where mist clung to the earth like a lover, over hills where heather buzzed with drowsy bees, and into the shadow of the Stonemire caves. a labyrinth of jagged rock where the air tasted of iron and old storms. The entrance yawned like a stone throat, and within, the walls pulsed with faint, bioluminescent lichen. "The Chamber of Echoes remembers," Orlin rumbled, his claws clicking against the stone. "Speak only truths here, lest the shadows twist your words." The group pressed deeper, their footsteps echoing in eerie harmony. Strange whispers coiled around them, fragments of long-ago conversations, the laughter of forgotten creatures, the sigh of seasons past. At last they reached a vast cavern where stalactites dripped liquid crystal into pools below. At its center, floating atop a plinth of quartz, was the emberleaf, a single leaf forged of molten copper, its veins glowing with captured sunlight. But as Leela reached for it, the ground shuddered. From the shadows emerged a creature of living obsidian, the chamber's guardian, its eyes two smoldering coals. "Why do you seek the emberleaf?" it intoned, its voice like grinding tectonic plates. Leela stood tall, though her heart fluttered. "To save the moss grove, the frostfang threatens the balance. Without the tree, the seasons will unravel, and all who depend on them, the blooming flowers, the hibernating bears, the migrating geese, will suffer." The guardian tilted its head, sending cracks of orange light spiderwebbing across its form. "And what will you sacrifice to protect this balance?" She hesitated, then drew a small wooden flute from her satchel, a gift from her grandmother, carved from the moss grove's own branches. "This," she said softly, "it's the first thing the forest ever gave me." Without the moss grove, its song would be silence anyway. The guardian's fiery gaze softened. "Your heart understands reciprocity." It stepped aside, and the emberleaf floated into Leela's palms, warm as a sun-baked stone. Returning to the glade, they found the frostfang's blight spreading. Icicles clawed at the moss grove's trunk, and the air bit with glass-sharp cold. Working quickly, Leela placed the emberleaf against the tree's heartwood. Arya gathered last autumn's acorns, planting them in a circle to anchor the magic. Orlin dug channels in the soil, guiding the brook's thawing waters to the roots. Wynn and his kin swarmed above, their light merging with the emberleaf's glow until the glade blazed like a captured sunrise. The moss grove shuddered, then sang, a deep, resonant note that shook loose the ice. New leaves unfurled, tender and green, as the tree drew strength from its allies. The frostfang recoiled, its grip shattered by the warmth of shared purpose. By dawn, balance was restored. The first snowflakes of true winter drifted down, gentle and timely, melting into the moss grove's roots without malice. The creatures gathered, sharing a feast of roasted hazelnuts and elderberry wine, their breath mingling in grateful plumes. "The forest thrives not by one will, but by many," Thistle said, toasting Leela with a thimble of dewdrop cider. "You reminded us that even the smallest light can banish the deepest cold." As seasons turned, the tale of the emberleaf wove itself into the moss grove's bark, a new ring in its eternal story. Leela still plays her flute at dusk, its melody a lullaby to the woods, a reminder that harmony is never a solitary act, but a chorus of rustling leaves, trickling streams and hearts brave enough to kindle light in the dark. And on the coldest nights, when the frostfang's breath nips at the edges of the glade, the creatures nestle close to the moss grove, warmed by the truth that no winter lasts forever, so long as there are hands to hold the flame. The village of Wicker Hollow was the sort of place where cobblestones held the warmth of the afternoon sun long into the evening, and the scent of baking bread and wood smoke wove through the air like invisible ribbons. In a small cottage tucked beneath a willow tree's sighing branches lived a quiet boy named Silas. Silas noticed things others missed, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, the different songs of the wind through the oak versus the pine, and the way Mrs. Thimble's cat, Marmalade, always blinked twice before pouncing. But mostly, Silas noticed the forgotten things, the chipped teacup at the back of the cupboard, the single button gleaming in the dust beneath the dresser, the worn-out boot left by the garden gate. One misty Tuesday, while searching for a lost marble near the old stone bridge, Silas noticed something truly forgotten. Half buried in the mossy bank, nestled amongst smooth river stones, lay a book. It wasn't grand or leather-bound. It was small, its cover faded to a soft, indeterminate gray, the edges worn smooth as sea glass. There was no title, no author. When Silas picked it up, it felt unexpectedly warm, like a stone left in the sun, and it hummed faintly against his palms, a vibration more felt than heard. Intrigued, Silas brushed off the damp moss and carried it home. That evening, curled in his favorite armchair beside the crackling hearth, the orange firelight dancing on the worn pages, he opened it. The first page was blank. So was the second. Disappointment prickled, but then, as he turned the third page, something shimmered. Not ink, but light. Delicate, silvery lines began to weave across the paper, forming not words, but pictures. They were fleeting, like reflections on water, a glimpse of a soaring bird, the curve of a winding path through tall grass, the wink of a distant star. As Silas watched, mesmerized, the images shifted, responding to his quiet thoughts. When he thought of the river, the page showed minnows darting over pebbles. When he thought of the willow tree, its long leaves swayed in an unfelt breeze across the paper. The book, he realized with a gasp, didn't contain stories, it showed them. It reflected the world, but only the parts unseen, the hidden wonders, the secret heart of things. This discovery sparked a quiet yearning in Silas. The book showed him glimpses of places beyond Wicker Hollow, a forest glowing with bioluminescent mushrooms, mountains capped with clouds that looked like spun sugar, a meadow where flowers chimed like tiny bells. He longed to see these wonders himself, to understand the book's silent language. So one crisp morning, with the book tucked safely in his worn satchel, Silas set off, following the faint, shimmering path the book had shown him winding eastward from the village. His journey began gently, through sun-dappled woods. He hadn't gone far when he encountered his first helper. A large, rather drowsy badger named Barnaby was attempting to dig up a particularly stubborn truffle near the path. Barnaby had spectacles perched precariously on his snout and spoke in a slow, rumbling voice. Trouble with the subterranean aromatics, he grumbled, blinking at Silas. The scent is strong, but the earth, she clings. Can't quite triangulate the epicenter, you see. Silas, remembering the book, gently opened it. The page shimmered, showing not the truffle, but the intricate network of roots around it, and a single, bright earthworm wriggling near its location. Silas pointed. Barnaby adjusted his spectacles, squinted, then dug with renewed vigor. Ah, foundational disturbance, excellent cartography, young fellow. Barnaby, grateful for the help and intrigued by the shimmering book, decided Silas's quest sounded far more interesting than truffles. He became Silas's guide through the deeper woods, his knowledge of hidden trails and edible roots invaluable. Deeper into the ancient forest, where the trees grew tall and silent, they met Thistle. Thistle was a hedgehog, but unlike any Silas had seen. Her spines weren't just brown, they shimmered with tiny flecks of iridescent green and gold, like moss catching the light. She moved with surprising swiftness, darting between ferns. Thistle was incredibly observant, but terribly forgetful. "Oh, hello, lovely morning for the thing with the leaves," she'd chirp, then zoom off, only to circle back moments later. "Barnaby, Silas, have you seen the shiny pebble? No, oh well." She remembered every hidden spring, every patch of rare moon mint, and the exact location of the singing stones, which hummed when the wind blew just right, but couldn't recall what she'd had for breakfast. The book helped Silas understand her fragmented thoughts. It would show fleeting images of the things she'd forgotten, a blue pebble near the oak stump, a patch of clover she'd admired. Silas, with gentle patience, would help her find them, and Thistle, delighted, shared her knowledge of the forest's secret paths and moods in return. The trio traveled for days. The book showed them wonders, a waterfall where the water fell upwards into a cloud, a grove where trees whispered ancient secrets in rustling tongues only the book seemed to translate into shimmering images of long-gone travelers, and a lake so still it reflected not the sky, but a sky from another time, dotted with unfamiliar constellations. Silas felt himself changing. He grew braver navigating unknown paths, quieter in his observations, and kinder in understanding his companions' quirks. The world felt larger, yet more intimately connected, every rustle and scent holding potential magic revealed by his humble book. Their journey led them to the Whispering Peaks, jagged mountains veiled in perpetual mist. The book showed a path winding steeply upwards, towards a hidden valley where the most wondrous sight shimmered faintly, a tree made entirely of light, its branches holding tiny, pulsing stars. But the mist wasn't just mist. It was thick, swirling, and alive with confusion. It was the gray murk. As they entered its embrace, disorientation struck like a physical blow. Paths seemed to shift underfoot. Sounds became distorted echoes. Barnaby's usually precise directions faltered. East, or was it southwest, the olfactory markers are, scrambled. Thistle darted in frantic circles. My pebble, I mean the path, it was here, or was it there? Even the book flickered uncertainly, its images blurring and fading, reflecting only the swirling gray confusion surrounding them. Panic threatened to rise in Silas's chest. Force was useless against the formless murk. Shouting only made the echoes louder and more confusing. Pushing forward blindly led them in exhausting circles. Silas sat down on a cold rock, pulling the book close. He closed his eyes, ignoring the disorienting swirl. He thought not of the destination, but of his journey. He remembered the warm hum of the book in his hands that first day. He pictured Barnaby's earnest face as he studied his truffle maps, Thistle's spines shimmering like captured sunlight. He thought of the willow tree sighing outside his window, the scent of misses, thimbles baking, the comforting crackle of his hearth. He focused on the feelings, warmth, kindness, quiet wonder, friendship. He poured these feelings into his thoughts, holding them steady like a candle flame in the disorienting gray. He opened the book. Instead of showing the confusing mist or the distant light tree, the pages began to glow with a soft, steady, golden light. It wasn't a bright beam, but a gentle, unwavering radiance that emanated warmth and calm. The light didn't push the mist away, it simply held its space. Barnaby stopped his frantic sniffing. Thistle stopped her dizzy circling. They both looked at the book, then at Silas, whose face was calm, reflecting the golden glow. The disorienting whispers of the mist seemed to soften, the swirling slowed. The golden light from the book acted like a beacon of clarity, not by fighting the confusion, but by offering a calm center. Follow the warmth, Silas said softly, his voice steady amidst the muffled echoes. He didn't shout directions, he simply held the book aloft, its gentle light a focal point. Barnaby, taking a deep, calming breath, focused on the light. Thistle, her forgetfulness momentarily stilled by the calm, darted not randomly, but towards the warmest patches of light reflecting on the damp rocks. Step by deliberate step, focusing only on the calm, golden light and the feeling of quiet connection it represented, they moved through the murk. The path didn't magically appear. They found it by ignoring the confusion and moving towards the warmth and steadiness Silas held within him and projected through the book. The swirling gray thinned, the disorientation faded, and finally they stepped out of the murk onto a sunlit ledge. Below them lay the hidden vale. It was bathed in soft, pearlescent light. Flowers like spun glass chimed softly in the breeze. And in the center, its roots deep in starlight, stood the tree of Lumina. It wasn't merely bright, it pulsed with a gentle, living light, each branch a constellation, each leaf a tiny captured sunbeam. The air hummed with pure, peaceful energy. The book in Silas's hands blazed with a matching light, no longer showing images, but resonating with the tree's serene song. They spent hours in the vale, resting in the peaceful glow. The tree didn't speak, but Silas understood. It wasn't just a wonder to be seen, it was a reminder. A reminder that the greatest light comes from within, from kindness, from calm, from friendship, and from truly seeing the quiet magic woven into the ordinary world. The book hadn't just shown him hidden wonders, it had helped him see with his heart. The journey back to Wicker Hollow was easier. The book still shimmered, showing hidden wonders: a family of foxes playing in moonlit ferns, an owl with feathers like polished moonstone, but Silas saw them differently. He saw the connection, the quiet beauty inherent in everything. Barnaby returned to his truffles with a new appreciation for the subterranean cartography. Thistle still forgot her pebbles, but now she'd forget them with a happy chirp, remembering instead the feeling of the lumina tree's light. Silas returned to his cottage beneath the willow. The worn gray book sat on his windowsill now, catching the morning sun. It still shimmered sometimes, showing the dew on a spiderweb like diamonds, or the secret path a ladybug took across a leaf. But Silas didn't need it to see the magic anymore. He saw it in the steam rising from Mrs. Thimble's teacup, in the way marmalade blinked twice before purring, in the familiar creak of the floorboards. The world hadn't changed, he had. He'd learned that the most extraordinary secrets aren't found in distant, hidden valleys, but in the quiet noticing, in the warmth of friendship, and in the gentle light of kindness that can guide you through any fog. And sometimes he'd open the book for a child visiting Mrs. Thimble, and together they'd watch the shimmering story of a dandelion seed sailing on the breeze, or the secret dance of fireflies in the twilight, a reminder that wonder is always just a heartbeat away, waiting to be seen with a quiet and kind heart. The gentle hum of the book blended with the crackle of the hearth, a soft lullaby of hidden wonders and peaceful hearts, perfect for drifting into dreams. The old cottage nestled at the forest's edge, where the scent of pine resin mingled with wood smoke from the chimney. Inside, young Theo traced patterns on frost-kissed window panes, his breath fogging the glass. Rain drummed a lullaby on the roof, and firelight painted dancing shadows on walls lined with shelves of dried herbs and leather-bound books. Theo's grandmother had spoken of forest magic, whispers on the wind, stones that hummed, but Theo, small and quiet, found such tales more frightening than wondrous. He preferred the crackle of the hearth and the weight of his patchwork quilt. One storm-lashed evening, while searching the attic for spare candles, Theo's fingers brushed against something cold and smooth tucked beneath a cedar chest. It was a lantern no larger than his palm, wrought from silver so tarnished it looked like twilight captured in metal. Its surface bore carvings of entwined roots and crescent moons, and though it held no candle, a faint, honey-colored glow pulsed within its heart, like a drowsy firefly resting in velvet. When Theo lifted it, warmth spread through his palms, gentle as sunlight through leaves. A soft chime echoed, though no breeze stirred the dust. That night he placed it on his bedside table. Its light spilled across his pillow, weaving dreams of amberlit pathways and distant, singing streams. Days passed, and Theo noticed peculiar things. Flowers near the lantern bloomed out of season, their petals shimmering with dew at midnight. Spiders spun webs in impossible, symmetrical patterns across its base. And one morning, as Theo sketched by the window, a sparrow, dusted with snow, tapped at the glass. Not for crumbs, but as if beckoning. Theo opened the window. The bird hopped onto the lantern, trilling a melody that made the glow brighten, then fluttered toward the forest. An invitation. Theo's chest tightened. Beyond the garden gate, the woods loomed, dark and deep. Yet the lantern hummed in his hand, warm and reassuring. Pulling on his thickest coat, he stepped into the whispering pines. The forest swallowed sound. Snow muffled his footsteps, branches arched overhead like cathedral ribs. Guided by the lantern's pulsing light, Theo followed the sparrow deeper into the woods, where ancient oaks stood sentinel, their bark etched with symbols only moss could read. Here, the air tasted of ice and wild mint. Shadows shifted, not with threat but curiosity. Eyes gleamed in hollows, a badger with starlight dappling its fur, a hare whose ears shimmered like spun moonbeams. They watched but did not approach. Until Theo stumbled upon a clearing where the sparrow circled a figure, hunched beside a frozen brook. It was a goblin no taller than Theo's knee, with skin like knotted birch bark and eyes the vivid green of new ferns. She shivered, clutching a broken fishing rod, her patched cloak dusted with frost. Lost, she rasped, voice like pebbles tumbling in a stream. The frost sprites hid my bridge. Her name was Nettle, she explained, guardian of the moss grove, a hidden realm where roots cradled glowing rivers and mushrooms glimmered like chandeliers. But a creeping cold had seeped from the mountains, silencing the moss grove's heart song and freezing its pathways. Nettle had ventured out for ice worms to soothe the fading magic, but became trapped when the sprites, mischievous as winter winds, dissolved her bridge of woven reeds. Theo's lantern flared, casting a circle of gold on the snow. "I can't help," he said, surprised by his own steadiness. Nettle eyed the lantern, her gaze sharpening. The ember lantern, the elders spoke of it, lost when the last warden vanished. It remembers warmth. She reached out, her twig-like fingers hovering near the glow. Where her skin touched the light, frost melted, leaving tiny beads of water. Hope flickered in her eyes. Their journey became a tapestry of trials. The lantern's light revealed hidden paths, a staircase of toadstools leading into a hollow hill, a tunnel veiled by cascading ivy, but the cold fought back. In a ravine choked with thorns, icy winds howled, threatening to extinguish the lantern. Theo cupped it close, whispering stories his grandmother told, of summer bees and sun-warmed stones. The light strengthened, pushing back the gale. Nettle, nimble and fierce, scaled the thorns, weaving them into a bridge with strands of her own hair, strong as spider silk. "Friendship," she puffed, "makes even thorns bend kindly." Deeper they wandered, into valleys where trees wore cloaks of crystal ice. Here the frost sprites dwelled, pale, wispy creatures with voices like cracking ice. They swirled around Theo and Nettle, stealing warmth from their breath. "Give us your light," they hissed, their touch numbing. Theo's fear surged, cold as the sprites themselves. But Nettle stood before him, small and defiant. "This light isn't yours to take, it's for healing." She sang then a goblin lullaby about mossy stones and patient roots. The melody, thin but true, calmed the sprite's whirl. Theo joined in, humming a hearth song his grandmother sang. The lantern blazed, not in anger, but in harmony, a symphony of amber and silver light that made the sprites pause, their frosty edges softening. One by one they drifted away, leaving a path of dew-kissed ferns. At dawn they reached the moss grove's threshold, a colossal willow, its branches weeping curtains of ice. Beyond it, Nettle's home lay veiled in gloom. Mushrooms drooped, their light dimmed. Rivers of liquid emerald crawled sluggishly under sheets of ice. The very air felt thin, starved of joy. "The heartroot," Nettle whispered, pointing to the willow's base. A knot pulsed faintly beneath the ice, like a buried star. It feeds the moss grove, but the cold has numbed it. The lantern's glow dimmed, as if grieving. Theo knew what to do. He knelt, pressing the ember lantern against the frozen heartroot. "Remember warmth," he urged, pouring every memory he had into the light. His grandmother's kitchen smelling of cinnamon, the sparrow's song, Nettle's laughter as she mended her cloak. The lantern pulsed, brighter, hotter. Cracks spiderwebbed through the ice. With a sound like 1,000 sighs, the frost shattered. Golden light erupted from the heartroot, surging through the willow's veins. Branches thawed, raining droplets that sparkled like diamonds. Light bloomed across the moss grove, mushrooms reignited in hues of peach and lavender, rivers bubbled with renewed vigor, and flowers unfurled petals of luminous silk. Music returned, the chime of dewdrops, the hum of glowing beetles, the deep, resonant song of the earth itself. Nettle danced, her laughter echoing like wind chimes. Creatures emerged, shy tree spirits with barkskin, beetles with wings like stained glass, all drawn to the warmth. The moss grove breathed again. Theo felt the change within himself too. The timid boy who feared shadows now stood tall, his heart echoing the moss grove's steady, joyful rhythm. He'd carried light into darkness and found courage not in being unafraid, but in moving forward despite the fear. As twilight painted the sky in lavender and rose, Theo knew it was time to return. Nettle pressed a small acorn into his hand, its shell etched with the same symbols as the lantern. "Plant it by your window," she said, eyes bright. "When it blooms, it'll sing of the moss grove, and you," she added, touching his cheek, "will always be its warden." The sparrow reappeared, guiding him back through the now familiar woods. The forest felt different, not menacing, but alive with friendly whispers. Fireflies winked like fallen stars along his path. Home welcomed him with the scent of baking bread and the hearth's steady crackle. He placed the ember lantern on his windowsill, its glow now softer, contented. Outside, he planted Nettle's acorn in a pot of rich soil. Weeks later, a sapling sprouted, its leaves shimmering with a faint, internal light. On quiet nights, Theo would sit by it, listening. And sometimes, just sometimes, he'd hear a melody, a goblin lullaby blended with a sparrow's trill, carried on a breeze that smelled of pine and wild mint. He'd smile, tracing the lantern's carved roots, knowing true magic wasn't in grand spells or fearless hearts, but in the quiet courage to share your light and the friendships that bloom unexpectedly along the way. The lantern glowed, the sapling hummed, and the world outside his window, once vast and daunting, now felt like a story waiting to be cherished, page by gentle page. And as sleep drew near, Theo drifted off wrapped in warmth, the forest's lullaby cradling him like a promise kept. The first frost of autumn painted silver cobwebs across the whispering woods that morning, and Leela felt its crisp breath kiss her cheeks as she slipped away from the bustling village of Oakhaven. Down in the valley, chimneys puffed cheerful smoke, and the clang of the blacksmith's hammer rang like a bell, but Leela craved the quiet symphony of the woods. Here, beneath the ancient, gnarled oaks draped in cloaks of russet and gold, the world felt hushed and full of secrets. She was a quiet child, often overlooked amidst her boisterous siblings, finding solace not in chatter, but in the rustle of leaves, the gurgle of the hidden stream, and the intricate patterns of moss on stones. Her worn boots crunched softly on the frosted path as she ventured deeper than usual, drawn by a flicker of light, a glint of impossible gold that seemed to dance just beyond the next bend. It vanished when she blinked. Curiosity, a warm ember in her chest, urged her forward. She pushed aside a curtain of cascading ivy, its leaves stiff with cold, and gasped. The path hadn't ended, it had transformed. Before her stretched a hidden glade bathed in perpetual twilight, untouched by frost. Luminescent mushrooms like scattered sapphires and emeralds carpeted the soft earth, casting an ethereal glow. Flowers the size of teacups bloomed in impossible hues of violet and silver, their petals shimmering as if dusted with starlight. The air hummed with a soft, musical warmth, smelling of honey and damp earth. In the very center of this secret sanctuary, resting on a moss-covered stone that pulsed faintly, lay a locket. It was unlike anything Leela had ever seen. Crafted from a pearlescent shell that shimmered with internal light, it was shaped like a spiraling nautilus. Its surface was etched with impossibly fine patterns, resembling constellations and unfurling ferns. As Leela drew closer, her breath catching, the locket seemed to welcome her. A gentle warmth radiated from it, brushing against her fingertips as she hesitantly picked it up. It felt alive, humming softly against her palm. With trembling fingers, she found a tiny clasp and opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of softest moss, lay a single, perfect dewdrop that glowed with captured moonlight. As she watched, mesmerized, the dewdrop shimmered, and within its liquid heart she saw a reflection not of her face, but of the glade itself, teeming with tiny, darting lights she hadn't noticed before. A soft gasp escaped her, not her own. Leela whirled around. Perched on a glowing mushroom cap was a creature barely taller than her hand. It had delicate, translucent wings like dragonfly gossamer, shimmering with iridescent greens and blues. Its skin was the color of polished walnut, and large, luminous eyes, the shade of deep forest pools, regarded her with startled curiosity. It wore a tunic woven from spun cobwebs and dried petals. Behind it, peeking from behind flower stems and under mushroom caps, were dozens more, tiny beings with wings of butterfly silk, bark-like skin, or mossy hair. Their collective presence filled the air with a soft, chiming whisper. You can see us," the little creature on the mushroom asked, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells mixed with the rustle of leaves. I think so," Leela breathed, clutching the locket tighter. Its warmth spread up her arm, a comforting anchor in the overwhelming wonder. "Are you spirits?" "We are the Glimmerfolk," the creature announced, puffing out its tiny chest. "Guardians of the Whispering Glade, I am Taubin." It fluttered closer, landing lightly on the stone beside her. Its large eyes fixed on the locket. "And you hold the heart's echo, it chose you." "The heart's echo," Leela whispered, looking down at the glowing dewdrop. "Our world, the Veiled Vale, lies hidden within these woods," Taubin explained, gesturing with a tiny hand towards the shimmering air around them. "It is sustained by the great heart tree, ancient and wise. The heart's echo is a shard of its purest magic, a key and a beacon. It only reveals itself and us to one whose own heart resonates with the quiet magic of the deep woods, one who listens." Leela thought of her hours spent sitting silently by the village stream, watching water striders, or tracing the veins of fallen leaves. She thought of the feeling of being unseen, unheard. "Why me?" Taubin's luminous eyes softened. "Because you see, Leela, you see the patterns in the bark, the dance of the dust motes in sunlight. The heart tree feels its strength waning. The veiled veil grows dimmer. The echo called out for a keeper, a bridge between our hidden world and yours, to help us before the veil fades entirely." A shiver ran through Leila, not of cold, but of profound awe and a sudden, heavy responsibility. "Fades, how? What can I do?" "The heart tree is weakening," Taubin said, his tiny voice grave. "A shadow creeps into its roots, a sickness born of forgetting. The world outside grows louder, busier, drowning out the ancient songs that nourish it. To heal it, we need 3 rare essences, scattered deep within the veiled veil, places even we Glimmerfolk find perilous to reach alone. The tears of the moon petal, found only in the cave of whispering shadows. The song of the crystal falls, captured at the peak of the singing mountain. And the ember of the forgotten hearth, guarded in the ruins of the stone giants." He fluttered his wings nervously. "We need a keeper to bear the echo and guide the gathering. Will you help us, Leela?" Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at Leela. Perilous places, shadowy caves, singing mountains. She was just a quiet girl from Oakhaven. But as she looked at Taubin's hopeful, worried face, and then down at the heart's echo pulsing gently in her hand, she felt the locket's warmth seep into her bones, filling her with a quiet courage she hadn't known she possessed. It felt like the approval of the ancient trees themselves. She thought of the fading magic, the silent Glimmerfolk depending on her. "Yes," she whispered, her voice gaining strength. "I will help." A collective sigh, like a breeze through reeds, swept through the gathered Glimmerfolk. Taubin beamed, a tiny sunburst of relief. Then the journey begins, the veiled veil awaits. With the heart's echo clasped firmly around her neck, nestled warmly against her skin, Leela stepped forward as Tobin gestured towards a seemingly solid wall of giant, glowing ferns. As she neared, holding the locket forward, the ferns shimmered and parted like a curtain of liquid light. Beyond was not the familiar woods, but the entrance to the veiled veil. The air changed instantly. It was warmer, thicker, saturated with the scent of 1,000 unknown blossoms and rich, loamy earth. The light was soft and dappled, filtering through leaves the size of wagon wheels that glowed with internal veins of gold and silver. Trees soared impossibly high, their trunks wide as houses, draped in cascades of luminous vines. Strange, beautiful creatures flitted through the air, birds with feathers like stained glass, insects carrying tiny lanterns on their backs. Beneath her feet, the moss felt springy and alive. It was breathtaking, a world woven from pure, ancient magic. Tobin guided her along a path of softly glowing stones. First we seek the tears of the moon petal. The cave of whispering shadows lies near the root tangles of the western elderwood, but be wary, keeper, the shadow's there. Listen. The journey through the veil was wondrous and strange. They passed meadows where flowers chimed softly in an unfelt breeze, crossed streams on bridges woven from living willow, and saw glimmerfolk villages built high in the branches, sparkling like constellations. Leela marveled, the echo humming contentedly against her chest, amplifying the beauty. Yet as they neared the western elderwood, the atmosphere shifted. The light dimmed. The vibrant greens deepened into murky olives and grays. The cheerful sounds of the vale faded, replaced by an oppressive silence broken only by the drip of unseen water and the low groan of ancient wood. The entrance to the cave was a jagged maw in the base of a colossal, gnarled tree, its roots twisting like petrified serpents. An unnatural chill emanated from within. Tobin shivered, landing on Leela's shoulder. The moon petal blooms deep inside where the shadows are thickest. Its tears are pure starlight, but the shadows, they feed on fear and doubt, they whisper. He nestled closer. The echo will protect you, but you must guard your thoughts. Think only of light, of courage. Taking a deep breath, the warm pulse of the locket a steady anchor, Leela stepped into the darkness. The cave swallowed them whole. The air was cold and damp, smelling of wet stone and something older, mustier. Bioluminescent fungi provided faint, eerie patches of blue and green light, revealing slick walls and hanging stalactites that dripped icy water. And then the whispers began. Not loud but insidious, slithering into her mind like cold smoke. Little girl lost alone, too small, too quiet, who would miss you? The voices hissed, echoing her deepest insecurities. The glimmerfolk will fail, the veil will fade, because of you, weak, useless. Fear threatened to choke her. Images flashed her siblings laughing without her, the village bustling on, oblivious to her absence, the heart tree crumbling into dust. Her steps faltered. The darkness seemed to press closer, colder. Tobin trembled on her shoulder. No. Leela whispered fiercely, clutching the heart's echo. Its warmth flared, a small sun against her chest. She focused on its light, pouring her thoughts into it. She thought of Tobin's trusting eyes, of the glimmerfolk's hopeful chimes, of the vibrant beauty of the veil she had seen. She thought of the quiet strength she felt when listening to the woods. I am not useless, she thought back at the shadows. I see. I listen. I am the keeper. The echo pulsed brighter, pushing back the chill. The whispers hissed and receded, frustrated. Deeper they went, guided by the echo's strengthening glow, until they found it. In a small chamber bathed in a shaft of faint, silvery light filtering from a crack high above, grew a single flower. Its petals were translucent white, shimmering with captured moonlight, and at its heart, 3 perfect dewdrops glistened like liquid diamonds, the tears. With reverence, Leela used a tiny vial Tobin provided, carefully collecting the precious tears. As she did, the moon petal seemed to sigh, a sound of pure relief. The oppressive atmosphere in the chamber lessened slightly. They had passed the first trial. Emerging from the cave felt like breaking the surface after a deep dive. Leela gulped the fresher air, the echo humming warmly, as if proud. Tobin fluttered excitedly. "You did it, Keeper. You faced the shadows." His faith warmed her more than the locket. Their next destination was the Singing Mountain, a towering peak of pure, rose-quartz crystal that pierced the twilight sky of the vale. Its slopes were treacherous, jagged crystal formations, catching the light and scattering rainbows across the valley below. "The song is not something you hold," Tobin explained as they began the arduous climb. "It is a resonance, a pure note sung by the mountain itself at its peak, where the winds dance through crystal flutes. The echo must capture its essence." The climb was grueling. The crystal was slippery, sharp, and cold. Strange, whistling winds tugged at them, carrying snatches of discordant, unsettling melodies. Leela's hands grew raw, her breath came in gasps. Doubt whispered again, softer this time, fueled by exhaustion. "Too high, too hard, you'll fall," but she remembered the moon petal, the shadows she'd faced. She focused on the warmth of the echo, on Tobin's constant, encouraging chatter beside her. He darted ahead, pointing out safer paths, his wings a blur of cheerful color against the stark crystal. His unwavering companionship became a lifeline. Near the summit, the wind became a roaring symphony, rushing through natural crystal arches and hollows, creating complex, shifting harmonies. It was beautiful but overwhelming, a physical force that threatened to pluck them from the mountain. The peak was a small plateau of smooth, resonant crystal. Layla stood, buffeted by the gale, Tobin clinging to her cloak. This was where the pure song was born. Holding the heart's echo aloft, Leela closed her eyes. She didn't try to fight the wind, instead she listened. She filtered out the roar, seeking the core melody, the single, pure note that underpinned the symphony, the true song of the crystal falls. It was like finding a single, clear voice in a roaring crowd. The echo began to vibrate in her hand, humming in perfect resonance with that pure note. Light streamed from the locket, weaving around the captured sound, drawing it in. The dewdrop inside pulsed with a new, vibrant light, now holding the essence of the song. They had succeeded, their bond strengthened by the shared struggle. The final quest led them to the ruins of the stone giants. It was a desolate place on the edge of the vale, where colossal, moss-covered statues of ancient beings lay toppled and broken, half swallowed by the encroaching forest. A deep silence hung heavy here, a silence of forgotten ages. At the center of the ruins stood a crumbling stone archway, within which flickered a single, stubborn ember of deep red fire, the ember of the forgotten hearth. The hearth fire was the heart of the giant's long-lost home, Tobin murmured, his voice hushed with reverence. Its ember holds the warmth of memory, of stories untold, but it is guarded by the sentinel spirits of stone bound to protect it. As they approached the archway, the ground trembled. From the rubble around them, figures began to coalesce. They were humanoid shapes formed from shifting stone and moss, their eyes glowing with dull, amber light. They moved with grinding slowness but immense power, blocking the path to the ember. They didn't attack, merely stood, impassive and immovable walls. "The sentinels test worthiness," Tobin said. "They require proof that the seeker understands the value of memory, of the past. Words are stone to them, they need to feel it." Leela looked at the stoic stone figures, then at the fragile, enduring ember. She thought of the heart tree, ancient and fading. She thought of the whispering woods she loved, full of stories in every ring of bark. She thought of her own quietness, her habit of observing, of remembering the small things others overlooked. The echo warmed against her chest, resonating with her understanding. She didn't speak. Instead, she knelt on the cold stone before the nearest sentinel. She placed her hand, warm from the echo's glow, gently on its moss-covered leg. Closing her eyes, she poured her feelings into the touch. She sent images of the heart tree's majestic branches, the Glimmerfolk's sparkling villages, the vibrant life of the vale. She sent the sorrow of its fading, the hope for its renewal. She sent her own memories, the quiet joy of discovering a bird's nest, the comforting smell of leaf mold, the sound of the village stream. She sent gratitude for the ancient giants, whose forgotten hearth still held warmth. She sent a promise, to remember, to cherish. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the stone beneath her hand, traveling up her arm. The sentinel's amber eyes flickered, then softened. It slowly, ponderously stepped aside. One by one, the other sentinels did the same, creating a path to the archway. The grinding sound ceased, replaced by a low, approving rumble that seemed to come from the earth itself. With reverence, Layla approached the ember. Using a small, heat-resistant crucible Taubin provided, she carefully scooped the glowing fragment. It pulsed with a gentle, ancient heat. As she placed it within the crucible, the heart's echo flared brilliantly, drawing the ember's essence into its glowing dewdrop, which now shimmered with captured moonlight, resonant song, and ancient fire. They had all three essences. Hope, bright and fierce, surged through Layla and Taubin as they raced back towards the whispering glade, the gateway to the heart tree. The journey back felt faster, the veil seeming to brighten in anticipation. But as they burst into the hidden glade, their elation turned to ash. The once vibrant sanctuary was dim. The luminous mushrooms were fading, their light guttering. The starry flowers drooped, their colors muted. The air hung heavy and silent, the musical hum gone. At the center, the moss-covered stone pulsed erratically, weakly. And the heart tree, visible now through the shimmering veil as they approached the gateway, was a sight of profound sorrow. Its immense trunk, once glowing with vibrant life, was dull and gray. Great cracks marred its bark, leaking a thin, dark vapor, the shadow sickness. Its mighty branches sagged, leaves falling like silent tears. The Glimmerfolk gathered at its base were hushed, their lights dimmed, their faces etched with despair. "The shadow, it deepens faster than we feared," Taubin whispered, his voice thick with grief. Leela clutched the heart's echo, the three captured essences swirling powerfully within its core. "We have the cure, how do we use it?" "The essences must be poured onto the heartstone." Taubin pointed to the large, flat stone embedded at the very base of the giant tree's trunk. It was the color of dried blood and pulsed faintly, weakly. "But the shadow, it clings fiercely. Pouring the essences requires pure intent, unwavering belief, and the shadow, it will try to stop you, it will show you despair." Leela approached the heartstone. The air grew colder with each step. The dark vapor swirling around the tree seemed to thicken, coiling towards her. As she raised the open locket above the stone, the shadow struck not physically, but mentally. Visions flooded her mind, vivid and crushing. She saw Oakhaven, but empty and silent, covered in gray dust. The whispering woods were dead, skeletal trees clawing at a leaden sky. The veiled vale was gone, replaced by barren rock. The Glimmerfolk were faded ghosts, dissolving into mist. Taubin lay still, his wings broken, his light extinguished. A voice colder than the cave's shadows hissed, "Foolish child. Your efforts are dust. All is already lost. Everything fades. Your quietness, meaningless. Your courage, a spark easily snuffed. Give up. Let the silence take you." The despair was suffocating, a physical weight pressing down. It whispered the truth of her deepest fears, that she was insignificant, that her actions didn't matter, that darkness always won. The locket trembled in her hand. The swirling essences within flickered. Her arm felt leaden, impossible to move. To pour the cure felt futile against such overwhelming, inevitable decay. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring the dying tree. Give up. But then, through the crushing despair, she felt it. A tiny, persistent warmth against her chest. The heart's echo. It pulsed, faint but stubborn. It wasn't just a tool, it was a mirror. It reflected her quiet strength, her ability to see wonder, her courage in facing the cave, the mountain, the stone giants. It resonated with the friendships forged Tobin's unwavering trust, the Glimmerfolk's quiet hope. It echoed the beauty she had witnessed, the moon petal's tears, the crystal mountain's song, the ancient embers' enduring warmth. The shadows showed her endings. The echo reminded her of beginnings found in quiet moments, in courage mustered, in bonds formed. It reminded her that she was the keeper, chosen not for loudness, but for depth. Her quietness wasn't weakness, it was the space where true listening, true seeing happened. Her courage wasn't the absence of fear, but action taken despite it. I choose light, she thought, pouring every ounce of her will into the locket. I choose hope. I choose to remember the beauty. I choose to fight for the quiet wonders. With a cry that was part defiance, part pure belief, she poured the swirling, radiant essences from the heart's echo onto the heartstone. A sound like 1,000 crystal bells ringing filled the glade. Pure, blinding light erupted from the stone, shooting up the heart tree's trunk in a wave of gold, silver, and crimson fire. It met the clinging shadow vapor head-on. There was a silent, titanic struggle, light against dark, hope against despair. The dark vapor hissed and recoiled, fighting back with visions of decay, but the combined power of the three essences, amplified by Leela's unwavering belief and the echo's resonance, was overwhelming. The light surged pure and triumphant, washing over every crack, every branch, every leaf. The transformation was breathtaking. Color flooded back into the heart tree's bark, richer and more vibrant than before, pulsing with golden light. New leaves shimmering with emerald and silver unfurled from the branches. The cracks sealed seamlessly. The dark vapor dissolved into nothingness, replaced by a warm, golden glow that radiated outwards, washing over the entire glade. The luminous mushrooms blazed with renewed sapphire and emerald fire. The starry flowers lifted their heads, petals shimmering brilliantly. The air filled again with the gentle, musical hum, louder and sweeter than ever. The Glimmerfolk erupted in a chorus of joyous chimes and fluttering dances, their lights blazing like tiny suns. The veiled veil pulsed back to life, brighter, more magical, more real than Leela had ever seen it. Tobin zipped around her head, laughing his bell-like laugh. "You did it, Keeper. You saved the heart. You saved the veil." He landed on her shoulder, radiating pure happiness. Layla stood, breathing in the revitalized air, the echo warm and content against her skin. She looked at the magnificent heart tree, now a beacon of life, and then at the celebrating Glimmerfolk. She hadn't just healed a tree, she had affirmed the power of quiet courage, the strength found in deep connection, and the vital importance of preserving the hidden wonders. She felt different, taller somehow, filled with a serene confidence that hadn't been there before. As twilight deepened in the world outside, Layla knew it was time to return. Standing once more in the hidden glade, the gateway shimmering, Tobin hovered before her. "You will always be our keeper, Layla," he said softly. "The veiled veil remembers its friends, and the whispering woods will always listen for you." He placed a tiny, perfectly formed acorn cap, glowing faintly, into her palm. A piece of the veil to remember. With a final, grateful look at the vibrant glade and the majestic heart tree visible beyond, Leela stepped back through the shimmering curtain of ferns. She emerged into the familiar whispering woods. It was night now. A full moon silvered the frost-kissed branches. The village lights twinkled distantly, but the woods felt different, richer, deeper. She could feel the vibrant life of the veiled vale humming just beneath the surface, a secret warmth in the cool air. The heart's echo rested warmly against her chest, its captured essences now a soft, steady glow within the dewdrop, a constant reminder of the hidden world and her place within it. Walking back towards Oakhaven, Leela didn't feel small or overlooked. She felt connected, vast. She paused, listening. The rustle of leaves sounded like glimmerfolk laughter. The gurgle of the stream echoed the song of the crystal falls. The scent of pine carried the ancient warmth of the ember. She held the glowing acorn cap tightly. She was still quiet, still observant. But now she knew the profound power in that quietness. She was the listener, the seer, the keeper of the echo. And as she stepped into the circle of firelight from her cottage window, the comforting smell of wood smoke welcoming her home, she carried the magic of the hidden world within her, a quiet ember of wonder and courage that would glow brightly for all her days. The woods whispered their secrets, and Layla, finally, knew she belonged to them. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The Grandfather Oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the Zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the Zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. Leo always believed the woods behind his cottage held secrets. Not the ordinary kind, like where squirrels hid their acorns, but deeper, older mysteries. Every evening he'd sit by his window, watching fireflies blink like fallen stars above the ferns. But lately the lights had dimmed, leaving the forest cloaked in an unsettling gloom. On his 10th birthday, Leo's grandmother pressed a smooth, milky white stone into his palm. "This," she whispered, her eyes crinkling like dried apple peels, "is a moonstone. It belonged to your great-great-grandmother, who could see what others couldn't. Keep it close when the world feels too dark." That night, unable to sleep, Leo crept into the woods, the moonstone warm against his skin. As moonlight filtered through the oaks, the stone began to glow, softly at first, then brighter, painting silver veins across the moss. Suddenly, a path shimmered into view, woven from cobwebs and starlight, winding toward the ancient willow-heart tree. Its trunk, wider than Leo's cottage, pulsed with a faint, golden light. Heart pounding, Leo touched the bark. It rippled like water, and he tumbled through into a world drenched in twilight hues. Here, the air smelled of crushed mint and damp earth. Giant mushrooms glowed violet, and rivers of liquid amber flowed between roots. But the fireflies, now enormous, with wings like stained glass, drifted listlessly, their light sputtering. A small creature darted from behind a toadstool. No taller than Leo's knee, it had velvety fur the color of moss, ears like fern fronds, and anxious, lantern-yellow eyes. "You're human," it gasped, voice like rustling leaves. "I'm Pip, and you shouldn't be here. The glimmer is fading." Pip explained that this realm, the Valewood, thrived on light, especially the firefly's glow, which fueled the magic keeping the Valewood hidden. But a creeping chill was devouring the light, withering flowers and silencing the crystal crickets. "It started when the Shadowkin arrived," Pip murmured, pointing to Inkai smudges staining the tree trunks. "They're not evil, just lost, and terribly cold." Leo held up the moonstone. Its light flared, pushing back the nearest shadow. Pip's eyes widened. "The Heartstone, legends say it can mend broken light." Together they devised a plan, follow the amber river to the crystal peaks where the oldest fireflies nested. Perhaps there they'd find answers. Their journey was a tapestry of wonders and perils. They crossed the bridge of whispers, made of singing reeds that hummed warnings when shadows neared. In the moss grove they met elderly tortoises whose shells glittered with embedded quartz, who spoke in riddles. To warm what's cold, seek not the blaze, but the spark within the haze. Deeper in the Valewood they faced the shiverwind, a gust that stole warmth from bones. Leo shared his woolen scarf with Pip, wrapping them both tight, while the moonstone glowed like a tiny hearth. Friendship, Pip chirped through chattering teeth, is a good shield against the cold. One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow log, Leo noticed Pip shivering, wings drooping. Your light's dimming too, Leo realized, horrified. Pip nodded. The shadow can drain warmth just by being near. They're lonely, I think. Loneliness can make you cold. Leo remembered winters by his grandmother's fire, how stories and hot cocoa thawed his own solitude. An idea sparked. What if we helped them? At the crystal peaks they found the firefly nests, great geodes pulsing with frail light. But curled beside them was a shadowkin. Unlike the smudges in the trees, this one had a shape, a wispy, wolf-like creature made of swirling smoke, with eyes like frozen ponds. It whimpered, reaching toward the fireflies, but recoiling as their light guttered. It's hurting them by accident, Leo breathed. Stepping forward, Leo raised the moonstone. Instead of driving the shadowkin away, he focused on the warmth Pip had kindled in his chest, the warmth of trust, of shared laughs under glowing mushrooms, of Pip braiding starflowers into his hair. The stone blazed, not with harsh light, but with a gentle, golden radiance. The shadowkin flinched, then stilled as the glow washed over it. Slowly its smoky form softened, revealing fur as white as birch bark, and eyes thawing into warm amber. You see me, it rasped. Its name was Frost, and it had wandered into the Valewood through a crack in the mountains, drawn by the firefly's glow but cursed with a chill that extinguished light. I only wanted to be near something warm, Frost whispered. But my touch brings frost. Leo understood then, Frost wasn't a thief, but a prisoner of its own nature. The trio huddled together, Leo's arms around Pip and Frost. Frost trembled. I'm so tired of being cold. Pip placed a tiny paw on Frost's muzzle. Let's share our warmth. Leo pressed the moonstone to Frost's chest. He poured every memory of kindness into it, grandmother's stories, Pip's laughter, the tortoise's wisdom. The stone pulsed, and Frost's fur began to shimmer. Not with borrowed light, but with a soft internal glow, like dawn breaking through mist. As Frost's new warmth spread, the fireflies stirred. One by one their wings brightened, casting prismatic rays across the peaks. The shadowkin smudges on the trees dissolved, revealing woodpeckers with emerald feathers and squirrels that glowed like coals. The Valewood itself sighed, roots uncurling, rivers running clear and bright. You mended the glimmer, Pip breathed. But the moonstone's light was fading. Leo knew his time here was ending. At the willowheart tree, Frost nuzzled his hand. Thank you for seeing me. Pip pressed a luminous flower into Leo's palm. Whenever you feel lost, this will glow, so you remember. Leo stepped through the rippling bark, emerging into his own woods just as dawn pinked the sky. Back home, the fireflies danced brighter than ever. Leo kept the moonstone on his windowsill. Some nights when the moon was full, he'd glimpse a moss-eared silhouette waving from the ferns, or feel a warm breeze that smelled of amber and mint. He'd smile, touching the now dull stone. It had taught him that light wasn't just to banish darkness, it was to welcome what lingered there, to offer warmth instead of fear. And in the quiet moments before sleep, Leo would whisper stories into the dark, knowing somewhere in the Valewood, A creature with birch bark fur and gentle amber eyes was listening, finally warm at last. The distant hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was usually a comfort to Kip, a small, fur-covered botanist from the mist-shrouded planet of Glimmerfell. Tonight, however, it felt thin and strained against the backdrop of the unfamiliar void. Kip clutched a sprig of luminous moon moss, its soft blue glow reflecting in their wide, dark eyes as they studied the ship's other occupant, Borvan. Borvan hailed from Xerxes Prime, a world of scorching sands and towering mesas. He was easily 3 times Kip's size, his body covered in plates of smooth, heat-resistant stone that shifted subtly with his movements. His eyes, deep-set in obsidian black, seemed to absorb the light. He was the ship's engineer, a stoic figure who communicated mostly in low rumbles and practical actions. They'd been assigned together for this deep space survey mission, Kip to catalog exotic flora, Borvan to maintain the ship, and the journey had been quiet. Too quiet. Kip found Borvan intimidating, his silence misinterpreted as disapproval. Borvan, in turn, found Kip's constant nervous fluttering and tendency to communicate in soft, complex patterns of bioluminescent flashes across their fur utterly baffling and slightly alarming. Approaching survey coordinates, System Zeta-7, the ship's comm AI announced. Planetary body designated Whisper shows promising atmospheric readings for non-sentient botanical life. Kip perked up, their fur rippling with hopeful green streaks. Finally, Whisper is said to have cryoblooms that survive in absolute zero. Imagine the adaptations. Borvan merely grunted, a sound like pebbles tumbling down a slope, and focused on the console. He tapped a sequence, and the ship shuddered violently. Warning lights flared crimson across the bridge. Gravimetric shear detected. The AI's voice lost its calm. Structural integrity compromised. Brace for impact. The universe tilted. Kip let out a high-pitched chirp, instinctively flashing frantic red patterns of fear. Borvan roared, not in anger but in effort, wrestling with the controls. Metal screamed. The viewscreen showed a swirling vortex of ice and debris they'd hit an uncharted asteroid field, cloaked by Whisper's perpetual ice storms. With a final, sickening lurch, the Stardust Weaver slammed into something unforgivingly solid. The lights died, replaced by the harsh, intermittent strobe of emergency beacons. Silence descended, thick and cold, broken only by the hiss of escaping atmosphere and Kip's terrified whimpers. Borvan was the first to move, his stone plates scraping against the buckled deck. He located Kip huddled beneath a collapsed console, trembling violently, their fur pulsing erratic, frightened reds and oranges. Borvan reached out a massive hand. Kip flinched, flashing a bright, defensive yellow, a Glimmerfell signal for back off. Borvan froze. He misinterpreted the flash not as fear, but as aggression, a warning flare. On Xerxes, bright lights often signaled danger or territorial challenge. He rumbled low in his chest, a sound of confusion and frustration. He needed to get them both off this dying ship, but this tiny, flashing creature seemed determined to hinder him. Cold, Kip managed to whisper, their voice thin. So cold. Their breath misted in the rapidly dropping temperature. Whisper lived up to its name, a frozen ball of ice and howling winds. Borvan understood that word. He looked at Kip's thin fur, then at the jagged tear in the hull, revealing a landscape of blinding white and razor-sharp ice spires. Survival here required cooperation, however baffling his companion might be. Heaving a sigh that sounded like grinding rocks, he pointed a thick finger towards the emergency locker, then mimicked shivering. He then pointed firmly towards the exit hatch. Kip, teeth chattering, understood the gesture, if not the rumbling. Survival. They needed to get out. Nodding shakily, their fur dimming to a wary, pale blue, they scrambled towards the locker. Inside were thermal suits. Kip struggled with a bulky, human-sized suit. Borvan watched for a moment, then, moving with surprising gentleness, knelt and helped Kip fasten the seals, his large, stone fingers surprisingly deft. Kip flashed a hesitant, grateful turquoise. Borvan blinked, unsure what it meant, but the lack of aggressive yellow was a relief. Outside, the cold was a physical blow. The wind screamed, laden with ice crystals that stung like needles. The wreckage of the Stardust Weaver was already half buried in drifts. Borvan, his stone body naturally insulating, scanned the desolate landscape. Kip, bundled in the suit, pointed a shaky hand towards a dark smudge on the horizon, a cliff face, perhaps offering shelter. The trek was agony. Kip struggled through deep snow, their small frame battling the vicious wind. Borvan moved steadily ahead, breaking a path. Kip fell repeatedly, each time flashing bursts of exhausted purple and embarrassed pink. Borvan, glancing back, saw only confusing flashes. He mistook the purple for distress signals he didn't understand and the pink for something else entirely unknown. Frustration mounted. Why wouldn't this creature just say what it needed? Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath Kip with a sickening crunch. They vanished into a hidden crevasse, a yelp swallowed by the wind. Borvan lunged forward, peering into the dark fissure. Kip dangled precariously, held only by a tangle of frozen roots, their suits snagged on jagged ice. Their fur was flashing pure, terrified white. This flash Borvan understood implicitly. Terror. Immediate danger. Without a second thought, he lowered himself, bracing his immense weight on the unstable edge. Ignoring the biting cold and groaning ice, he stretched his long arm down. "Grab," he bellowed over the wind, the single word thick with urgency. Kip looked up, seeing not the intimidating stone giant, but a lifeline. They reached, their small gloved hand grasping Borvan's massive stone fingers. With a grunt that shook the ice, Borvan hauled Kip up, cradling them against his surprisingly warm chest plate for a moment before setting them down on solid ground. Kip's fur pulsed with warm, steady gold, the Glimmerfell color for profound gratitude and relief. Borvan felt a strange warmth spread through his own core, unrelated to the cold. He hadn't been thanked like that before. He nodded stiffly. "Careful," he rumbled, the word softer this time. They found the dark smudge the entrance to a vast ice cavern. Inside, the howling wind faded to a mournful sigh. It was still bitterly cold, but sheltered. Kip immediately spotted what Borvan had missed, strange, gnarled roots snaking across the walls and floor, glowing with a soft, internal light. Cryobloom roots. Kip breathed their scientific fascination, momentarily overriding fear. They generate heat, not much but some. Working together in silent, newfound understanding, they gathered dry, fibrous sections of the roots. Borvan used his strength to break off larger pieces. Kip used their knowledge to find the driest, most combustible parts. Borvan tried striking sparks from his stone knuckles. Kip, remembering basic survival training from their multi-species academy, pulled a small emergency igniter from their suit pocket. Soon, a small, precious fire crackled in a makeshift pit scooped from the icy floor. The warmth was meager but life-saving, painting dancing shadows on the cavern walls. As they huddled close, the shared fire became a bridge. Kip, emboldened by the rescue and the warmth, pointed to their own fur, now glowing a calm, steady blue. "Safe," they explained softly. They then flashed the earlier defensive yellow. Scared, not angry. They pointed at Borvan. Borvan stared, the pieces clicking. The flashes weren't nonsense or aggression, they were words. Feelings. He rumbled thoughtfully. He pointed to Kip's earlier golden glow. "That when pull up." Thank you, Kip said, flashing the gold again. Big thank you, friend. Friend, Borvan repeated, the word unfamiliar, but the warmth it sparked undeniable. He tapped his own chest plate. Borvan thought light danger, on Xerxes bright light bad, mean attack. Kip's eyes widened. Oh no, on Glimmerfell light is talk, like sound for you. Red is scared, blue is calm, gold is thanks, green is happy. They demonstrated small, gentle pulses. Borvan watched, fascinated. He tried to mimic a rumble, but it came out as a gravelly purr. Kip giggled, a sound like tiny bells, and flashed cheerful green. Borvan found himself making the purring sound again. Communication wasn't just about words spoken. It was about listening with more than ears. Over the next few cycles, measured by the dimming and brightening of the cryo blooms, not the unseen sun, they faced the frozen wilderness together. Borvan used his strength to carve ice blocks, building a windbreak around their fire. Kip discovered edible lichen growing near the warm roots and purified ice melt using salvaged filters. They took turns keeping watch, sharing stories not with perfect words, but with gestures, drawings in the frost, and the growing language of shared experience. Kip learned that Borvan's stoicism masked a dry wit and a deep loyalty. Borvan learned that Kip's nervous energy hid remarkable courage and resourcefulness. One day, while searching for more fuel, Kip ventured deeper into the cavern system. They found a breathtaking chamber where the cryoblooms weren't just roots, but full, crystalline flowers blooming in the darkness, radiating gentle warmth and bathing everything in soft, rainbow light. Borvan, come see, Kip called, their voice echoing. Borvan lumbered in, his obsidian eyes widening at the spectacle. Warm, he rumbled appreciatively. Good. He noticed Kip gazing in awe at a particularly large bloom, its light shimmering like captured starlight. He saw the longing in their small frame. Without a word, Borvan carefully broke off a small, radiant crystal petal, ensuring he didn't harm the plant. He presented it to Kip. Kip took it reverently, the petal glowing in their hands, casting warm light on their fur. They looked up at Borvan, their eyes shining. They didn't flash a color. Instead, they reached out and gently placed their small hand on Borvan's massive, stone forearm. The touch was brief, warm, and spoke volumes. Borvan rumbled, a deep, contented sound. He understood. Their salvation came not long after. Kip, remembering their botany, suggested using the highly concentrated heat from a cluster of cryoblooms, focused through a salvaged piece of reflective hull plating Borvan shaped to create a powerful thermal signal. It was a long shot. They worked side by side, Kip directing the angle of the light, Borvan adjusting the reflector. For hours they sent their desperate beacon pulsing into the frozen sky, a silent plea woven from fire, ice, and newfound trust. Just as hope began to dwindle, a distinct, answering flare pierced Whisper's atmosphere a rescue shuttle. As the shuttle descended near their cavern, its engines a welcome roar, Kip and Borvan stood together. Kip held the glowing crystal petal. Borvan had carved a small, intricate representation of a cryobloom root from a piece of dark ice, a token for Kip. The rescue crew, a mix of species, stared in astonishment at the unlikely pair, the tiny, furred botanist and the towering stone engineer, standing side by side, not just surviving, but seemingly content. Back on the rescue ship, wrapped in thermal blankets and sipping warm broth, they sat together. The journey wasn't over, they still had to return to the bustling starbase. But the vastness of space felt different now. You stay on ship. Borvan rumbled, looking at Kip. After repairs, new mission, maybe. Kip looked up, their fur glowing a soft, steady blue, interwoven with threads of warm gold. They placed their small hand back on Borvan's arm, where the stone felt familiar and safe. Yes, Kip said simply, their voice filled with a quiet certainty. Together, friends watch each other's path. Borvan rumbled again, that deep, purring sound that had become their shared language of comfort. He didn't need flashing lights to understand the warmth radiating from the small being beside him, a warmth that had melted the ice not just outside, but within. It was the warmth of trust earned, differences understood, and a friendship forged in the coldest void, now burning bright enough to light their way home, and wherever else the stars might lead. In the quiet hum of the rescue ship, surrounded by the gentle light of distant suns, they knew the true meaning of their bond wasn't just about surviving the storm, but about finding a shared fire that no darkness could extinguish. And as sleep finally claimed them, safe and warm, the memory of the ice cave bloomed in their dreams, a testament to the unexpected gardens friendship could grow, even on the frozen edge of forever. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. Long ago, Fendrel continued, the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus, the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. But, Fendrel cautioned, this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond. Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance? Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. By understanding our place and helping one another, when you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive. Bramble the rabbit nodded thoughtfully. So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues. Exactly, Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts. As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, the boundaries between the seen and unseen were as thin as a spider's silk. Here, beneath the sighing branches and amidst the rustling ferns, lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest's magic. They were the keepers of the Glimmerdew, guardians of a delicate balance tied to the turning seasons. Among them lived Sorrel, a young field mouse with fur the color of damp earth and eyes that held the curious spark of dawn. Her dearest friend was Linden, a venerable red squirrel whose russet coat was touched with silver at the tips, and whose knowledge of the Whisperwood's ways was as deep as its oldest roots. Linden often spoke of the Glimmerdew, a mystical substance that appeared only at the cusp of seasons, clinging like liquid starlight to the heart-shaped leaves of the moonpetal plants deep within the forest's oldest grove. "The Glimmerdew isn't just dew, little Sorrel," Linden would murmur, his voice a comforting rasp like dry leaves skittering over stone. They sat on a moss-covered log, the air thick with the sweet, decaying scent of autumn leaves and the damp, rich aroma of loam. It's the forest's breath condensed. It holds the promise of spring's growth, the strength of summer's sun, the wisdom of autumn's release, and the quiet hope of winter's sleep. It keeps the magic flowing, the roots strong, the streams singing. Without it, the balance wavers. Sorrel twitched her whiskers, tasting the crisp air. She could feel the subtle shift, the vibrant greens of summer yielding to the fiery golds and scarlets of autumn. The usual symphony of bird calls held a different note, a touch more melancholic. But how does it work, Linden, and why only at the season's turn? Linden's bushy tail flicked thoughtfully. Ah, that's the dance, little one. The magic gathers when the world holds its breath between one season and the next. It needs stillness, anticipation. And it needs the harmony of all who dwell here, the industrious beetles turning the soil, the patient spiders spinning their silver webs, the owls watching with wise eyes, even the grumbling badgers in their deep sets. Our respect, our quiet existence in tune with the woods. Feeds it disruption, fear, disharmony. These things can thin the glimmerdew, make it harder to form. He pointed a claw towards a patch of particularly vibrant ferns. See how the light catches there? That's the edge of the glimmer grove. When the true cusp arrives under the hunter's moon, the dew will bloom. As the days shortened and the nights grew colder, a palpable unease began to ripple through the Whisperwood. Sorrel, while gathering hazelnuts near the whispering brook, felt at first a tremor beneath her paws, not of the earth, but of the magic itself. The brook's song seemed strained, a little hoarse. The vibrant colors of the turning leaves looked duller, muted, as if dusted with ash. Most worrying of all, whispers reached her tiny ears. The glimmerdew wasn't forming as it should. Only faint, scattered sparks appeared on the moonpetal leaves, not the usual shimmering veil. Linden's face grew grave when Sorrel shared her observations. His usual calm demeanor was replaced by a deep, troubled frown. "The balance is tipping," he rasped, his claws digging into the soft bark of his favorite perch. "Something disturbs the deep quiet. Fear has crept in like a cold fog." He explained that a family of newcomers, boisterous young foxes unused to the Whisperwood's subtle ways, had been chasing smaller creatures recklessly near the Glimmer Grove, their loud barks and crashing steps shattering the precious stillness needed for the dew's formation. Their fear, and the fear they instilled, was poisoning the harmony. But the cusp is almost here. Sorrel squeaked, her heart pounding like a trapped bird. Under the hunter's moon, without the glimmerdew. She couldn't finish the thought. She remembered stories Linden told of past imbalances, streams running sluggish, plants wilting prematurely, the very magic of the woods growing thin and brittle. "We must act," Linden declared, his voice firm despite its age. "But not with force, with wisdom, and with the strength of the whole forest." He shared an ancient tale passed down from squirrel to squirrel, about a time when discord silenced the brook. The solution hadn't been confrontation, but understanding and shared purpose. "We must show them the way, Sorrel. We must show them they belong, and that their belonging requires respect." So, guided by Linden's wisdom, a quiet plan unfolded. Sorrel, swift and nearly silent, became the messenger. She visited the warren of Thistle, the badger, whose deep, rumbling voice commanded attention. She spoke with Pip, the swiftest kingfisher, whose dazzling blue feathers could catch any eye. She whispered to the venerable owl, Orla, whose knowledge of the night was unmatched. She even braved the intricate tunnels of the beetle clans, led by the sturdy elder, Korax. Each creature understood the peril. The harmony was their lifeblood. On the eve of the hunter's moon, as the great silver orb rose, bathing the Whisperwood in an ethereal, cool light, the forest gathered at the edge of the Glimmer Grove. The young foxes, drawn by the unusual quiet and the gathering of so many creatures, watched from a distance, their eyes wide with a mix of curiosity and residual boisterousness. Linden stepped forward onto a flat, mossy stone. His voice, amplified by the profound stillness of the expectant woods and the watchful moon, carried clearly. He spoke not of blame, but of connection. He spoke of the Whisperwood's heart, the Glimmerdew. He described how the fox's powerful paws, meant for swift running, also gently aerated the soil. How their keen noses could find hidden truffles that fed the roots of ancient trees. How their very presence was part of the forest's tapestry, if woven with care. He spoke of the deep, resonant silence needed now, the shared breath of anticipation. As he spoke, Sorrel scurried to the base of the oldest moon-petal plant. She closed her eyes, focusing not on fear, but on the feel of the cool moss beneath her paws, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, the distant, gentle hoot of orla, the soft chirr of crickets. She poured her love for the woods, her trust in linden, her hope for balance into her quiet presence. Around her, the other creatures did the same. Thistle hummed a deep, grounding note. Pip perched silently, a jewel in the moonlight. Korax and his beetles stilled their ceaseless work. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath in the branches. The young foxes, sensing the profound shift, instinctively stilled. Their playful energy melted into watchfulness. One, the boldest, took a tentative step closer, then another, his movements suddenly careful, aware of the delicate ferns underfoot. He lowered his head, sniffing the air, not with hunting intent, but with newfound curiosity about the subtle magic swirling around him. In that deep shared silence, charged with the focused harmony of the forest's heart, the magic responded. A soft sigh seemed to ripple through the air. Then, as if woven from moonlight and starlight, tiny points of luminescence began to bloom on the heart-shaped leaves of the moon-petal plants. Not just sparks, but a soft, cohesive glow that spread like a living veil. The glimmerdew, pure and potent, formed before their eyes. It pulsed with a gentle, internal light, casting soft, dancing shadows on the forest floor, silver, gold, and the faintest hint of spring green. The air itself hummed with a pure, clean energy, tasting like cold, clear water and wild honey. The strange song of the whispering brook nearby suddenly regained its melody, clear and strong. A collective sigh of relief and wonder rustled through the gathered creatures. Linden nodded, his eyes reflecting the dew's soft glow. "The balance is restored," he whispered, the sound blending with the brook's renewed song. Through shared purpose and quiet respect. The young foxes watched, awestruck, as the magical dew shimmered. The bold one who had stepped forward dipped his nose towards a low-hanging leaf, not to disturb, but to gently touch the cool, glowing moisture. A sense of profound belonging, a feeling deeper than play or territory, washed over him. He understood, not with words, but with his whole being, his place in the intricate web. Later, as the hunter's moon began its descent, painting long, soft shadows, the forest settled. Sorrel curled up in her cozy nest of dried grasses and thistledown, tucked beneath the gnarled roots of Linden's oak. The scent of the glimmerdew, faint but unmistakably pure, lingered on the cool air drifting in. She could hear the deep, rhythmic breathing of the old squirrel nearby, a comforting counterpoint to the gentle gurgle of the brook and the occasional soft call of a night bird. Linden's words echoed in her mind, a warm ember in the peaceful darkness. "Remember, little sorrel, the magic isn't just in the dew. It's in the listening, in the stillness, in the understanding that every rustle, every chirp, every paw print is part of the great song of the Whisperwood. Guard the harmony, nurture the quiet, and the glimmerdew will always return, season after season, a promise kept." Outside, the forest slept under the watchful moon, bathed in the soft aftermath of magic. The glimmerdew glowed gently on the moonpetal leaves, a silent testament to wisdom shared, fear overcome, and the enduring, peaceful balance of a world where every creature, seen and unseen, played its part in the ancient, enchanting dance of life. And in that deep, harmonious quiet, filled with the scent of dew-kissed moss and the promise of renewal, Sorrel drifted into a sleep as peaceful and deep as the Whisperwood itself. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where the mountains cupped it like gentle hands. Every cottage had smoke curling from its chimney, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke hung in the crisp autumn air. Young Felix, with eyes as bright as polished acorns, loved Bramble Hollow's quiet rhythms, until the morning the mysteries began. First, it was the pies. Mrs. Thistlewick's famous blackberry pie, cooling on her windowsill, vanished overnight, save for one perfectly triangular slice left on a porcelain plate. The next day, Mr. Oakenshaw found his prize-winning pumpkin missing a single, seedless wedge. Then the village sundial's shadow began tracing nonsensical patterns, pointing toward the whispering pines at noon and the duck pond at sunset. Soft, silvery giggles echoed down the lanes after twilight, leaving no footprints in the dew-kissed grass. Felix, wrapped in his patchwork scarf, decided to investigate. He carried a notebook and a pocketful of hazelnuts, useful for bribing woodland informants. His first stop was the mossy cottage of old Fern, a gardener whose braided hair smelled of rosemary and rain. "Hum," Fern murmured, tending her moon petals that glowed faintly in the shade. "Magic's like a shy hedgehog, Felix. Poke too hard and it rolls up tight. Watch instead." She gifted him spectacles made of dandelion fluff and spider silk. "These see what wishes to stay hidden." With the spectacles perched on his nose, Felix noticed shimmering trails, like heat ripples, leading from the missing pies toward the enchanted glade. There, beneath a grandfather oak, sat a family of luminous squirrels. Their fur sparkled like crushed stars, and they nibbled acorns with tiny, polite bites. "Oh, the slices," chirped the eldest, her tail twitching anxiously. "We only take what's offered to the wind. The crumb caller sings at midnight, and the treats appear on toadstool platters. We thought it was a gift." Felix's mind whirred. If not the squirrels, who? That night he hid behind a barrel near the sundial, Fern's spectacles gleaming. As the clock tower chimed 12, the giggles returned. The sundial's shadow quivered, then a small, translucent creature materialized. It resembled a cross between a dragonfly and a cloud, with wings like spun sugar and eyes like molten honey. It held a crumb of pie in its tiny hands, humming as it placed it precisely where the shadow pointed due east. "Hello," Felix whispered. The creature zipped behind a holly bush, vibrating with fear. "I won't hurt you. Are you the crumb caller?" Slowly it emerged, a crumble sprite, Fern explained later, drawn to forgotten treats and lost time. "I'm Pip," it peeped. "I tidy up crumbs so ants don't quarrel over them. But the sundial, it looked so lonely, stuck in one place forever. I thought if I fed it crumbs at happy moments, it might dance." Pip's wings drooped. "Instead, I broke it." The pieces clicked. Pip's crumb offerings were meant as sundial snacks, but each crumb absorbed a moment. Mrs. Thistlewick's sigh of contentment as she baked, Mr. Oakenshaw's chuckle when he harvested his pumpkin. When Pip placed them on the sundial, it replayed those emotions, spinning its shadow in joy. The giggles. Pip's flustered apologies when crumbs tumbled. Felix smiled. "You didn't break it, you made it feel." Together, they devised a plan. At the next village feast, everyone left a crumb on a windowsill for Pip. The sundial, now fed with shared laughter, settled peacefully. Pip became Bramble Hollow's keeper of small delights, polishing dewdrops and arranging fallen leaves into cozy beds for beetles. And every full moon, the villagers leave a triangular slice of pie on a toadstool, where Pip and the luminous squirrels share stories under the grandfather oak, their laughter blending with the wind. The mysteries ended, but Bramble Hollow glowed warmer, its quiet rhythms now woven with the soft hum of a sprite's wings and the contentment of things lovingly mended. Felix drifted to sleep each night to the sound of the sundial's gentle shadow sweeping across the stars like a lullaby. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences, and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. The twin moons of Zephyria cast soft silver beams through Lyra's cracked cockpit window, illuminating swirling motes of stardust as her escape pod settled into the mossy embrace of an uncharted world. Outside, the air hummed with the scent of night-blooming star vines, sweet as honeyed tea, cool as mountain springs. Lyra, a human botanist stranded light years from Earth, trembled not from cold, but from the profound silence. Until a chime echoed through the violet ferns, a melody like glass bells kissed by wind. There, refracting moonlight into rainbows, stood Kaelin, a crystalline being from the planet Shard, limbs of shifting quartz, eyes like liquid opal. Kaelin recoiled, facets dimming. To Lyra, its staccato light flares seemed aggressive, blinding strobes against the gloom. To Kaelin, Lyra's frantic gestures and metallic scanner were violent tremors in its vibration-sensitive world. When Lyra reached for a tool, Kaelin pulsed crimson alarm, shattering a nearby geode. "I only wanted to share water," Lyra whispered, offering her canteen. Kaelin mistook the glinting container for a weapon, retreating into shadows. That first night, loneliness wrapped around them both like frost. Dawn revealed their shared peril, the great Ion storm, a celestial tempest painting the sky in electric amethyst. Deadly to Lyra's fragile biology, lethal to Kaelin's light-based essence. Sheltering in a cavern, they huddled beneath a canopy of glow mushrooms, their bioluminescence painting the walls sapphire and gold. Kaelin trembled as storm static threatened to fracture its form. Lyra, recalling her grandmother's tales of kindness, hummed an old lullaby, low, steady vibrations. Kaelin's panic stilled. Tentatively, it echoed the tune in shimmering harmonics, the cave filling with a duet of human voice and crystal song. Misunderstanding melted like ice in sunlight. Lyra learned Kaelin's light language, soft green for curiosity, warm gold for friendship. Kaelin attuned to Lyra's heartbeat, recognizing its steady rhythm as safety. Together they foraged for ship repairs, Lyra guiding them past venom spore thickets, Kaelin sensing subterranean mineral veins with seismic pulses. When a rockslide trapped Lyra, Kaelin focused sunlight through its body, melting the debris. When corrosive rain threatened Kaelin, Lyra wove starvine fibers into a shelter, her hands bleeding but determined. "You're my beacon," Lyra murmured, bandaging Kaelin's stress-fractured arm with thermal gel. Kaelin responded with a constellation-patterned glow, you are my resonance. The storm passed, leaving the world jeweled in dew. Lyra's repaired pod hummed, ready for launch. Beneath the twin moons they stood forehead to facet, warm skin against cool crystal, sharing memories like treasures. Lyra's earth forests mirrored in Kalen's prismatic recollections of shard-singing canyons. No grand speeches, only quiet understanding. As Lyra ascended, Kalen gathered starlight, projecting a luminous bridge across the sky, a temporary road between worlds. Now, when Lyra tends her interstellar greenhouse, she nurtures crystalline flowers that chime in the dark. And on Shard, Kalen treasures a vial of earth soil, its vibrations humming Lyra's lullaby. Across the void their friendship glows, a quiet promise that in the vast, cold cosmos, warmth blooms brightest when unlike hearts choose to listen. The stars outside your window tonight. They are winking with shared secrets. Rest now, little dreamer. Somewhere a crystal being is singing you a lullaby in light. In the velvet-hued valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons, and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, there came a winter when the teacups began singing. Not the rowdy tavern songs that made apples ferment in their barrels, but soft, shivery melodies that left frost patterns on windows. Young Leela first noticed it while scrubbing the hearth in her aunt's bookshop, a porcelain cup trembling on its shelf, its handle quivering as it hummed a tune like wind through icicle teeth. By week's end, the entire village murmured with peculiarities. Milk pitchers filled with starlight instead of cream. Bootprints appearing on ceilings. The great copper weather vane at the town square spun not with the wind, but with the rhythm of distant laughter. The frost fairies are restless, declared old Granny Heddleworth, her knitting needles clicking like beetle mandibles. But Leela, whose braids perpetually smelled of pine needles and curiosity, noticed the clues others missed, how the singing always began near the abandoned clock tower, how the frost patterns formed tiny arrowheads pointing northwest. Her investigation began with a lantern carved from a wintermelon, its light smelling faintly of candied rind. The trail led past Mrs. Bramble's bakery, where raisin buns levitated in apologetic formations, to the edge of the whispering woods. There beneath a moon-washed oak sat a hedgehog wearing a waistcoat of frost crystals. "You're smaller than the last troubleshooter," it observed, adjusting its pince-nez. "But your shadow has the right shape for mysteries." The hedgehog, introduced as Professor Quillen of the Northern Thorn University, became Leela's first ally. Together they discovered that the disturbances followed a pattern. Every odd hour, the chaos rippled outward from the clock tower like pond rings. During the quiet moments between, they found peculiarities: a family of field mice ice dancing in Mrs. Bramble's cooling pie tins, a colony of ladybugs polishing the weather vane with warmed honey. "They're not causing the trouble," Quillen noted, tapping his spectacles. "They are tidying up after it." The mystery deepened when they consulted the night librarian, an owl named Hootridge, who lived in the bookshop's rafters, his feathers dusted with the pollen of ancient stories. "What if," he mused, turning a page with his beak, "the clock tower isn't abandoned at all?" His talon tapped an illustration of frost sparrows, shy winter spirits who nest in forgotten places, their fluttering wings stirring up harmless mischief. Midnight found Leela and her companions at the clock tower's ivy-choked door. The stones hummed beneath her mittened palm, not cold but thrumming like a sleeping cat's purr. Inside, gears glimmered with hoarfrost constellations. And there, in the rafters, a nest woven from lost buttons and piano wires, sheltering 3 frost sparrow chicks whose breath crystallized into snowflake lullabies. Their parents, it seemed, had flown south to mend a broken aurora, leaving the hatchlings to accidentally stir the village into gentle disarray. The solution came not through magic, but compassion. Mrs. Bramble baked seed cakes that steamed like tiny geysers, keeping the chicks fed. The mice knitted minuscule scarves from dandelion fluff. Even Granny Heddleworth contributed, her needles clicking out a snug blanket patterned with cloud formations. By the time the parent sparrows returned trailing ribbons of green and violet light, the clock tower chimed again, its hands kept steady by a family of enthusiastic pill bugs who'd taken a liking to gear mechanics. Years later, when travelers asked about Willowbrook's weather vane, now spinning tales instead of wind directions, or the teacups that occasionally harmonized with passing songbirds, villagers would smile and say, "All homes have hearts, even those we think are empty." And if you linger near the clock tower at twilight, you might glimpse a young woman with pine-scented braids, reading aloud to a hedgehog in a frost-trimmed waistcoat, while owl wings turn the pages of a story that hasn't quite ended, only paused for tea. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced on dew-kissed cobblestones, and the air always smelled faintly of baking bread and wild thyme. Young Ben lived there with his grandfather, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, and a heart that noticed things others overlooked. While other children chased butterflies or played kick-stone, Ben often sat by the old stone well in the square, tracing the cracks in the worn wood of its cover, wondering about the secrets whispered beneath the surface. One misty autumn morning, while helping his grandfather clear the attic of his creaky, timber-framed cottage, Ben discovered a forgotten wooden chest tucked beneath dusty eaves. It smelled of cedar and thyme. Inside, nestled amongst faded quilts and bundles of letters tied with faded blue ribbon, lay a small object wrapped in soft, unbleached linen. Unwrapping it carefully, Ben found an ordinary-looking teapot. It was made of smooth, cool porcelain, painted with a simple, swirling pattern in cobalt blue. It felt surprisingly heavy for its size, and when Ben tilted it, he heard a faint musical chime, like tiny bells tinkling deep within its belly. "Grandfather," Ben called down the ladder, his voice hushed with wonder. "What's this?" The old man climbed up, his joints creaking like the attic floorboards. He peered at the teapot, a slow smile spreading across his weathered face. "Ah, the whispering kettle belonged to your great-great-grandmother, Elowen. Folks said it held more than just tea." He tapped the side gently. "She claimed it could brew stories if you listened close enough. Just stories, never saw it myself, but it was precious to her." That night after Grandfather had gone to bed, Ben sat by his own small window, the whispering kettle on the sill beside him. The moon painted silver streaks on the floorboards. On impulse, Ben poured cool water from his jug into the kettle and whispered, "Tell me a story." Nothing happened. Disappointed, Ben sighed. But as he turned to leave, a faint wisp of steam curled from the spout. It didn't smell like tea leaves, it smelled like old paper and distant rain. And then, soft as a sigh, a voice seemed to echo not in his ears, but within his very bones. It spoke of a hidden glade, far beyond the whispering woods that bordered Willowbrook, where a pool of purest moonlight water shimmered, its surface reflecting forgotten constellations. The voice spoke of the pool's magic fading, dimmed by a creeping, cold shadow of forgetting. The story ended with a feeling of profound sadness, like a lost melody. Ben felt a strange pull in his chest, a yearning as deep as the kettle's chime. He knew with a certainty that surprised him that he had to find that glade. The whispering kettle hadn't just told a story, it had offered a quest. He packed a small bag, a wedge of cheese, a crusty loaf, his warmest woolen scarf, and carefully the whispering kettle wrapped in the linen cloth. At dawn, Ben slipped out, the village still dreaming. The path into the whispering woods was familiar at first, carpeted with fallen leaves the color of embers and gold. But soon the trees grew taller and closer, their gnarled branches weaving a canopy that filtered the sunlight into shifting green patterns. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. Ben felt small and alone. He stopped by a mossy boulder, unsure which path to take. "Lost are we, young sprout," a gruff voice rumbled from beneath the boulder. A large, silver-furred badger with wise, dark eyes pushed his way out. He wore a tiny pair of spectacles perched precariously on his snout. "Name's Thorn. Paths in these woods twist like a squirrel's tail if you don't know their rhythm." Ben explained his quest, showing Thorn the whispering kettle. The badger sniffed it thoughtfully. "Moonlight water, a tricky business. Shadow of forgetting is thick near the glimmer glade now, makes the path slippery for the mind." He adjusted his spectacles. "Wisdom you'll need, not speed. I know the old ways. I'll guide you part of the journey. But the final path, that requires a different kind of sight." Thorn proved a patient and knowledgeable guide. He showed Ben how to read the language of the moss thicker on the north side of trees, how to listen for the different songs of the streams, the one that chuckled led deeper, the one that sighed led towards rocky cliffs, and which berries were safe to eat, bright blue with star-shaped leaves. He shared stories of the forest, his voice a comforting rumble as they walked. "Strength isn't always in the claw or the tooth, Ben," Thorn said as they navigated a tangle of roots. "Sometimes it's in knowing when to be still, when to listen." After 2 days of travel, the woods began to change. The vibrant greens faded to muted grays and silvers. The air grew colder, carrying a scent like frost and old stone. Sounds became muffled. Even the birdsong seemed distant and thin. Thorn stopped at the edge of a silvery birch grove. "This is as far as I go, lad. The shadow thickens here. It makes creatures forgetful, even grumpy old badgers. You'll need lightheartedness now, a spark to pierce the gloom. Look for Pip." Ben thanked Thorn, who gave him a gruff nod before disappearing back into the deeper green. Feeling the cold seep into his bones, Ben pressed on. The silence was oppressive. He tried to recall the kettle's story, but the details felt fuzzy, like a dream upon waking. Doubt whispered coldly in his ear. "Why are you here? Go back. It's warm at home." Then a flash of brilliant blue shot past his head. A tiny bird no bigger than Ben's thumb, with feathers like sapphires and wings that hummed, hovered before him. "Hello, hello, feeling a bit gray, are we? Blasted shadow makes everything so dull." The bird's voice was like tinkling glass bells, impossibly cheerful in the gloom. "I'm Pip, Pip the forget-me-not finch. I remember everything. Especially the bright things. Are you lost? Are you sad? Do you need a song?" Ben's spirits lifted instantly at Pip's infectious energy. He explained about the moonlight pool and the shadow of forgetting. Pip zipped around his head. "Oh, the glimmer glade, beautiful, terrible shadow making it all misty. Follow me, I remember the way. I remember the song the moonbeams sing on the water. La 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 luminous." Pip darted ahead, his tiny form a beacon of dazzling blue against the gray landscape. His constant, cheerful chatter and bursts of song were like tiny candles pushing back the cold forgetfulness. He reminded Ben of the kettle's warmth, of his grandfather's smile, of the smell of baking, bread in Willowbrook, all the bright things the shadow tried to smother. Finally, they emerged from the last of the gray birches into a small, circular clearing. It should have been bathed in ethereal light, but instead, a thick, swirling gray mist clung low to the ground, obscuring everything. At the center, Ben could just make out the faint, sorrowful shimmer of the moonlight pool, its light weak and flickering. The air was thick with the shadow of forgetting, a heavy, sorrowful feeling that made Ben want to curl up and sleep, to let go of all purpose. "The shadow feeds on loneliness," Pip chirped, his voice subdued for the first time. "It wraps the pool in forgetting, makes it feel abandoned." Ben stood at the edge of the mist, clutching the whispering kettle. How could he fight this? Thorn had said wisdom, not force. Pip spoke of loneliness. He remembered the kettle's story, the sadness within it. He thought of his own quiet nature, how sometimes he felt unseen. Perhaps the pool felt that way too. He knelt on the cool, damp grass. He unwrapped the whispering kettle and set it gently before him. He poured water from his flask into it, the sound loud in the oppressive silence. Then, instead of asking for a story, Ben began to speak. He spoke softly, pouring his heart out to the hidden pool. He spoke of noticing the small things, the intricate pattern on a spider's web at dawn, the way sunlight turned the village fountain into liquid gold, the comforting weight of his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. He spoke of feeling small sometimes, but finding wonder in the world anyway. He spoke of his journey, of Thorn's steady wisdom, of Pip's dazzling joy. He spoke of seeing the pool even through the mist, of believing in its light. As Ben spoke, a thin, warm stream of fragrant steam began to rise from the whispering kettle's spout. It smelled like sun-warmed stone, like honeysuckle on a summer evening, like comfort and belonging. The steam didn't fight the gray mist, it wove through it, gentle and persistent. Where the steam touched, the mist seemed to soften, to thin, revealing patches of silver grass beneath. Pip, understanding, began to sing. Not his usual frantic, cheerful tune, but a soft, pure melody that echoed the feeling in Ben's words, a song of quiet noticing, of gentle companionship, of light remembered. He fluttered near the steam, his blue feathers catching the faint moonlight struggling through the thinning mist. Ben continued, his voice gaining strength as he poured out his simple truth. You are not forgotten, you are seen, you are beautiful. The whispering kettle chimed softly, a resonant note that vibrated through the clearing. The warm, story-laden steam poured forth more strongly now, intertwining with Pip's song. The heavy, sorrowful feeling of the shadow began to lift, replaced by a growing sense of peace. The gray mist dissolved not with a roar, but with a sigh, melting away like frost under a kind sun. The glimmer glade was revealed. Moonlight pure and liquid silver streamed down unobstructed, illuminating a small, perfectly round pool. Its water wasn't water at all, but seemed to be made of captured moonlight, swirling gently, reflecting stars that weren't in the sky above. It shimmered with a soft, internal radiance, casting dancing silver reflections on the surrounding ferns and mossy stones. The air was crisp, clean, and filled with the gentle hum of pure magic. The shadow of forgetting was gone, dispersed by the warmth of shared stories, the light of friendship, and the simple, powerful act of being seen and acknowledged. Ben approached the pool reverently. He dipped the whispering kettle into the moonlight water. As it filled, the porcelain seemed to glow from within, the cobalt blue patterns deepening like a twilight sky. He felt a profound sense of calm wash over him, a connection to something ancient and gentle. The journey back was lighter. Pip chattered excitedly about the glade's restored beauty. Thorn met them at the edge of the silver birch grove, a knowing glint in his eye. Wisdom listened to, friendship offered, light remembered. Well done, Sprout. He accompanied them back to the edge of the familiar woods. When Ben finally slipped back into his room in Willowbrook, dawn was just painting the sky peach and rose. He placed the whispering kettle, now holding the precious moonlight water, carefully on his windowsill. It glowed softly, a comforting nightlight. He knew the magic wasn't just in the water. It was in the journey, the helpers, and the quiet understanding he'd found within himself. From then on, Ben wasn't just the quiet boy. He was the boy who listened, who noticed, who understood that the greatest magic often lies in kindness, connection, and the courage to share your heart. And on clear nights, when the moon was full, he would brew a small pot of chamomile tea with just a drop of the moonlight water in the whispering kettle. As the fragrant steam rose, carrying whispers of ancient glades and steadfast friends, he would share stories not just of grand adventures, but of the quiet wonders of Willowbrook, the steadfast wisdom of the woods, and the dazzling joy found in even the smallest blue feather, reminding everyone who listened that they too were seen, remembered, and full of their own quiet, extraordinary light. And the steam would curl around the room, warm and comforting, weaving a blanket of peace before the journey into dreams. The amber light of autumn afternoons had always been Layla's favorite time of year. It was when the forest behind her cottage seemed to hold its breath, leaves rustling secrets in hues of burnt umber and gold, and the air carried the crisp scent of apples and distant wood smoke. But this autumn felt different. The trees shed their leaves too quickly, the squirrels buried nuts with frantic urgency, and the river sang a lower, slower song than she'd ever heard. Layla clutched her woven basket of herbs tighter, her boots crunching over brittle ferns. She didn't like changes, not in her routines, not in her forest, and certainly not in herself. Lately her hands trembled when she tried to stitch her embroidery, and the tea she brewed, usually fragrant with mint and memory, tasted bitter, as if the plants themselves resisted her touch. That evening, as she sat by the hearth unraveling a knotted thread, a sound fluttered against her window, a moth with wings the color of twilight, tapping gently with antennae that glimmered like dewdrops. When she opened the pane, it alighted on her wrist, and she felt a strange warmth pulse through her veins. The moth led her gaze to the old oak desk by the wall, where her grandmother's journal lay open to a page she'd never seen before. The ink shimmered, words rearranging themselves. When the heart fears turning seasons, the roots must learn to bend. The next morning, Leela found the first crystal growing in her garden. It emerged from the soil where her rosemary plant had withered, a slender spire of amethyst humming faintly. By noon, 3 more had sprouted along the garden path, their facets catching the sunlight like prisms. She reached to touch one, and a vision flashed behind her eyes, a forest floor covered not in leaves, but in thousands of tiny crystals, each pulsing with soft light. A voice, deep and earthy, murmured, "You've forgotten how to listen." Panicked, Leela ran to the one person who might understand, old Bram, the beekeeper who lived at the forest's edge. His cottage smelled of honeycomb and pine resin, and his beard was dusted with pollen from his hives. He didn't look up from his carving as she burst in, breathless. "Ah," he said, smoothing the wooden owl in his hands. "The stones have been whispering about you." "What's happening to me?" she asked, her voice trembling. Bram set down his knife. "Same thing that happens to a hive when the queen is unsure. Everything gets stuck. You've been clinging to the way things were, Leela, but the forest and you are meant to grow." He pressed a jar of honey into her palms. "Take this to Maris by the willow grove, and listen on your way." The path to Maris's hut wound through the heart of the woods, where shadows danced longer than they should. Leela walked slowly, the honey jar warm against her chest. She paused where a creek giggled over stones, and there, beneath the water's surface, she spotted a pebble shaped like a crescent moon. As she fished it out, the crystal in her pocket vibrated, and the pebble's edges softened into a tiny silver bell. A laugh echoed, not her own, but bright and clear, like wind chimes. "That's for noticing," said a voice above her. Maris perched on a branch, her cloak stitched with feathers and spider silk. She swung down, landing light as a dandelion seed. "Bram's honey, is it? Good, we'll need sweetness for what's coming." "What's coming?" Leela asked. Maris tapped the bell now tied to Leela's basket. "Change, and not the easy kind, but you've got better guides than most." She nodded at the crystals now peeking from Leela's pockets, glowing in rhythm with her breath. Over the next week, the forest guided Leela through small, strange tasks. A family of foxes led her to a clearing where fireflies spelled out riddles in the air. A maple tree shed a single red leaf into her palm, which unfolded into a map of stars. Each time she solved a puzzle or followed an instinct, trusting the tug in her chest rather than her doubting mind, the crystals grew brighter and the bitterness in her hands faded. Yet the heart of her fear remained. One moonless night, she woke to find her garden transformed. Crystals towered like frozen flames, their light casting cobalt and topaz shadows. In their center stood a figure made of swirling autumn leaves, with eyes like molten amber. "Why do you resist?" it asked, its voice the crackle of a hearth. "I don't want to lose what I love," Leela whispered. The figure bent, and a leaf brushed her cheek. "Nothing is lost, only transformed." It gestured to the crystals. "These are your fears hardened by holding on. Let them soften." Tears blurred her vision. "How?" "Breathe." She inhaled, slowly, deeply, and the crystals shivered. With each exhale their sharp edges blurred, melting into liquid light that pooled around her feet. The light seeped into the soil, and where it touched, flowers bloomed, snowdrops in December, roses in spring colors, all seasons existing at once. "You see," said the figure, now a girl with moss-green hair and a crown of acorns. "You contain multitudes." She placed a hand over Leela's heart. "The magic wasn't leaving you, it was waiting for you to grow." By dawn, the garden had settled. The crystals remained but as slender obelisks humming with quiet music. Her herbs regrew, lush and fragrant, and when she brewed tea that morning, it tasted of sunlight and forgiveness. Wordlessly the forest folk gathered, Bram with a comb of golden honey, Maris with a cloak woven from dawn mist, the foxes bearing garlands of ivy. They didn't celebrate with feasts or songs, but with the gentle rustle of wind through crystals, the contented sigh of soil settling into new shapes. Leela sat among them, stitching an embroidery of a tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stars. Her hands no longer shook. That winter, when the first snow fell, it glittered with the memory of crystals. Children from the village would come to hear Leela's stories, and she'd tell them of the moth that whispers to closed hearts, the bell that rings only for those who pause, and the garden that taught her how to hold life's seasons like a flame cupped in her palms, not tightly but gently, so the light could breathe. And deep in the forest, if you're very quiet, you can still hear the crystals singing, a lullaby of growth, soft as a root pushing through dark soil toward the unknown, grateful dawn. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched moss-draped arms toward a sky stitched with starlight, lived a realm unseen by human eyes. Here the boundaries between earth and enchantment dissolved like mist at dawn. Ferns unfurled with silver veins that hummed when moonlight touched them, and brooks carried not just water but liquid melodies that changed with the seasons. In this hidden world, a young squirrel named Pip dwelled among the roots of Grandmother Willow, whose bark held the wrinkles of centuries, and whose leaves whispered forgotten tales with every breeze. Pip's days were spent gathering acorns infused with autumn's amber glow, but his heart yearned to understand the forest's deeper rhythms, the way snowdrops pushed through frost only when the ice sprites danced, or how summer rains arrived precisely when the songbirds tuned their throats to a certain pitch. "Balance," Grandmother Willow would murmur, her voice like rustling parchment. "The forest breathes as one, disturb its breath and the magic phrase." She spoke of the weave, an invisible tapestry connecting root, rain, and creature, maintained by generations of guardians. Pip listened, his nose twitching at the scent of damp soil and pine resin, his paws sinking into velvety moss that muffled his steps. One crisp spring morning, Pip noticed something amiss. The brook of whispers ran sluggish and murky, its usual crystalline song reduced to a gurgle. Bluebells along its banks hung limp, petals edged with brown. Worse still, the frost petals, delicate flowers that bloomed only during the moon's coldest phase to feed the dream moths, remained stubbornly closed. Without their nectar, the moths couldn't weave their silken cocoons, and without cocoons, the midsummer starlight would dim, for the moths carried stardust in their wings. A ripple of unease spread through the forest. Bees buzzed anxiously, badgers sniffed the air, sensing a sourness beneath the honeysuckle. Pip scurried to seek counsel from Elder Hemlock, an owl whose feathers held the gray of storm clouds and wisdom. Perched in a hollow etched by lightning, Hemlock's eyes glowed like liquid amber. "The weave is torn," he hooted softly, the sound blending with the wind. Deep in the northern thicket, a rock slide has choked the heartspring, the source that feeds our brook. The spring sprites who tend it are overwhelmed. Without its flow, the forest's pulse weakens. Pip's whiskers trembled. He remembered Grandmother Willow's words, when harmony frays, many paws must mend it. Determined, Pip rallied his friends. Bramble, a stout badger with fur like twilight shadows, offered to dig through the rubble. Luna, a doe whose coat shimmered with dewdrops, promised to calm the panicked sprites with her gentle presence. Even the shy folk, a family of field mice who spoke in hushed squeaks, volunteered to gather healing herbs, moon-kissed lichen and thistle down. Together they journeyed north, where the air grew sharp with the tang of disturbed stone. Pip marveled at how the forest supported them. Vines lowered themselves as bridges, glowworms lit their path like living lanterns, and the wind carried the scent of snowmelt from distant peaks, urging them onward. At the heartspring, chaos reigned. Crystal waters pooled stagnant behind a jagged wall of boulders, while tiny spring sprites, translucent as raindrops, flitted in distress, their light flickering erratically. "The stones are too heavy," wept the eldest sprite, her voice like icicles chiming. "We cannot lift them alone." Bramble immediately set to work, his powerful claws scraping at earth and shale. Luna knelt, humming a lullaby older than the oaks, and the sprites settled on her antlers, their panic easing. Pip and the shy folk scurried up crevices, packing cracks with lichen to soften the stone's edges. Hours passed, the sun dappling the forest floor in gold and emerald. Pip's muscles ached, his fur matted with dust, but he felt the weave humming stronger with every pebble shifted. As twilight painted the sky in lavender, the last boulder gave way. Water burst forth in a joyful rush, clear and singing, weaving around roots and over pebbles. Instantly magic bloomed, frost petals unfurled like tiny stars, drinking the renewed flow. Dream moths emerged in a shimmering cloud, their wings dusting the air with silver. The brook's melody returned, harmonizing with the cricket's evening chorus. Pip watched, breathless, as balance restored itself. The sourness vanished, replaced by the perfume of wet earth and blooming night blooms. Elder hemlock glided down as the forest sighed in relief. "You see, little guardian," he murmured, tucking Pip beneath his wing, "the weave endures because each thread knows its purpose. The sprites tend the waters, the moths carry starlight, and creatures like you heed the whispers of the old ones." Pip nestled into the owl's downy warmth, listening to the heartbeat of the Whisperwood, the drip of sap, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of contentment. Grandmother Willow's roots hummed beneath him, weaving new tales into her bark. That night, as Pip curled in his nest of dried ferns, the dream moths drifted past his hollow. One landed on his paw, leaving a trace of stardust that tingled like frost and promise. Outside, the brook of whispers sang a lullaby of mountains and meadows, and the moon cast a path of liquid silver on the forest floor. All was well. The ancient rhythm held, cradled by friendship, wisdom, and the quiet magic of countless hearts beating as one. And in that certainty, Pip slept, dreaming of springs yet to come. The first time Milo heard the soft chime of the silverwind chimes, he thought it was just the breeze playing tricks through the old oak outside his window. But on the third night, when the full moon painted his bedroom floor in liquid light, the sound grew clearer, a melody like ice crystals tinkling against glass, pulling him toward the forgotten path behind the village mill. Wrapped in his patchwork cloak, Milo followed the music into the whispering woods, where trees wore beards of luminous moss that cast gentle blue halos on the path. The air smelled of crushed mint and rain-kissed stone. Deeper he wandered until the trees parted to reveal the Glimmerglass Vale, a hidden valley where flowers bloomed like captured starlight, their petals pulsing with soft gold and violet light. Streams flowed with liquid moonlight, and mushrooms glowed like tiny lanterns along the banks. A gasp escaped Milo as a cluster of floating lights danced toward him. They resolved into tiny creatures, with wings of spun sugar and bodies like flickering candle flames. Glow wisps. Milo whispered, remembering his grandmother's tales. They chimed merrily, circling his head before darting toward a bridge woven from living vines. Crossing the bridge, Milo encountered the mossback guardians, 3 tortoises with shells like mossy hillocks and eyes like polished amber. They moved with the slowness of centuries, blocking the path to the valley's heart. "Seeker," rumbled the eldest, its voice like stones rolling downhill. "Answer this: I dance without feet, sing without breath, and guide wanderers home. What am I?" Milo's heart fluttered. He glanced at the stream's shimmering surface, where the moon's reflection rippled like a silver coin. "The moon," he ventured. The guardians remained still. Then he noticed the glow-wisps bobbing patiently above the water, their light painting the path. Fireflies. Again, silence. Suddenly a breeze swept through the vale, making the starflowers sway and the silverwind chimes sing anew. Milo smiled. "It's the wind." The guardians blinked approvingly. "Wisdom blooms in stillness," said the eldest, lumbering aside. "Pass, little listener." Beyond them lay the vale's heart, a meadow where the silverwind chimes hung from a tree with bark like woven moonlight. Each chime was a teardrop of frozen starlight, singing a different note in the breeze. Beneath the tree sat a creature like a rabbit sculpted from cloud and dandelion fluff, its eyes 2 drops of twilight. It nudged a smooth, opalescent stone toward Milo with its nose. "Thank you," Milo breathed, pocketing the stone. It warmed his palm, humming softly. The cloud rabbit twitched its ears, and Milo understood without words, "Share this courage." As dawn tinged the sky peach, the veil began to fade. The glow-wisps escorted Milo back to the vine bridge, chiming a farewell tune. He crossed just as the first sunbeam struck the valley, turning the starflowers to dew and the luminous streams to ordinary water. Back in his room, Milo placed the humming stone on his windowsill. It glowed softly, mirroring the moon's rhythm. That night and every night after, he'd touch its warmth and remember, the world brims with enchanted corners for those who listen to the wind's song. And though his feet stayed in his cozy bed, his heart would wander back to the glimmerglass vale, where kindness was the compass, and wonders bloomed just beyond the edge of fear. He'd close his eyes, the stone's gentle pulse against his fingertips, and drift into dreams where mossback guardians whispered riddles, and cloud rabbits hopped through fields of endless starlight. And somewhere in the whispering woods, the silverwind chimes sang him a lullaby of brave beginnings and quiet returns. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched moss-draped branches toward a sky often veiled in mist, magic hummed just beneath the surface of reality. Here the seasons didn't merely change, they danced. Spring arrived on the breath of warm zephyrs, carrying pollen-gold promises. Summer unfurled in emerald canopies that shimmered with firefly constellations. Autumn descended in a cascade of amber and crimson, each leaf a whispered secret. Winter wrapped the forest in a crystalline hush, where frost painted stories on frozen ponds. And in this realm the creatures lived not as mere inhabitants, but as guardians of an intricate, singing balance. Young Bramble, a hedgehog with spines like dewdrop-tipped thistles, lived in a cozy burrow lined with dried lavender and owl feathers. His grandmother, a badger named Sorrel with fur like storm-cloud silver, often spoke of the forest's hidden pulse. "Listen beyond the rustle," she'd murmur, her voice as comforting as the crackle of their hearth moss fire. "Hear the wind's lullaby, that's the breath of seasons, carrying dreams from the roots to the stars." Bramble would nestle into Sorrel's warmth, inhaling the scent of rain-soaked earth and wood smoke, feeling the forest's heartbeat thrum through the soil beneath them. One late summer evening, as crickets wove melodies into the twilight, an unnatural stillness settled. The breath of seasons faltered. No cooling breeze carried the scent of ripening blackberries or the distant promise of autumn's spice. Instead, the air grew thick and heavy, clinging like damp wool. Flowers drooped, their petals losing luster. Even the creek's usual chuckle faded to a listless sigh. Bramble watched a weary bluebird, feathers dulled, struggle to lift itself onto a wilting elderberry branch. "Grandmother," he whispered, his nose twitching at the stale air, "why does the forest hold its breath?" Sorrel's eyes, deep as mossy pools, grew solemn. She led Bramble to the Heartstone glade, a clearing where moonlight pooled like liquid silver on a flat, moss-cushioned rock etched with spirals. "Long ago," Sorrel began, her paw tracing the carvings, "when the seasons tangled, the first guardians sang to the whispering winds. They reminded the winds of their purpose, to weave change, not stagnation." She described how generations past had faced such silences, always restoring harmony by understanding the connections. How the squirrel's buried nuts fed the soil, how the beaver's dam nurtured reeds where dragonflies hatched, how even the tiniest spider's web caught morning due to quench thirsty ferns. The imbalance deepened. Without the wind's guidance, autumn's vibrant palette refused to awaken. Leaves remained stubbornly green yet brittle, and the air tasted of dust. Bramble noticed the forest's distress in every detail, the frantic scrabble of mice searching for water, the drooping caps of mushrooms that usually glowed with bioluminescent hope at dusk. A family of foxes, their coats patchy and thin, huddled miserably in their den. "We must help," Bramble declared, his small voice trembling but resolute. Sorrel nuzzled him. "Wisdom is the compass, little one. We listen, then act." They journeyed to the elder tree, a colossal oak where hollows glowed with the soft light of glowworms. There they convened with Fern, an ancient owl whose feathers held the patterns of frost and starlight, and Pip, a quick-witted dormouse who knew every route path in the forest. "The winds are lost," Fern hooted softly, her amber eyes reflecting the dimming moon. "Trapped in the high peaks where echoes confuse their song." Pip twitched his whiskers. "But why? The peaks have always sung back." Sorrel nodded. "Something silences the echo, something unnatural." Bramble remembered Sorrel's stories, how balance required every voice. He crept to the forest's edge where human artifacts sometimes drifted, a tattered kite, a smooth glass bottle. There, half buried in ferns, lay a shard of mirrored metal, reflecting the stagnant sky. It wasn't part of the forest's song. When sunlight hit it, the glare shot upward, blinding and harsh. "This," Bramble gasped. "It steals the mountain's echo." The mirrored shard had fallen from a passing hot air balloon, its unnatural reflection scattering the peak's harmonic response, leaving the winds directionless. With Pip's guidance, they rallied the forest. Badgers dug trenches to tilt the shard. Squirrels wove vines into a net. Fireflies lit their path as night deepened, their glow a constellation of determination. Bramble, heart pounding like a woodpecker's drum, climbed onto Sorrel's back as she nudged the shard into the net. Together they hauled it away from the peaks, burying it deep in clay where its reflection could harm no one. As the last clod of earth settled, a sigh rippled through the trees. Then a whisper. A gentle, cool caress brushed Bramble's spines. It carried the scent of wood smoke and fallen apples. The breath of seasons returned. It swirled through the Whisperwood, rustling leaves into bursts of gold and scarlet. Rain followed, soft and sweet, pattering on the canopy like 1,000 tiny drums. The creek laughed again, and flowers raised their faces to drink. In the Heartstone glade, Fern spread her wings as Pip danced in circles. "You listened," Sorrel murmured to Bramble, her eyes crinkling with pride. "Not just with your ears, but with your heart. Balance isn't kept by force, but by tending every thread in the web." That night, as Bramble curled in his burrow, the forest sang him to sleep. Outside, autumn's first frost painted silver lace on spiderwebs, and the wind hummed the ancient lullaby of change and renewal. He dreamed of roots deep in the dark earth, of stars winking through the canopy, and of sorrel's voice, warm and sure. When harmony flows, all things grow. And in that knowing, wrapped in the scent of lavender and the forest's restored breath, Bramble drifted into peaceful slumber, cradled by the eternal dance of the Whisperwood.